In a vault in the mayor's mansion that had become a makeshift operating room, Juanita forced Lily to be chained to a surgical table by threatening Nancy. After Nancy confessed that she had been working for Juanita, Juanita killed Nancy. Juanita revealed her plot for the evil Dr. Freudengras to perform a fetal abduction on Lily, and then implant the babies in Juanita's own womb. Lily was helpless to stop them, but her mother Dorothy overheard everything and flipped the breakers, plunging them all into darkness. Although he had spent several hours in the upper realm, Kevin returned to the ordinary plane of consciousness at almost the exact same second that he had left it. Time had different parameters in the upper realm, and Kevin took heart in the fact that even when he stayed there for what seemed like months, he had truly only been away from his beloved wife Lily and their unborn twins for a moment. He opened his eyes and then blinked in surprise. He couldn't see a thing. All the lights were off in the mayor's mansion, which was strange because he was sure that they had been on when he left for the upper realm. Kevin fumbled for the light switch and clicked it a few times with no result. In his private thoughts, Kevin decided that something must have tripped the fuse box. The mayor's mansion dated from the early 20th century, so it wasn't surprising if the wiring was a little glitchy. He felt his way through the mansion to the door leading to the basement, but before he could touch it, it flew open, nearly knocking him back. His mother-in-law, Dorothy, glared at him in the light of the huge mechanic's flashlight that she was wielding in her fist. Kevin sighed, preparing himself for another of his mother-in-law's unpleasant onslaughts. "Okay, Dorothy, let's get this over with so I can go to fix the power," Kevin groaned. "Go ahead and tell me that I'm as useless as a doorstop, that I would serve a greater purpose in life if I just laid down and acted as a speed bump, that Lily made the greatest mistake of her life when she married me and—" "Things aren't always about you, Kevin," Dorothy snapped as she shoved past him without even a look. "Could you be any more self-centered? Here you are going on and on about yourself while Lily and my grandbabies are in danger and need saving." "Lily and the babies are in danger?" Kevin gasped as he followed Dorothy to her room, barking questions the entire time. "Where are they? What happened? What's this danger you're talking about?" "It's that nasty Juanita Hernandez woman whose sons you kept killing off," Dorothy shot back as she strode into her bedroom. "Juanita somehow set up an operating theater in that old vault in the basement. She's got some Dr. Franken creepy who claims he can cut my grandbabies out of Lily and implant them into that dried-up crone Juanita. I overheard every word of their crazy scheme." Part of Kevin's mind reflected that Juanita was almost exactly the same age as Dorothy, and Dorothy would have committed war crimes on anybody with the audacity to call her a crone. But the rest of Kevin's mind was busy formulating a plan to save Lily and his future children. "Is anybody else with Juanita and this doctor?" "No," Dorothy replied. "It looked like Juanita killed that simpering parasite, Nancy. I cut the lights to buy some time to save Lily. Even that madman won't try to operate in the pitch dark." "I can't use levels against them if they don't have levels of their own," Kevin thought out loud. "It's no time to call for reinforcements, but I'll have to hit them hard and fast so they won't have time to hurt Lily. I'll need to find weapons, supplies, maybe improvised explosives." "Thank you, Captain Obvious," Dorothy sneered. She flung open the doors of a large wardrobe. She had insisted it be brought from the Williams house in the suburbs when she moved to the mayor's mansion with Kevin and Lily. It was incredibly heavy, and it took 6 movers to get it into place, but Dorothy had refused to say what it contained. At the time, Kevin had thought it had been her shoe and handbag collection, but now he saw he was dead wrong. The wardrobe was actually an arsenal. Kevin spotted knives, swords, hand grenades, tear gas canisters, miles of rope, body armor, throwing axes, and other gear he could barely identify. "When did you start amassing enough tactical gear to outfit a private army?" he demanded of his mother-in-law. "Only after the 4th or 5th time my daughter was kidnapped, no thanks to her lazy, troublemaking husband. Hold this," Dorothy demanded, shoving her enormous flashlight at Kevin. "Hold the light steady so I can gear up." As Dorothy made her selections, Kevin noticed the insides of the doors. One side had several pictures of himself, mostly clipped from newspapers. One photo had dozens of pinpricks, as if it had been used for a dartboard. Another had Kevin's eyes X'd out in heavy black marker. The rest were just as bad. The other door held pictures of rich and famous men such as King Charles, Warren Buffett, and Tim Scott, to name a few. Under each was a series of statistics, including their marital status and projected date of widowerhood. "This arsenal isn't just to defend Lily," Kevin growled. "You were planning to use it to do away with me so Lily could marry one of these other men." "We don't have time for your mewling and whining, Kevin," Dorothy snapped as she shoved a loaded backpack at him. "You know how I feel about your marriage, how I've always felt. But this once, and just this once, we need to work together to save Lily." She grabbed the flashlight out of his hand and began to march off, assuming that Lily's husband would at least follow her lead for once. "Aren't you forgetting something?" Kevin demanded. He didn't want to wait for a response, but grabbed 2 sets of night vision goggles from the wardrobe. One he put on immediately. He handed Dorothy the other as he passed her. "Smart Alec," she muttered under her breath as she put them on and now followed Kevin in the lead again out of the room. Kevin held a throwing axe at the ready as he stalked through the basement. Dorothy followed a step behind, a knife in one hand and a can of industrial mace in the other. Through the night vision goggles, she immediately saw something had changed. "The vault door is shut," she whispered to Kevin. "It was wide open before." Kevin nodded to show he had heard her. They crept up to the vault. Kevin tried to ease it open, but it was locked. Dorothy immediately dug something out of her bag. Kevin saw it was a hand grenade. "What about Lily?" he whispered urgently. "We don't want her to get hurt while we're saving her." "That vault was built to last until the end of time," Dorothy hissed back. "We'll be lucky if we dent it. Besides, do you have a better idea?" "Okay," Kevin finally agreed. "But I'll be the one throwing the grenades. I'm more accurate. If you try, you're more likely to bring the kitchen down on our heads." It was a mark of how worried for her daughter Dorothy was that she didn't even offer a token protest. Kevin gave the vault a quick examination. Dorothy was right. It had been built to stand until the end of time. However, the hinges had only been built to stand the test of a dozen decades. Kevin could see they had gone brittle and corroded. The hand grenades all had 5-second fuses. Dorothy retreated to the depths of the basement. Kevin went back as far as he could without sacrificing accuracy. He pulled the pin on the grenade and released the trigger. Mentally, he counted 1, 2, 3, 4, and then he threw the grenade directly at the vault's hinges. His timing had been perfect. The grenade exploded just as it hit the top hinge. The blast temporarily blinded Kevin's night vision goggles. When the smoke cleared, Kevin saw the vault's door had twisted off its hinges and hung askew. Kevin raced forward and used all of his considerable strength to shove the door wider. He ducked inside, axe at the ready, fully prepared to battle to the death if need be in order to save his beloved Lily and their unborn twin babies. Dorothy followed directly on his heels. But when they looked around, the vault was unoccupied. There were still some pieces from the operating theater left, but much of it was gone. "They're not here!" Dorothy exclaimed. "How? The table Lily was strapped to is gone too. They couldn't have gotten that huge thing upstairs without us knowing about it. And I checked the rest of the basement while you were lollygagging with the grenade." Kevin considered the problem. Chicago had a long and colorful history when it came to political corruption, and the mayor wasn't always immune to it. This vault was actually left over from the Prohibition days when gangsters moved illegal booze across the city through hidden means every day. Kevin realized that the vault must have been part of that network, which also meant there has to be a secret passage out of this vault, he declared. Dorothy overheard Juanita putting her fetal abduction plot against Lily in the vault in the mayor's mansion, and temporarily delayed it by flipping the breakers, plunging them all into darkness. Dorothy and Kevin, who just returned from his most recent trek to the Upper Realm, agreed to put their differences aside to save Lily. But when they blew the vault doors open, Juanita, the evil doctor performing the surgery, and Lily had disappeared. A secret passage out of a vault? Dorothy sneered. That's the most ridiculous idea I've ever heard of. Leave it to you, Kevin, to come up with. Ah! Dorothy gave a yell of disgust as something cold and wet brushed her hand in the dark. It's just our dog, Hank, Kevin assured Dorothy. He took off his night vision goggles and clipped a flashlight to his shirt so he and Hank could get a better look at the vault. He must have wondered where everybody went and came down here looking for us. If only he could go looking for Lily and find her, Dorothy huffed. She had never liked the mutt that Kevin brought into the family home, sure that it would bring fleas, rabies, distemper, and any other ill-bred disease along with it. In retaliation, Dorothy had gone to a local animal shelter and adopted the meanest, rankest, most unpleasant feline available, naming her Missy. But this plan backfired when Missy immediately mellowed under Kevin's care and love. Missy the cat and Hank the dog had been inseparable friends ever since. In fact, Missy came strolling into the vault a moment later. Maybe Hank and Missy can help us find Lily, Kevin thought aloud as he examined the inside of the vault. There were no signs of any secret passages that he could immediately spot. Kevin noticed that a scarf that Lily had been wearing earlier in the day had been discarded on the floor. He picked it up and shoved it under Hank's nose. Kevin had developed the ability to communicate directly with animals during his many travels and adventures, trying to save the world from the Pinnacle's imminent attack. And his levels developed at a fantastical pace that had even his peers seeing he was a prodigy. Kevin brought every bit of his skill forward to communicate directly with Hank, letting the dog know that his mistress was in mortal danger, that Kevin needed his help to find her, and that Hank should try to see if he could follow the scent from the discarded scarf. Kevin knew that cats didn't have the highly attuned sense of smell that dogs did, but cats had better hearing, were usually craftier, and took a different view of the world, usually from a high perch. He went through the same process with Missy. Both animals sent back a sense of understanding to Kevin. Hank sniffed at the scarf, inhaling all of its complexities and nuances. Then he began to circle the room, starting from the center and gradually moving outwards. Missy circled the perimeter of the vault, jumping up on the old sink with several beer taps that had survived any and all renovations. Her ears flicked back and forth while she seemed to stare at nothing. Hank found Lily's trail and followed it directly to the same corner. There, Hank pawed at the place where the floor and the ceiling came together. Missy also patted the wall, her claws extended. They looked back at Kevin with worried pet eyes. Kevin understood that Hank and Missy were positive that Lily had gone this way, although they couldn't explain how when there was only a blank wall there. Kevin examined the wall carefully. It was perfectly seamless, with no sign of any door or entrance. But as he tapped along it, he heard a section ring hollow. There's a vacant space here behind this part of the wall. It must be how Juanita and the doctor took Lily out of here. Good, Dorothy replied as she dug into her bag again. It's my turn to throw the grenade and... Not so fast, Kevin warned. We knew that this vault would probably withstand a grenade, but we have no idea what's on the other side of this wall. Let's try to see if there's some other way to get inside before we resort to high explosives. Kevin considered the vault. He rejected all of the new and shiny medical equipment. Obviously, it had only been brought in recently, but it would have been next to impossible for Juanita to replace an entire wall of a vault and make it look like it had been there since Prohibition. The vault had few other features. There wasn't even a lighting fixture. He directed his attention to the old sink and the beer taps. The beer taps immediately struck him as something strange. They might have been left as historical curiosities, but what had been their purpose originally? There was no obvious way to hook a keg up to any of them. Kevin took a closer look and pulled on a few of them experimentally. Nothing happened. There was some slight resistance, but that could have been due to age. Then he noticed something unusual. Along the pivot of each of the taps, several letters had been stamped, spelling out T-E-C-K. As the tap was pulled, a new letter would be revealed. Tech? What does that mean? Dorothy wondered. Was it some kind of old brewery or a manufacturer? Kevin thought back to the last time he entered the sewers under Chicago. Gangsters had once used them to move booze throughout the city. He had even spotted a plaque dedicated to Capone and Kincaid's construction. Al Capone was the city's most notorious bootlegger, and Kincaid, another mobster, was the great-great-grandfather of Lily's head of staff, Ruby Kincaid. Kevin looked again and realized that the T was unusually shaped, with each arm being equal in length. "Actually, I don't think that's the letter T at all," he replied. "I think it's actually a plus sign, as in this and that, or in this case." Kevin began pulling the tab, selecting each one to show the character as he gave it. C for Al Capone, the plus for and K for Kincaid. As soon as Kevin positioned the last tab for the K, the entire wall of the vault that Missy and Hank had been pawing at slid silently to the side about 4 feet, revealing a tunnel. Before Kevin could stop them, Hank and Missy shot off down the tunnel without a glance backward. They knew that their mistress was up ahead somewhere, and they weren't going to let her down. At that particular moment, Lily, bound and gagged, was being pushed out of the tunnels under Chicago and into a freight elevator, barely large enough to hold the operating table she was still strapped to. Juanita and Dr. Freudengras crowded beside her. Dr. Freudengras was still whining about having to leave much of his beloved medical equipment behind. "But there were so many lovely knives and scalpels. I had hoped to use that brand new bone saw you bought me." "Never mind about that now," Juanita snapped back. "You have the essentials, and that's what's important. Everything else we can get in my home spa suite." "You have medical-grade equipment in your own home spa?" Dr. Freudengras asked in surprise. "Of course. I wouldn't share a liposuction machine with another person. It's unsanitary," Juanita declared. Lily, still gagged, began shaking her head wildly as if trying to stop Juanita's plans just by the strength of her denial. "Like we care for your opinion," Juanita sneered at Lily. "In just an hour more, your babies will be resting comfortably in my own womb, lost to you and Kevin forever. Then you'll know exactly how I feel about losing my own sons to your murderous husband." Lily continued to shake her head, but Juanita and Dr. Freudengras ignored her. The elevator stopped. Dr. Freudengras pushed Lily's table out of the elevator. A platoon of armed guards waiting for Juanita there. "Go back down the tunnel and make sure that no one follows us," she ordered them. Dr. Freudengras followed Juanita as she strode across the marble floors to her home spa and plastic surgery suite. Lily caught glances of an indoor hot tub and steam room before they pushed her into a sterilized room for Juanita's medical beauty treatments. "Very nice," Dr. Freudengras said as he looked around. He wheeled Lily next to the table that Juanita was already climbing onto. "I've got my ether right here," Juanita announced, opening a panel in the table and taking out a mask ready to use. "But what about Mrs. Williams?" Dr. Freudengras asked. "We left the other bottle of ether back in the vault." "Oops, did we?" Juanita said in complete sarcasm. "Oh well, you know what they say. The show must go on." "Yes, it must," Dr. Freudengras agreed as he snapped on his gloves and picked up his scalpel. Lily's eyes went wide with horror as he turned toward her, light glinting off the blade. With the help of Hank the dog and Missy the cat, Kevin realized that there was a secret passage out of the vault that led to Juanita's house. Juanita sent armed goons to guard the tunnel while Dr. Freudengras prepared to finally start the operation that would rob Lily of her unborn babies. Led by Hank the dog and Missy the cat, Kevin and Dorothy ran through the sewers that connected the mayor's mansion to the rest of Chicago. They turned a corner and Kevin saw a glimmer of light ahead. What he saw by that light made him pull Dorothy back just in time. He gave a low whistle for the pets to rejoin him. "What are you doing?" Dorothy demanded in a hiss. "This is no time for a rest break, Kevin. Suck it up and let's go." She shifted the pack on her shoulder. To Kevin's astonishment, Dorothy had started stockpiling a wide variety of weapons and tactical gear. She was now armed to the teeth. "I don't need a rest," Kevin ground out. "But the way up ahead is guarded, probably by Juanita's goons. If we just go charging into them without a plan, they will slaughter us." Kevin dug through his trusty satchel of herbal ingredients. He pulled out a pre-mixed pill and handed it to Dorothy. "Swallow this. I know you're not used to fighting, and this will give you an edge." Dorothy looked like she wanted to argue, but it was a mark of her worry for her daughter that she swallowed down her anger and resentment toward her loser of a son-in-law, along with the pill. Kevin swallowed one of his own. Already he had reached out with his senses and discovered that Juanita's goons were ordinary. Since they didn't have any levels, Kevin wouldn't be able to use his leveled powers against them. They were going to have to fight this out the old-fashioned way. Kevin began to formulate a plan of attack. "The way I see it, the best thing for us to do is..." He stopped as Dorothy dug a canister marked tear gas out of her bag. "Hey, maybe that's not the best." But before he could finish, Dorothy had pulled the pin from the canister and thrown it around the corner as if it was a bowling ball. The canister skittered into the center of the group's goons. "Where did that come from?" one of them asked before the canister unleashed a dense cloud of tear gas. Soon the guards were coughing and choking. Blinded by tears, they tried to feel their way back to the elevator that went up to Juanita's house. But in the confusion, they only ran into each other and the walls. One of them had the sense to grab for his radio instead. "Help! We're under attack down here. It's tear gas. Send reinforcements with masks and..." The guard cut himself off in mid-sentence. With his eyes flooded with tears and in the dim light of the tunnel, there appeared to be some strange creature of mythology before him. It was the size and shape of a middle-aged woman, but its head seemed to be completely inhuman, with huge blank eyes and a long nose that snaked away somewhere. Its hands seemed to end in horizontal bars. "What kind of a monster are you?" he breathed. "I am a mother," Dorothy declared through her gas mask. "And you are the spineless wonders who are standing in my way." She swung her nunchucks at him, delivering a sharp blow to the base of his skull. The guard slumped to the ground unconscious. Dorothy spun around, the nunchucks again whirring about her as several of the other guards tried to attack her through their tears. Although she'd never admitted to him, Dorothy was really enjoying the benefits of the power pill that Kevin had given her. She worked among the tear gas guards, taking aim at knees, elbows, and groins with evident delight. Kevin hung back. Not only had Dorothy not packed a gas mask for him, but she also seemed to be entirely capable of taking care of Juanita's goons without any help from him. Mother love. It was almost enough to make him regret not bringing her along on previous occasions when Lily had been kidnapped. With most of the guards down or unconscious and the tear gas dispersed, Dorothy took off her mask and turned back to Kevin. "I don't know why you have to make such a big deal out of your fighting," she declared. "It's really not that difficult if you know." But just then the elevator doors opened and a fresh contingent of goons stepped out. Juanita had evidently been keeping her A-team in reserve. These men were bigger and better armed than the ones Dorothy had easily defeated. Kevin had just enough time to step forward and join Dorothy. He stood stoically, his muscles coiled springs, ready to unleash a storm of blows upon their attackers. With blinding speed, the first goon lunged forward, fists swinging. Kevin sidestepped the blow and countered with a kick to the assailant's stomach, sending him crashing to the ground with a yell of pain. Another blow from Dorothy's nunchuck sent him into unconsciousness. The tunnel erupted into chaos as the remaining goons charged Kevin and Dorothy from all angles. Kevin and Dorothy fought back to back, guarding each other as they took out one man after the other. Hank the dog and Missy the cat did their part too. Hank wove among the combatants, tripping up Kevin's enemies and biting any soft, unprotected spots. Missy had found a high perch from which she launched herself at the faces of the goons, her claws targeting eyeballs and lips. Kevin and Dorothy refused to give ground despite the onslaught. Each strike Kevin delivered was exact, taking advantage of the weaknesses in the goon's defenses with deft precision. Dorothy was less precise, though no less effective, relying on her fury and the power pill Kevin had given her. But at last, that pill began to wane. Kevin turned just in time to see Dorothy being lifted into the air by the last attacker left. He was bigger than the others, and Kevin immediately sensed he had levels of his own. At least 5, and possibly more. "Hey, put her down," commanded Kevin. The last of Juanita's guards gave an evil grin and tossed Dorothy over his shoulder as if he was throwing away a gum wrapper. Dorothy flew through the air, hit the wall, and slumped to the ground, dazed. "Why don't you pick on somebody with your own levels?" Kevin demanded.
"I know who you are," the goon sneered. "You're supposedly the great Kevin Williams. Everyone's heard stories about your powers and levels, but I don't think they could possibly be true."
"Come over then, and find out," Kevin taunted, pulling his night dagger from his belt. Kevin funneled his power down through the blade, and it began to glow with an eerie blue light. The goon laughed.
"Like that, is it? Well, I have a few tricks of my own."
He drew a curved scimitar from his belt and channeled his own powers up and into it. It blazed up, bright enough to light the tunnel around them. The two men met with a roar. The clang of leveled steel echoed through the tunnel. Kevin didn't just fight with his night dagger. His fist blurred with blue fire as he landed blows with bone-crushing force, while his feet hardly seemed to touch the tunnel's floor. Kevin delivered devastating kicks that sent his adversary sprawling to the ground. Defeated, the goon retracted his powers and threw away his scimitar. Kevin stood down. It was not within his nature to harm another unnecessarily when that person was only doing the bidding of Kevin's actual enemy, in this case Juanita Hernandez, who had his beloved wife Lily captive. "Do you surrender?" Kevin asked.
"Yes, and I believe you really are as great as they say, Kevin Williams,"
the goon declared. But just then a set of flying nunchucks descended on the defeated enemy's head, one right after the other. "He's not that great," Dorothy declared as she straightened from delivering the blows. "Or else he wouldn't be standing around chatting with you while my daughter and my grandbaby still need to be saved." At that very moment, Lily was still lying on the operating table that Dr. Freudengras had strapped her to. Even the impressive strength that had been growing with her pregnancy wasn't enough to break her bonds. When they had been forced to flee from their original location in the vault under the mayor's mansion, Juanita had brought them to the medical-grade spa suite in her home. Juanita refused to give Lily any ether for the procedure that would rob her of her unborn babies, but held the mask for herself at the ready. Still, Juanita wanted to be awake long enough to at least see Dr. Freudengras begin the fetal abduction procedure. Dr. Freudengras leaned over Lily's swollen belly, scalpel in hand. "And now to make the first incision," he declared in his Austrian accent. Lily's hand shot out, suddenly free from its manacle. She seized Dr. Freudengras' hand and squeezed it until he howled in pain and dropped to the floor. Lily tore the gag from her mouth. "Your days of doing incisions are over, Doctor," Lily declared. With the help of Hank the dog and Missy the cat, Kevin found that there was a secret passage out of the vault that led to Juanita's house. Juanita sent armed goons to guard the tunnel, and Kevin and Dorothy, working as a team for once, defeated the many attackers together. Meanwhile, Dr. Freudengras prepared to start the operation that would rob Lily of her unborn babies. But at the last moment, Lily got free enough to grab Dr. Freudengras' hand and squeeze. Hard. Dr. Freudengras stared at his crumpled fingers in horror. They stuck out in all kinds of unnatural angles. "You broke my hand," he howled. "My beautiful, precious surgeon's hand. I'll never hold a scalpel again." "Good," Lily declared. "That will greatly reduce the amount of evil you can do in the world." Lily was only half sitting up on the operating table, straining against the rest of her bonds. Back in the vault under the mayor's mansion, Juanita had held Lily's friend Nancy hostage to force Lily to allow herself to be manacled and tied to the operating table. Lily hadn't known Nancy had only been pretending to be her friend under Juanita's orders, and Juanita had killed Nancy in the end. Even the impressive strength that had grown with Lily's pregnancy wasn't enough to break her bonds, so she started to think of other ways to free herself. At some point in their trek through the sewers, Lily realized one of her earrings was coming loose. The earring was long and dangling, with many slim platinum bars that gave off a pleasant tinkling in normal times. Lily had realized that those bars could possibly be used to pick the lock of the manacles, if she could work the earring the rest of the way out of her earlobe. She had shaken her head wildly back and forth, trying to dislodge it. At the time, Juanita and Dr. Freudengras had mistaken the movement for a terrified denial of their plans and had laughed at Lily. But the motion had done its job. The earring slipped free of her ear, and Lily was able to wiggle it down to her fingers. From there, it had been only a matter of moments to trip the simple lock on the manacles. But Lily had to wait until Juanita and Dr. Freudengras weren't looking, or else her plan would have been for nothing. Now, with her plan in full motion, Lily ignored the doctor's howls of pain as she worked to unlock the second manacle. With both her hands free, she'd have the leverage she needed to break the rest of her bonds. But just as the lock clicked open, something came around her head, covering her mouth and nose. Lily opened her mouth to gasp and immediately got lightheaded. The thing on her mouth and nose was Juanita's ether mask, and Juanita had turned it up to full blast. Lily shook her head and bucked, trying to knock the mask free, but Juanita was behind her, holding it in place. Lily was still bound at the shoulders to the operating table and could barely get her hands up to her face. Juanita pressed the mask harder into Lily's face. Lily fought unconsciousness, desperate to break her bonds, but was losing strength by the second. She realized the more she struggled, the longer Juanita would keep the ether mask on her. Lily would have to play possum and hoped it wasn't too late. Lily let herself go limp. Juanita removed the mask and eyed Lily warily.
"Why did you stop?" Dr. Freudengras asked. "She's too dangerous to be awake. Look what she did to me." He waved his mangled hand at Juanita. "You idiot," Juanita sneered. "I had to stop, or the ether could be harmful to the babies." "So what?" Dr. Freudengras demanded. "It is too late. I cannot perform the operation with my hand like this. We might as well kill her and her babies and get rid of the evidence. It will serve her right after what she did to my precious, lovely hand. Oh, the horror! The horror!" He reached to replace the ether mask with his good hand, but before he could touch it, Juanita picked up the nearest heavy item, a Himalayan rock salt humidifier, and brought it down on his head. Dr. Freudengras slumped to the ground unconscious. "I'm getting those babies one way or another," Juanita declared. She looked around her spa suite. The place was now a wreck. Dr. Freudengras's instruments were all over the place, and anyway, they were too small for what she now had in mind. Juanita stomped out of the room to find what she needed. Lily was only dimly aware of Juanita's attack on Dr. Freudengras. She had waited too long to pretend to be unconscious and had inhaled so much ether she was almost as insensible as Dr. Freudengras was now. She fought to stay awake, knowing that she and her babies were still in terrible danger. However, she could feel her own heart rate slowing, unable to pump the necessary oxygen to her brain. But then, in her twilight state, she became aware that her heartbeat was not the only one. Deep inside herself, she could feel two other heartbeats, faint, but also strong and fast. Lily was suddenly extremely conscious of the fact that her bodily systems were still completely and wholly intertwined with that of her children. To her, it felt like her precious babies were lending her the strength of their own brave little hearts. Fresh love for her children flooded her, giving her strength and fighting the effects of the ether. Lily's eyes fluttered open. She gulped in the air, desperate for anything that would help keep her awake. She grabbed at the rope, binding her shoulders to the operating table in both hands, and focused all of her energy.
The rope snapped after an effort and her bonds fell away. Lily sat up, her head spinning. She focused on the bonds around her knees and snapped those as well. She slid off the operating table, but her knees wouldn't hold her. Lily grabbed onto the table and waited for the dizzy spell to pass. Just then, Juanita hurried back into the spa suite. She froze in horror when she saw Lily out of her bonds and on her feet. "You!" Lily growled in a voice that was entirely unlike her normal sweet and polite tones. "You were going to steal my babies! You were going to leave me and my husband devastated! Now it's you that will be devastated!" Lily pushed off the operating table, upsetting it as she went. She lunged for Juanita, murder in her eyes. Juanita turned and fled. Lily gave chase, clinging to walls and door frames. She continued to fight the dizziness she couldn't entirely shake. But Juanita was not fleeing in a blind panic. She led Lily on a deliberate path through her mansion, making sure they ended up exactly where Juanita needed Lily to be. Lily almost caught up to Juanita in an upper hallway. Lily lunged forward and swiped at her mortal enemy just as Juanita ducked into a room. Her fingers missed her target by less than an inch. Lily would get Juanita the next time. Lily plunged into the room after Juanita and then froze. Lily stared in horror. At first, she thought this must be some strange trick her anesthetized mind was playing on her. She was in a nursery, obviously prepared for twin babies, a boy and a girl. One half of the room was decorated in blues and greens. Large letters on the wall spelled out the name Galileo. The other half was decorated in yellow and pink. On that wall was the name Andrea. The room was fully furnished, with two of everything. It was stuffed to the gills with expensive toys. Giant stuffed animals as large as a person were propped in corners. A working train set snaked along the walls. Building blocks and tea sets were just waiting for their newborn little owners to come to play with them. It was the details that turned Lily's stomach. The building blocks had been arranged to spell out, "I hate Kevin Williams." The tea set included a little bottle marked poison with a tag that read, "For the Williamses." Two tiny figures were tied to the train set tracks. Even from here, Lily could see that they were exact reproductions of herself and Kevin. One of the giant teddy bears even seemed to be armed with a butcher knife. Juanita hadn't just planned to steal their children and raise them as her own. Juanita had planned to turn Kevin and Lily's babies into the Williamses' worst enemies. Disgust turned Lily's stomach, making the dizziness worse. Her eyesight blurred until she almost believed the teddy bear with the butcher knife was coming right at her. Lily stumbled back, lost her footing, and fell to the floor on her butt. She blinked and shook her head, regaining some clarity. But the teddy bear was still coming at her. Then, all at once, the bear fell away, revealing Juanita. She had been hiding behind it, but in her hand she still held the butcher knife. Lily suddenly realized that Juanita intended to use it on her. After Lily was taken by Juanita Hernandez and the evil Dr. Freudengras, Kevin and his mother-in-law Dorothy, along with animal friends Missy and Hank, loaded up on gear and headed into a series of underground tunnels in order to try and save Lily and her twins from a planned fetal abduction. As they continued on their pursuit, Lily was being accosted by knife-wielding Juanita in the nursery that the crazed woman had set up for the children she planned to abduct. Kevin and his mother-in-law Dorothy, breathless from the chaotic pursuit through the underground tunnels, arrived at the end of the dark ramp maze where an elevator shaft heading up out of the tunnel stood waiting. "It's an elevator!" Dorothy exclaimed. "Kevin, do you see?" "Yes, Dorothy, I see it too," Kevin replied. "Maybe that's our ticket up to Juanita's mansion." "My Lily must be up there," Dorothy noted as she, followed by Missy and Hank, rushed over to investigate. "Kevin, do something!" Kevin pressed the controls, requesting the elevator to descend, but nothing happened. The buttons flashed red. Juanita must have locked it from above, Kevin reasoned. "Well, we can't just give up," Dorothy cried. "Lily needs me." Kevin surveyed the elevator shaft for any sign of an override or alternative access. There's got to be another way. Just then, Kevin had an idea. He stepped over to Dorothy's bag of supplies and quickly looked inside.
"Be careful," Dorothy complained. "I have everything in a precise order. Don't mix anything up."
Kevin's face lit up as he found what he was looking for. He rummaged through the bag, revealing a set of ropes, pulleys, and harnesses. "We can climb up and out."
"Climb?" Dorothy repeated. "I can't climb an elevator shaft. I get tired just sitting around the house. And I know you gave me one of your power pills, but that won't get me past my fear of heights."
Kevin didn't listen. He was too busy setting his plan into motion. "I'll take care of it. I'll harness you to the ropes and use the pulleys to take the weight off you. Just don't look down. It'll get us both to the top." Dorothy was at a loss.
"Can you do that?"
"Let's find out," Kevin replied. Kevin latched himself and Dorothy to the thick ropes. Hank, sensing the urgency, nestled himself onto Kevin's back, his fur tickling Kevin's neck. Missy, ever nimble, gracefully clawed her way onto Dorothy's back, securing herself for the ascent. The makeshift climbing party readied themselves, securing the harnesses tightly and ensuring their canine and feline companions were safely nestled. Kevin took the lead, attaching the ropes to a sturdy beam overhead. "Here we go," Kevin offered. As they began their ascent, the tension in the confined elevator shaft was palpable, and the animals provided a surprising sense of comfort. Hank, ever the loyal companion, licked Kevin's ears, excited for the adventure. Missy, perched securely on Dorothy's back, surveyed the surroundings with the proverbial curiosity of a cat. The ascent was slow and deliberate, each pulls on the rope bringing them closer to the unknown dangers awaiting them above. The elevator shaft, usually a sleepy passageway, transformed into a vertical battleground for this unconventional rescue mission. Kevin's experienced hands guided the ropes with precision, ensuring a steady climb. Dorothy, focused on the goal of reaching Lily and making sure her eyes didn't look at the floor that was now far below them, called out.
"Faster, Kevin!" Dorothy shouted. "Pull us up faster! Lily needs me!"
Kevin was annoyed, but Dorothy was right. They needed to move faster. Lily needed them. The ascent in the narrow elevator shaft progressed steadily, and the makeshift team of Kevin, Dorothy, Hank, and Missy were determined to reach the top. The rhythmic sounds of their climbing echoed through the metallic confines as they neared the locked elevator above. "Almost there," Kevin noted.
"But the elevator is in the way," Dorothy noted. "How do we get inside?"
"We can climb on top and sneak into the elevator compartment. Then I'll slide the doors open and we'll be set." Kevin continued to use his strength and knowledge of force, mass, and transferred effort to pull the four of them up. However, just as they were on the verge of reaching their destination, a sudden ominous screeching noise pierced the air.
"What is that?" Dorothy wondered.
The elevator car, seemingly tampered with by Juanita or her henchmen, started to descend towards them. "It's the elevator," Kevin shouted. "It's powered back on and heading right for us."
"Oh no!" Dorothy shouted. "We'll be crushed!"
Panic set in as the imminent danger became apparent. The team had to act swiftly to avoid being squished by the descending elevator. Kevin, with a command only a seasoned leader possessed, shouted, "Backtrack! Now! Down! Down! Down!" The urgency of the situation spurred them into immediate action. The ropes, pulleys, and harnesses that had been their lifelines now became tools for a hasty retreat. With a series of coordinated movements, Kevin reversed their ascent, rappelling downward as the elevator car descended with alarming speed. Hank clung tightly to Kevin's back, his instinctive understanding of the danger evident in the way he pressed himself close. Missy, perched on Dorothy's back, maintained her poise despite the chaos unfolding around them. She dug her claws in deeper, and Dorothy was too terrified to notice the pain from the cat's talons. The screeching of metal against metal intensified, echoing through the narrow confines of the elevator shaft. The danger loomed closer with each passing second. Dorothy, her eyes fixed on the descending elevator, barked out commands.
"Faster, Kevin! Save us faster!"
The elevator was getting closer. They weren't going to make it. Breathing heavily, Kevin's eyes scanned the elevator shaft for other options. he suddenly spotted a side vent, a potential escape route that would lead them away from the imminent danger. The challenge now was to swing into that side vent before the elevator crushed them. Thinking on his feet, Kevin, always agile and quick-witted, assessed the situation. "There's a way out over there. We swing into the side tunnel," he announced, preparing to make the daring move.
"Swing into a side vent?" Dorothy repeated. "That's crazy. We'll never make it in time."
With a confident leap, Kevin swung across the elevator shaft using the ropes and pulleys, landing gracefully in the side tunnel. However, the success of their escape hinged on Dorothy's ability to make the same maneuver. "You have to swing, Dorothy," Kevin shouted. "Just like I did. Don't look down. Don't think about the fact that if you fall to the stone floor below, you'll die." Even in this great moment of danger, Kevin could not help but get back a little of the nastiness that his mother-in-law had flung at him over the years. Dorothy, her bones protesting the strain of the ascent, hesitated.
"I don't know if I can," Dorothy cried. "Kevin, the elevator! It's getting closer! Kevin, help!"
Kevin, torn between the urgency of the situation and his annoyance at his always complaining mother-in-law, faced a critical decision. In that brief moment, he contemplated the possibility of Dorothy not making the swing and being crushed into goo. But the glimmer of humanity and the ingrained instinct to protect overcame the fleeting doubt. "No," Kevin muttered to himself. "I won't let Dorothy die. We're saving everyone." With a deep breath, he reached back, extending a hand to Dorothy. "Take my hand. We're getting out of here together." Dorothy, her resilience overcoming the frailty of her bones, which she was feeling again as the power pill Kevin gave her started to wane, seized Kevin's outstretched hand. With a coordinated effort, they swung into the side tunnel just as the elevator car passed beneath them. The elevator doors now opened and several more guards rushed out into the tunnels, oblivious to Kevin and Dorothy watching from above. The immediate danger now behind them, Dorothy wasted no time reverting to her usual self.
"Don't think for a moment that this changes anything, Kevin Williams. We're not done until my daughter and my grandchildren are safe."
Kevin smirked at her annoying predictability. "Agreed. Let's keep moving." The foursome, now back on track, resumed their climb up the elevator shaft. The goal of reaching Juanita's mansion and rescuing Lily and the unborn twins remained at the forefront of their minds. As Kevin and Dorothy stepped out of the elevator shaft and into Juanita's mansion, their senses were heightened and they instinctively prepared for whatever challenges awaited them. The room beyond the elevator was dark and quiet. They were in Juanita's spa. But where was Juanita? Where was Lily?
"Stay back!"
An angry voice with a thick Austrian accent shouted from within the darkness. Dr. Freudengras emerged from the shadows. His eyelids, bloated from the tears he'd shed about the hand Lily mangled, now obstructed his vision. The doctor moved in a confused panic, scalpel in each hand, slashing erratically at any shape or shadow that he perceived to be an enemy.
"I'll cut you open," the doctor shouted, blind and enraged. "I'll cut all of you open. It's operating time."
The spa, once a sanctuary for Juanita's beauty rituals, now became a chaotic arena as Dr. Freudengras bumped around, his distorted vision impairing his ability to distinguish a wall or a lamp from a human being. Hank, ever the vigilant companion, was hot on Lily's trail, his nose leading him out of the spa and deeper into the mansion. "Hank's got Lily's scent," Kevin noted as he and Dorothy evaded the doctor's wild slashes.
"Unfortunately, your insurance doesn't cover murder,"
the doctor shouted as he continued to swing his scalpel around.
"Your deductible will be huge."
Kevin turned to Dorothy. "The doctor isn't a threat. He's so crazy at this point, he's only going to turn his rage on himself and a wall. Let's go find Lily." Dorothy, fueled by a mixture of maternal concern and the desire for vengeance after overhearing Dr. Freudengras' sinister plans for her daughter, back when Dorothy eavesdropped on them in the vault, leaned toward Kevin.
"No, you go. I'll handle this. I've got a score to settle."
"But Lily," Kevin countered.
"Take care of my daughter," Dorothy offered with sincerity. "I trust you, Kevin Williams."
Kevin didn't know what to say. This was the first nice thing Dorothy had ever said to him. Dorothy's demeanor shifted back to annoyance. "I trust you to mess everything up, and I'll be there to help in just a minute. Now let me take care of this," she said as she motioned towards thrashing and flailing Dr. Freudengras. Kevin sighed. Of course. With a nod, Kevin continued onward, leaving Dorothy to confront the confused doctor with his dangerous scalpel. Dorothy's protective instincts kicked in, and she reached into her bag of supplies and pulled out a large kitchen knife and a bazooka. Meanwhile, Kevin and Missy the cat followed Hank's lead, navigating through the mansion's lengthy corridors in pursuit of Lily. The distorted echoes of Dr. Freudengras's panicked movement and Dorothy's screeching voice lingered behind them as Kevin and his loyal pets ventured deeper into the heart of Juanita's mansion, their mission fueled by the urgency to rescue Lily and thwart the nefarious plots that threatened their family. After Lily was taken by Juanita and the evil Dr. Freudengras, Kevin, Dorothy, and their furry friends Hank and Missy loaded up on gear and headed into an underground tunnel that led to an elevator leading into Juanita's mansion. But Kevin had to find it in himself to save all, including his dismissive mother-in-law, from being crushed by the descending elevator car. Once inside the mansion, Dorothy stayed behind to get revenge on evil Dr. Freudengras, while Kevin and Hank went on in search of Juanita and Lily. Juanita, driven by a sinister determination, had leapt out from behind a giant teddy bear in the nursery she'd prepared for the twin she was going to have ripped out of Lily's womb and implanted into her own. Lily had recently been drugged with ether by her captor Juanita, and the effects left her groggy and increasingly disoriented. Juanita knew that waiting for the full effect of the drug would make it easier for her to overtake Lily and put her plan into action, even if Dr. Freudengras wasn't going to be much use to her anymore, with his hand crushed by Lily in a fit of rage. "Juanita," Lily mumbled, her words barely audible. You don't have to do this. My babies.
"No, Lily," Juanita replied with a crazed expression. "My babies."
Juanita pointed towards two swinging cribs, adorned with blankets featuring pictures of Juanita's deceased adult sons.
"You might not take me for the sentimental type, but I saved my son's cribs all these years, and now they're a symbol of what your husband, evil Kevin Williams, took from me when he murdered them. Tit for tat, Lily Williams. Dr. Freudengras might not be available to operate any longer," Juanita explained, "but that doesn't mean I can't cut those babies out of you myself. Your twins are going to be my new babies to replace my dead sons."
Juanita pulled a lever and dual incubators hummed to life. A steam machine hissed as Juanita prepared for the nefarious operation. The nursery was on the third floor of the mansion, and a giant window in the distance showed the calm Chicago skyline. Lily's eyes went to a long metal table where multiple large scalpels lay next to thick clamps and a suction hose. Lily was in trouble. She had to get out of there.
"It's all happening," Juanita gloated. "Everything I've planned for so long is finally coming to fruition."
Lily, her movements slowed by the effects of the ether coursing through her system, stumbled alongside Juanita, who reveled in the perceived triumph of her vengeful plot.
"You seem tired, Lily," Juanita noted. "Why don't you go lay down on the operating table?"
Juanita, her eyes gleaming with a twisted sense of justice and with a horrible chuckle coming from her throat, directed Lily toward the center of the room where a cold metal slab sat waiting, a large light hanging overhead. Lily didn't move.
"I said lay down!"
Juanita pulled Lily over to the table and pushed her flat.
"Soon, Lily,"
Juanita taunted.
"Soon this will all be over."
Juanita reveled in the final steps of her master plan.
"Kevin took my babies from me, and now I'm going to take yours."
In the midst of the ominous preparations, Lily, her mind clouded by the drugs, began to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. The nursery, with its cold equipment and foreboding atmosphere, served as a stark reminder of the danger that loomed over her and her unborn children. As Juanita strapped Lily down to the operating table, the weight of the situation pressed upon Lily's hazy consciousness. The eerie surroundings heightened her sense of vulnerability, and the looming threat of the impending operation fueled her desperation to escape. Lily tried to pull herself up, but she didn't have the strength. The ether was too powerful for even Lily, who had grown in mental and physical fortitude during her pregnancy, to overcome. Juanita had secured Lily's arms to the table, and the drug stopped her from using her full strength to pull herself free. Lily was trapped. "Don't try to escape," Juanita noted as she stepped away toward the operating tools on the far side of the room. "There's nowhere left for you to run." Lily's mind struggled to break free from the fog induced by the drugs. As the eerie surroundings pressed upon Lily's consciousness, she summoned her inner strength in order to try to attempt to reason with the vengeful woman before her. "Juanita," Lily's voice wavered, the words stumbling over the ether's influence. "Mother to mother. Mother to mother. You don't have to do this. You don't want to do this." "Are you talking to me?" Juanita replied jokingly. "I can't even hear you." Lily focused. "Mother to mother. Mother to mother. I understand your grief." Juanita pushed back. "Shut your mouth. You don't know anything about me." "I do," Lily countered. "I'm a mother too, and the thought of anything happening to my children." Lily's eyes pleaded with Juanita, seeking a connection in the shared experience. "The thought is almost too horrible to bear." Juanita was momentarily taken aback by Lily's plea. Her crazed expression softened ever so slightly. "I know what it's like to feel that fear, that desperation," Lily continued, her words a poignant attempt to bridge the gap between their shared pain. "If something threatened my children, I'd do anything to protect them. I'd be just like you, Juanita. I understand." "Stop trying to relate to me," Juanita shouted as she prepped the scalpels. "We're not going to become friends. You're nothing but meat to me. I'm going to cut you open and take what your husband took from me." Lily's eyes went wide with terror at the thought. She wasn't getting through. She needed to change her approach. Lily took a deep breath. "What would they think?" "What would who think?" Juanita asked. "What would they think?" Lily repeated once again. "If they could see you right now." "Who?" Juanita repeated in building annoyance. "Who are you talking about?" Lily locked eyes with Juanita. "Your sons." A chill ran down Juanita's spine. Lily continued. "They wouldn't want you to go through with this. They wouldn't want their mother hurting someone. Not for them. Think about your sons, Juanita. Think about your sons." The air in the nursery seemed to grow heavier as Lily's heartfelt plea hung in the eerie silence. Juanita, grappling with her own grief and the unexpected empathy from the woman she sought revenge against, stood at a crossroads. I don't... Juanita tried to reply but seemed affected by Lily's argument. She shook off the momentary empathy. "No!" Juanita cried out, steadfast in her vengeful determination. "We're not the same, and don't you dare talk to me about my sons. I don't need your understanding or your sympathy. All I need is for Kevin Williams to suffer as I've suffered." "Juanita," Lily tried to counter. "Enough! This isn't about you, it's about my righteous vengeance," Juanita declared coldly, dismissing Lily's attempt to connect on a maternal level. As Lily's strength waned, the weight of the drugs pulled her back into a hazy unconsciousness. Juanita, seizing the opportunity, positioned Lily for the grotesque procedure she intended to carry out, the extraction of the unborn twins. Juanita initially planned to implant the twins and carry them herself to term so she could give birth to them and really truly be their mother, or so Juanita had it in her crazed mind. But now she knew that they were far enough along that she could rip them out of Lily's body and only need to have them in an incubator for a few days before she, Juanita, could once again be the mother of 2 babies. The air in the nursery thickened with tension as Juanita, fueled by a relentless need for revenge, prepared to enact her malevolent scheme. Lily, now defenseless and incapacitated, lay at the mercy of Juanita's ruthless plan. "Sleep, Lily," Juanita taunted. "We're almost at the end game now." Juanita flipped on the red operating lights, casting the room into a demonic glow. In a chilling display of callousness, Juanita slathed rubbing alcohol over Lily's pulsating belly. The sterile scent filled the air, adding to the unsettling atmosphere of the room. The fiendish look in Juanita's eyes hinted at the sadistic pleasure she derived from enacting her revenge. "Good," Juanita whispered. "Good and clean." With a surgeon's cold efficiency, Juanita gathered the necessary tools, scalpels, clamps, and other instruments gleaming ominously in the crimson glow. The dual incubators, once symbols of hope, now stood as silent witnesses to the impending violation of maternal bonds. As she prepared Lily's unconscious body for the impending surgery, Juanita whispered to herself, a haunting soliloquy echoing through the eerie space. "You took everything from me, Kevin Williams. Now you will feel the pain. The emptiness I felt all these years." Juanita started to reel as the words spilled out of her mouth. The pulsating red lights intensified the surreal nature of the scene, casting an otherworldly hue on the nightmarish tableau. Juanita's words became a symphony of revenge, the air heavy with the weight of impending darkness. Juanita finished her preparations. "Well now, it looks like we're ready to start cutting," Juanita declared as she raised the largest scalpel into the air. At that exact moment, Kevin kicked open the door and burst into the room. "Stop right there!" "Kevin!" Juanita cried, enraged by the sight. "You're too late!" Hank, Kevin's trusty pup, sensed Lily was in imminent danger and lunged forward, sinking his fangs into Juanita's calf. "Ah!" Juanita cried out in pain. The scalpel clattered to the floor as Juanita recoiled. The room echoed with Hank's fierce growls as he flung Juanita from side to side, preventing her from retrieving the weapon. Juanita regained her balance and kicked Hank, sending the canine flying backward. "Don't touch Hank!" Kevin called out as he stepped towards Juanita. Juanita quickly retrieved her scalpel and threw it at Kevin. Kevin dodged. Juanita picked up a second scalpel. "Stay back!" Juanita shouted, "or I'll kill Lily!" Juanita placed the scalpel above Lily's throat in a menacing fashion and locked eyes with Kevin. "Kevin Williams, my sworn enemy," Juanita decreed. "Today, no matter what else happens, I shall have my revenge." Juanita kidnapped Lily in hopes of stealing her babies before they were born. With the help of his trusty dog Hank, Kevin tracked down Juanita to her lavish mansion where she was preparing to operate on Lily herself. But as Kevin zeroed in on insane Juanita, she started to fling scalpels at him in her makeshift nursery cum operating room. Kevin stood across the room from his old rival, Juanita Hernandez. She held a large, sharp scalpel in her shaking hand and wore a crazed expression across her face. "Juanita," Kevin whispered. A massive moon-shaped window on the far side of the room framed the beautiful Chicago skyline in the distance. Perched high on the third floor of the mansion, Juanita's nursery became the stage for an impending confrontation. Lily lay unconscious, strapped down to an operating table in the center of the large macabre nursery, a vulnerable figure in the heart of a nightmarish tableau. The red emergency lights flashed above, bathing the nursery in a demonic glow as Kevin and Juanita faced off against each other, the air thick with tension. "Kevin Williams," Juanita repeated over and over again to herself, a motivating mantra for her unending rage. "You took everything from me," Juanita spat out, her voice a vicious whisper. "Now, it's your turn to feel the pain." Juanita's eyes bored into Kevin. The scalpel in her hand served as a menacing extension of her determination to make him suffer the same way that she had suffered. "Leave Lily out of this," Kevin replied. "She didn't do anything to you. I didn't do anything to you." Juanita's eyes went wide with rage. "How dare you? How dare you say that to me?" I was a powerful businesswoman, but my success paled in comparison to the great Kevin Williams. You made me feel small." Kevin and Juanita began to circle each other as Juanita continued. "Kevin Williams, the head of Williams Media, the biggest media company in all of Chicago. I was a media mogul too, but Williams Media was so successful. How could I compete?" They continued to circle, Kevin's eyes darting around the space for some kind of tool he could use to deflect Juanita's blade. "Such a powerful businessman," Juanita spat out as she continued her rant. "So I sent my beautiful boy Andre to learn from you, and he did. He became one of your best creative executives, and you were so jealous of his success, so you did everything you could to destroy him." "No, Juanita," Kevin countered, still waiting for his chance to disarm the threat. "I tried to help your son. Andre was a good executive at Williams Media, but started to plot against me and my family. He joined forces with my evil cousin, Ethan, and the two of them carried out a brutal murder. Enzo Forbes was Andre's victim. Do you remember?" "Shut up," Juanita shouted. "Don't you say anything bad about my beautiful boy. Andre was perfect. If he killed someone, then that person deserved to die. He was my cherished son, my firstborn, my heir, my angel, and you took him from me." Andre was killed by Dalton Steele in retaliation for the many plots Andre hatched against me, including the murder of one of my innocent executives, Kevin pushed back. "And your son gave him no other choice." "Liar!" Juanita cried out. "Kevin Williams is a liar. You killed my Andre, but that wasn't enough for your bloodlust. You had to kill my baby D'Angelo, too." Juanita reached back and picked up a second scalpel. She now had two, one in each hand. "You put your son in harm's way, Juanita," Kevin pushed back. "You had your adult son Andre kidnap Lily, and I had to stop him before he could hurt her. The same way I'll have to stop you before doing the same. You're responsible for what happened to D'Angelo and Andre. Your choices led to their ends." "That's not true," Juanita screamed. "You'll pay for what you've done. You'll pay for everything." Juanita threw one scalpel at Kevin. He dodged the attack, but Juanita used the momentary distraction to lunge towards Lily's unconscious body. "Hank!" Kevin cried out. Kevin's call for Hank summoned the loyal dog back into the room. The faithful canine jumped into view and thrust his body into Juanita, knocking her back. Juanita recovered and was about to strike at Lily once again when Kevin suddenly stepped in front of his vulnerable wife. He stared down at Juanita. "Don't. This isn't about Lily," Kevin noted. "Focus on me this time. Only me. You want your revenge. You come and take it from me." Kevin motioned to Hank the dog, who jumped on top of the operating table where Lily was strapped down, and Hank immediately tried to help. The canine's instincts kicked in as he began gnawing at the ropes restraining Lily, a frantic attempt to free her from the impending danger. As Hank worked tirelessly to liberate Lily, Kevin maintained his focus on Juanita. The giant scalpel she still clutched in her hand gleamed ominously in the red light of the room. "I'll kill you!" Juanita volleyed at Kevin. In a decisive move, Kevin struck Juanita back, disrupting her advance. Juanita, fueled by rage and desperation, retaliated with a wild swing of the scalpel. Kevin, however, proved too agile, dodging the deadly blade with practiced precision. Juanita cried out as she thrust forward with her razor-sharp blade. Kevin used Juanita's own momentum to fling her into the far wall. Juanita recovered quickly and wiped the blood from her lip. Juanita was not a leveled fighter, so Kevin could not use his own levels against her, and he chose not to use his advanced skills to destroy her. But the difference in their battling abilities didn't stop a rage-fueled Juanita. She scratched and kicked and swung her scalpel as she tried to strike Kevin in any way that she could. Kevin dodged and ducked and struck Juanita back once again. Juanita, realizing she couldn't compete with Kevin in hand-to-hand combat, found herself backed into a corner. Kevin's mastery of martial arts and swift reflexes became a formidable barrier against the distraught mother's relentless pursuit of revenge. A tense standoff unfolded in the crimson-lit nursery. The distant city lights framed the surreal clash between a husband and soon-to-be father fighting to protect his family and a mother consumed by vengeance. "It's over, Juanita," Kevin offered. "Give up." As Juanita grappled with the realization that victory seemed beyond her grasp, her eyes scanned the room for another solution. And then suddenly she realized what she had to do. In the tense confines of the nursery, Juanita, feeling the weight of her predicament, underwent a sudden transformation. The menacing glint in her eyes softened, replaced by an expression of remorse and vulnerability. A subtle mea culpa hung in the air as she began to speak, her words laden with the heavy burden of grief. "You're right," Juanita replied softly. "What am I doing? What am I trying to do? Your wife is going to be a mother. I'm a mother. I was a mother. I beg you, Kevin, forgive me." Juanita spoke of her deranged grief, a grief that had twisted her soul and clouded her judgment. In a desperate bid to convey the depth of her pain, Juanita gestured toward her surroundings. The room, once a battlefield, now transformed into a gallery of memories. She pointed to her son's favorite toys lying in the nearby cribs, remnants of their innocent childhoods. "Their faces," Juanita explained. "I had my son's face placed on these blankets as a reminder. Isn't that just too much?" As she shared these glimpses into her past, Juanita's facade of vengeance began to crumble. Kevin, torn between the grief-filled memories and the urgency of the present, grappled with the sudden shift in Juanita's demeanor. As Juanita's emotional plea unfolded, Kevin found himself grappling with conflicting emotions. Her sorrowful recounting of shared memories tugged at his heart, chipping away at the armor of anger that had shielded him. A momentary lapse in his resolve led him to consider a more lenient approach, a path that would involve delivering Juanita into the hands of authorities and seeking help for her mental anguish. "Forgive me, Kevin," Juanita pleaded. "Please, I beg you." "It's all right, Juanita," Kevin offered genuinely. "We'll take care of you. I'll make sure you get help. You've been through so much." "Thank you, Kevin," Juanita replied. "I don't know how I could ever repay your kindness." Just as Kevin began to entertain the possibility of mercy, a sudden twist in the narrative left him paralyzed with horror. Seeing the opportunity presented by Kevin's emotional vulnerability, Juanita's desperation escalated. In a shocking turn of events, she lunged towards the operating table, where Lily remained strapped in and unconscious. With a surge of strength, Juanita wheeled the table toward the large circular window at the far end of the room. Kevin's heart raced as he watched the unfolding nightmare, a desperate woman, an operating table, and the looming void beyond the window. "Juanita, no!" Kevin cried out. "We're on the 3rd floor." In a sickening twist of fate, Juanita, Lily, and the operating table crashed through the moon-shaped window and plummeted through the air. The 3-story descent unfolded in agonizing slow motion, a cascade of bodies hurtling toward the ground. The shock of what appeared to be a murder-suicide gripped Kevin in a vice of horror, the weight of his inaction crushing him as he witnessed the catastrophic plunge into darkness. Juanita had done it. She pushed Lily out the window into the abyss below. Juanita, it seemed, had finally gotten her revenge. Kevin and Juanita face off in the nursery she has prepared for the twins Juanita planned to rip from Lily's womb and raise as her own in revenge for Kevin's murder of her own beloved sons. In a standoff, Juanita tries to turn the tables by pretending to see the error of her ways, only then to push the gurney with Lily strapped to it out the 3rd-story window. Juanita, Lily, and the unborn twins are hurtling toward imminent death. "No!" Kevin cried out as Lily, Juanita, and Hank the dog, who had his fangs in Juanita's flesh, went tumbling out the 3rd-story window. Kevin raced toward the window, his heart pounding out of his chest, desperate to witness the fate that had befallen Lily. As he peered over the edge, the sight that greeted him defied his expectations. Instead of the horrifying crash onto unforgiving concrete, the trio had descended toward an Olympic-sized pool below. Lily, Juanita, the operating table, and Hank the dog all collided with the water in a loud, fizzy splash. Relief washed over Kevin as he watched the ripples spread across the surface of the pool. "Thank goodness," Kevin whispered to himself. The relief, however, was short-lived as Lily, still trapped to the operating table and unconscious, began to sink below the water surface. "Lily!" Kevin called out. Reacting swiftly, Kevin took 2 steps back and then flung himself out of the window toward the water below. His form perfect, Kevin dove headfirst into the deep end of the pool. As he hit the water, Kevin's eyes first spotted Juanita. Displaying her keen survival instinct, Kevin watched as Juanita pulled herself out of the pool and fled. Kevin's attention swiftly shifted from the fleeing assailant to the dire situation unfolding below. Lily, in her weakened state, sank like a stone, her descent into the pool turning into a potentially fatal struggle against the weight of water and the heaviness of her pregnant form. Disoriented but still a good dog, Hank stayed with Lily, trying yet again to chew through the straps tying her to the gurney as they drifted deeper into the water. Kevin swam, desperate to reach Lily as she continued to sink. Amid the dimly lit pool, Kevin reached Lily only to discover a daunting challenge. Her hands, feet, and belly were all still strapped to the operating table. The table was heavy, made of thick steel and sinking fast. Panic surged and Kevin's urgency intensified. With each second ticking away, Kevin struggled against the straps, managing to free one before the need for air forced him to surface. In the haste to save his wife, Kevin hadn't even had the time to see if he had an underwater breathing pill in his satchel, let alone to take one if he did. Grabbing Hank the dog, Kevin pushed hard for the surface. Gasping for air, Kevin released Hank above the water and took in a single breath of precious oxygen before plunging back into the depths. Kevin dove again for Lily. Determination fueled his every move as Kevin wrestled with the remaining restraints, the water distorting his perception of time. Kevin persevered, undeterred by the weight of the water bearing down on him. Finally, the last strap yielded to his efforts, and with renewed vigor, he pushed toward the water's surface with Lily's unconscious form cradled in his arms. Breaking through the surface, they emerged into the cool night air. As they broke through from the depths of what could have been a watery grave, Kevin's first breath of air was a desperate gasp. Lily, however, remained unresponsive, a stark reminder of the difficult journey they still faced. The frantic race against time had only just begun as Kevin, dripping with determination, hoisted Lily's motionless form out of the pool onto the cool concrete beyond. "Lily!" Kevin cried out. "Lily, can you hear me?" Lily didn't respond. Her eyes were closed and she wasn't breathing. Kevin quickly moved to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. However, the tranquility was shattered by an unexpected blow that struck Kevin's head from behind. Stumbling forward, Kevin turned to find a truly deranged-looking Juanita, now brandishing a long metal pool scraper as a makeshift weapon. "We're not done yet," Juanita cried. "I want my revenge." The scene at the water's edge shifted from a moment of resuscitation to an imminent confrontation. Kevin, soaked and vulnerable, had enough of Juanita. Lily needed him, and he didn't have time to play things safe anymore. Juanita charged, swinging the metal pole towards Kevin's head like a baseball bat. In a moment of pure instinct, Kevin didn't hold back. Using his full array of skills that had helped him through dozens of global battles even when he wasn't able to use his actual levels, Kevin, for the first time, unleashed a quick and powerful fury of destruction, all directed right at Juanita. He took hold of the pole and snapped it in two. Juanita swung at Kevin, and in 2 precise motions, Kevin broke her left arm and right leg. "Ah!" Juanita collapsed to the ground, screaming wildly in pain. With the threat of Juanita removed from the situation, Kevin turned back to Lily. As Juanita crawled away from the scene, Kevin again lowered himself to the ground in order to offer his beloved wife CPR. Time seemed to slow as Kevin initiated the life-saving ritual. His hands pressing firmly on Lily's chest, Each compression a silent plea to defy the grasp of mortality. Drops of water cascaded from his disheveled hair as he bent over her, his breath caught between anxiety and resolve. "Come back to me, Lily," Kevin pleaded. "Come back to me." Kevin's satchel was soaked, and there was not enough time for him to refine a restorative pill to save Lily's life. He hoped that his knowledge of breathing and hearts and compression, all exerted in these frantic moments, would be enough to revive his wife. Without her, Kevin's life would not be worth living. With every compression, Kevin's whispered words intertwined with the rhythmic dance of his hands, a symphony of desperation echoing in the silent poolside air. Lily's life hung in the balance, a fragile thread threatening to snap with each passing second. Kevin checked Lily's pulse. Nothing. Her face was turning blue. The poolside glow cast shadows on Lily's still form, her lips cold and motionless, only intensifying Kevin's anguish. Yet he pressed on, his fingers tracing the contours of her chest, mapping the path to revival. "Stay with me, my love," Kevin repeated. "Stay with me." The fragility of life played out in this desperate dance, a dance where Kevin grappled with forces beyond his control. His wife was limp. She wasn't breathing. She was dead. "No," Kevin whispered. "No!" Refusing to give up, Kevin pushed on, continuing to try and revive the only woman he had ever loved. The taste of chlorine lingered on his lips as he pressed them to Lily's, initiating the breath of life that became the lifeline between survival and surrender. His whispered declarations of love and need resonated in the stillness, a poignant counterpoint to the deathly grip of uncertainty. "I can't do this without you," Kevin spoke in between shared breaths. "I need you, Lily. I need you to fight. Not just for you, not just for me, but for our babies. Fight, Lily. Fight." Time ceased to be a linear construct. It transformed into a relentless adversary, taunting Kevin as he desperately tried to save his pregnant wife. Each moment became an eternity as he fought against the impending darkness. Lily still wasn't breathing, but Kevin refused to give up. He couldn't lose her. He pressed his mouth to hers one last time, when a gasp, a small but profound exhalation of life. Lily's chest rose with newfound breath, the air a testament to the tenacity of love. As Kevin withdrew from the life-giving kiss, Lily's eyes fluttered open, a fragile glimmer returning to her gaze. "Lily," Kevin whispered. "Kevin?" Lily responded, disoriented. How did I get outside? Why am I so wet?" "It's a long story," said Kevin as he smiled and wrapped his arms around his wife. "But it has a very happy ending." In the charged atmosphere, relief washed over Kevin's and Lily's faces, their entwined hands finding solace in her womb, where the unborn twin stirred with newfound vitality. "Do you feel that?" Lily asked. "The twins are kicking." As the tension released its grip, Lily and Kevin embraced the sweet, fragile victory. Amid the poolside relief, a disheveled Dorothy emerged from within Juanita's mansion, covered in blood. "Mother?" Lily looked on curiously. Kevin had left Dorothy to deal with Dr. Freudengras, and by her blood-soaked appearance, it seemed that she had. "Dorothy?" Kevin inquired. "What happened with Dr. Freudengras? Why are you covered in blood?" Dorothy seemed annoyed by all the questions. "Don't worry about him. He won't be bothering my family ever again." "Did you murder him?" Kevin asked. "Why are you asking me so many questions?" Dorothy countered. "I have questions for you too. Why did you let my Lily get into the pool? She'll catch a cold, you idiot." Dorothy's disapproval echoed in the night, the incongruity of her words adding a surreal layer to the already strained atmosphere. Sirens wailed in the distance, the approaching police heralding the inevitable aftermath of the night's chaos. Kevin, unfazed by Dorothy's peculiar demeanor, made a decisive suggestion. "Let's go home," Kevin proposed, the weight of recent events lingering in the air. As they turned away from the poolside drama, the Chicago skyline waited in the distance. Kevin lifted Lily, and with Hank, Missy, and Dorothy in tow, The group made their way out from the mansion towards the quiet streets beyond. Lily squeezed Kevin's hand as they walked. They were safe. Kevin had saved the day once again. Kevin battled and defeated crazed Juanita Hernandez, his longtime business rival and enemy, who wrongly blamed Kevin for the deaths of her two sons. Juanita's lengthy scheme to stage a fetal abduction that would have yanked Lily's two unborn twins out of her womb and put them in Juanita's hands to raise as her own was finally at an end, and Kevin, with Dorothy's help, had saved Lily's and the twins' lives. After the chaos at Juanita's mansion and Lily's near-fatal experience strapped to a gurney and drowsy from the ether at the bottom of Juanita's pool, where Kevin, of course, saved her life, everyone needed to rest and regroup. Kevin, Lily, Dorothy, Hank the dog, and Missy the cat made their way back to the mayor's estate, while sirens continued to blare in the background. Kevin was amused to think about what the police would find at Juanita's mansion. Would they find Juanita there herself, still wailing about plans for revenge against Kevin for the murders of her sons? Would the police be able to make any sense of the spa-turned-operating room? What about the nursery that Juanita had turned into a hate-filled museum that was to turn the twins she planned to steal into enemies of their own biological parents, Kevin and Lily? Would the police find Dr. Freudengras's body lying amid the wreckage? Kevin didn't want to pursue it any further with Dorothy, but he was fairly certain that Dorothy's own sense of mother love had led her to murder the man who was going to oversee the fetal abduction for Juanita. Kevin put Lily to bed in their plush upper-floor bedroom. He patted Hank on the head and used his powers of communicating with animals to thank him for all he and Missy the cat had done in his quest to rescue his beloved wife from her attackers and to keep her from danger. Needing a moment to rest and to think, Kevin went downstairs to a quiet den where there were logs crackling in the fireplace. Just as he sat in his easy chair, his telephone rang. Kevin answered the video call on the first ring when he saw the caller was Brett Stewart. The video clicked on, showing Brett with Katja Rafferty hovering in the background. Brett was the head of the group of freedom fighters known as Myriad. Katja Rafferty was headmistress of the school that Kevin started in Washington, D.C. Together, they had been helping Kevin locate and recruit children from among the Foundation who had the potential to be the next keeper of the White Tower of the Upper Realm. On Kevin's first adventure to the Upper Realm, an interloper had caused so much damage to the stability of that plane of consciousness that it permanently damaged the health and lifespan of the current keeper of the White Tower, a woman named Alohi. Alohi had charged Kevin with finding her successor before she died. It was critical for Kevin to find all 7 potential candidates and get them to the Upper Realm. There they would go through a series of tests to determine which of them would be Alohi's successor. But if Kevin failed to find all 7 before Alohi died of her weakened condition, the Upper Realm would be in danger of falling. Without the influence of the Upper Realm to help experts achieve mastery and to hone and perfect their skills, the Foundation would be prey to enemies like the Pinnacle, which had long been attempting to invade again and exert their evil influence throughout. Kevin wasted no time. Brett, do you have another candidate for the next keeper of the White Tower?
Yeah, think we found your next keeper, kid, Brett grinned. You know about the Maldives, right?
Sure, Kevin answered. They're an archipelago off the coast of Sri Lanka. They're some of the lowest-lying islands in the world and one of the places most vulnerable to rising ocean levels due to global warming.
Should have known you'd already have all the info on them, Brett smiled. The Maldives also have some of the most expensive hotels in the world, and developers are always looking to expand, which pushes local people out onto lower islands that are more vulnerable to erosion and rising sea levels. But there's one of those islands that somehow isn't being threatened in the same way.
And you think one of our potential next keepers has something to do with it? Kevin asked.
Yes, I do, Brett replied. Check out the video I just sent you.
Kevin opened the video. It showed a stormy day on a tropical island. Dark skies poured down buckets of rain. Waves rose and fell with crushing force, but none seemed to touch the sandy beach. There was no more than a drizzle despite the heavy downpour in the distance. The fierce waves collapsed to no more than a low tide lapping at the sand. At first thought, I thought this video was nothing more than a weird isolated weather phenomenon, Brett continued. But then, you saw the kid off to the side, right? Kevin interrupted. Good eye, Brett replied. I almost missed him entirely. Off to the side of the beach was a boy in his late teens, sitting under a tree. He wasn't doing anything special, but Kevin could make out a faint blue glow around the boy. It was the same kind of glow he had seen other potential keepers of the White Tower of the Upper Realm display when they were using their natural level powers. So far, Kevin had been able to figure out quickly what areas the potential keeper kids' level powers had applied to. One girl, Pamela, was a talented fighter. Another, Walter, was a gaming genius. The third candidate that Brett found and whom Kevin had helped to get to the Upper Realm, Angel Bebe, was forced by her evil stepmother to be an influencer. But her real skill was the human insight and writing ability that led her to write fantastical novels and stories in a flash. Kevin had no idea what this boy's talent might be since the boy was just sitting there. But there was one thing Kevin was sure of. I think this is definitely our kid, Kevin declared. Do you have any other information on him? No, Brett shook his head. All I have are the coordinates of this island. It's such a tiny out-of-the-way place that I couldn't even find an official name for it. Then we'll just have to go there to find this boy ourselves, Kevin decided. I just saved. Kevin started to tell his friends Brett and Katja about the saga with Juanita and the fetal abduction in Dorothy and Lily at the bottom of the pool. But he realized the story, a crazy one even by the standards of Kevin's life, would take too long. It would, though, be perfect for them to discuss as they flew back across many oceans. Meet me at the airport as soon as you can. I'll get us a plane and we'll head to the Maldives to find this kid, Kevin blurted out. Kevin was never one to waste anyone's time, especially when he had to find the next potential gatekeeper of the White Tower in the Upper Realm. Kevin had often seen the contrast between the people who had money and the people who didn't, but rarely had he seen it in such stark contrast as when he arrived in Malé, the capital city of the Maldives. Gorgeous luxury hotels crowded the oceanfront where once fisherfolk brought in the bounty of the sea. Beaches were crammed with cabanas that cost $10,000 a day to rent. The harbor was so crowded with luxury super yachts that it was hard to see the water. But beside all this were the humbler docks where thousands of people were ferried on and off the capital island from tinier, poorer isles. These people couldn't even afford to live on the same island where they were employed. They worked mostly in service jobs to the rich and famous tourists who jockeyed to show off their incredible wealth to their peers. As more and more islands flooded or were eroded into the sea, there were few places the working people could live, and their journeys to and from work grew longer and more perilous. Kevin spoke to several ferry captains. Fortunately, he still had his incredible facility for language, and was soon conversing in Dhivehi, the language of the majority of the locals. Within an hour of landing on the island, he was speaking it as if he were a native. One ferry captain shook his head when Kevin showed him where they wanted to go on the map.
I know that island. It has been uninhabited for a long time, but just recently, a small community threw together some rough huts. Many of the people there worked at the Henningford hotels. The captain pointed to one of the biggest hotels that could be seen rising above the others. Everyone knows Henningford Hotels, Kevin agreed. They were one of the biggest luxury hotel chains in the world. The owner, Leonie, was known as the Dame of Pain for her ruthless business practices and sharp tongue. But you said they worked at the hotels, Kevin observed. They don't anymore? I can't be sure of that, the captain replied. All I know is that when I stopped today, nobody came to come here. They were all very adamant that they needed to stay on the island, even though it would mean losing their jobs, assuming they still had them.
Kevin returned to Brett and Katja and reported what he had learned. Sounds like some kind of trouble, Katja agreed with Kevin's assessment of the situation. We better get over to that island as soon as possible. Kevin offered the ferry captain enough money to cover his expenses for a year to take them over to the island immediately. The captain agreed, but no amount of money would convince him to wait for them. People rely on me to get to and from their homes on other islands, the captain explained. All the boats are overcrowded, so they can't take another one. If I'm not here, people will have to sleep on the streets. Kevin respected the captain's devotion to the people he served and doubled his fee anyway. Kevin was sure he, Brett, and Katjaa could find another way back to the capital island once they had located the next potential keeper. After a rough boat trip, Kevin, Brett, and Katjaa stepped off the boat onto the small dock Kevin had seen in the video Brett had sent him originally. They waved goodbye to the captain as he left and looked around. There was no sign of anybody. Just up the beach, the tiny island was covered in thick foliage. Brett pointed to columns of black smoke drifting up from further inland. That smoke could be from the cook fires. Maybe that's where the community is. Something about the smoke struck Kevin as ominous, but he decided it was as good of a place to start looking as any. Kevin, Brett, and Katjaa pushed their way through the foliage. Suddenly, a scream of terror rang out. Instantly alert, Kevin and his friends dashed ahead, anxious to help whoever had screamed. They broke into a clearing. A dozen small structures had been cobbled together from whatever the community had been able to find or scrounge. That was as Kevin had expected. What he hadn't expected was a dozen bulldozers all lined up and ready to plow the shacks into the ground. These bulldozers had been the source of the smoke. They puffed and belched oily black smoke into the clean ocean air. Kevin had been right that the smoke was a bad omen. An older woman had chained herself to the door of one of the structures. She stood stoically facing down the bulldozer aimed directly at her. Other members of the community raced around, trying to convince the drivers to stop, pleading for understanding or mercy. They were ignored. Impatient, the driver of the dozer pointed at the old woman and released the brake. Right in front of Kevin's horrified eyes, the heavy machinery leapt forward to crush the helpless old woman. Just after rescuing Lily from Juanita Hernandez and the planned fetal abduction, Kevin learned from Brett Stewart that the latest candidate to be the keeper of the White Tower in the Upper Realm had been found, and the two men as well as Katjaa Rafferty jetted to the Maldives Island to find the boy amid a battle between the natives and hotel developers who were ready to bulldoze down entire villages. The heavy bulldozer leapt forward to crush the helpless old woman along with her humble home. Without a thought for his own safety, Kevin jumped directly into its path and yelled, "Stop!" in such a loud and carrying voice that the bulldozer driver slammed on the brakes by instinct. The driver lurched in his seat at the sudden stop. "Here now," the driver yelled. "What do you want to be jumping in front of a bulldozer like that for? Someone could have gotten hurt." Kevin ignored the driver and approached the old woman. "Pardon me, ma'am. I'd like to help you," he said politely. The old woman glared at Kevin. "You're one of those annoying interfering Americans, aren't you? Always sweeping in thinking you're going to do so much good, but really you have no idea what's going on and just make a bigger mess and avoid doing anything difficult or dangerous yourself." "My mother-in-law does think I'm annoying, but I do try to be genuinely helpful when I can," Kevin answered modestly. "And I'm not one to shy away from difficulty or danger." The woman looked him up and down, not quite believing Kevin. "If that was really true," she continued, "then you'd be the one here chained to my little place and I could sit down and rest my old bones." "I'd be happy to," Kevin replied. He pulled the stool near the door and easily broke the rusty chain the old woman had used to chain herself to the door. He then escorted her to the stool and made sure she was seated comfortably before he took her place at the door and fastened the remaining section of chain around himself. "There now," Kevin said. "Hopefully this convinces you of my good intentions to be of real use and help here." "You're not helping me none," the bulldozer driver yelled in frustration. "We've got a schedule to keep. These shacks were supposed to be matchsticks half an hour ago." He turned to one of his assistants. "Call in the boss lady. I can deal with these locals, but do-gooder Americans are above my pay grade."
I can't run him down without her saying so. The assistant ran off to go find the boss lady.
Meanwhile, Kevin waved Brett and Katja in close with one chained hand. He spoke in a whisper so the drivers couldn't hear. We need to make sure these bulldozers can't knock down these structures. Brett cracked his knuckles eagerly.
We can take out these bozos easy, Kevin.
Katja rolled her eyes at his eagerness for violence. But that won't stop more drivers coming and using the bulldozers to knock this whole place down. I was thinking of a more permanent solution, Kevin replied. At least as far as the bulldozers go. If we can drag this out long enough, they'll have to refuel their tanks. Brett nodded, catching on.
So if we can find where they're refueling and tamper with that,
then these dozers all become the island's biggest garden planters, Kevin finished. See if you can find some source of sugar and add that to the fuel. It will clog the filters and gum up the fuel injectors. We're on it, Kevin, Katja replied, and she and Brett faded away into the foliage surrounding the little community. Kevin turned his attention back to the old woman. Can you tell me what's going on here, ma'am? Finally convinced, the old woman nodded.
Our little group came to this island not too long ago. Our last island was bought by an international hotel corporation because it wasn't affected as much by erosion and tied to some of the other islands in the area. They forced us to move on. We came to this island because nobody else wanted it.
If this is your home, Kevin answered, then they can't just steal it right out from underneath you.
I can if I own the island, announced a shrill voice.
Kevin instantly recognized the woman coming toward them at the head of the small entourage. She wore so much chunky gold jewelry, he wondered how she stood upright under all its weight. She also carried a walking stick topped by a diamond as big as the Ritz, or rather as big as the Henningford Hotel flagship hostelry, the Henning home in New York. Of course, this was Leonie, the Dame of Pain Henningford, the international hotelier with a nasty reputation and a worse attitude.
And I do own this island, she declared. It's true, the old woman said when Kevin looked confused. We don't even have squatters' rights here, but everything we own is in these shacks. We would have gone quietly if they had given us time to gather up our things and make arrangements with the ferry boat captain. But they showed up out of the blue and we've been trying to hold them off ever since.
Kevin looked at Leonie. Maybe I can help mediate the situation, he began. My name is...
Kevin Williams, Leonie sneered. Of course I know who you are. We billionaires have to keep a close eye on each other. Though there are far more billionaires now than is really proper, it's almost as if any idiot with $1,000 million in assets think they can join the club.
Kevin ignored this ridiculous statement, and said in his most calm tone of voice, Since we know each other, I'm sure we can find a reasonable solution to this problem.
This isn't about reason, this is about business.
Leonie shrieked and waved her cane indiscriminately. Several members of her entourage ducked instinctively. The ones hanging further back showed bruises from the previous times their reflexes had failed them.
This project is already months behind schedule, Leonie screeched.
Kevin frowned. How can it be months behind schedule if your bulldozers just arrived here?
Because this isn't the first island we've tried to build on, you nitwitted numbskull, Leonie growled. The last one sank before we even got started building. That was the island she ran us off of last time, the old woman added. And there was another island before that, Leonie added, which she also ran us off of, the old woman said wearily. I swear she's spying on those of us who work at her hotels. Every time we find an island that doesn't seem likely to be knee-deep in seawater every high tide, Leonie sweeps in and buys it out from under us. Of course I'm spying on you, Leonie snapped. I spy on all my employees. It's just good business.
Her entourage eyed each other suspiciously. Meanwhile, Brett and Katja had circled around the encampment and followed the swath of destruction the bulldozers had made to the far side of the tiny island. There they found a construction base camp had already been set up. Although there were only a few dozen workers, the place was obviously expecting hundreds more laborers for a major construction project. There were equipment sheds, an employee lounge, and most important to Brett and Katja, a fuel depot with a huge tank of diesel gas and a smaller tanker truck to run the fuel out to the field. "Now all we need is a large supply of sugar," Brett observed. They headed for the employee lounge, which was well stocked with tea and coffee supplies. Brett found a large bag of sugar. "This should do it." But Katja shook her head. "Sugar doesn't dissolve in gasoline the way people think. We need sugar already suspended in an ethanol solution." Brett scanned the shelves. "I don't think a lot of people like ethanol in their coffee." "No," Katja agreed, "but they do like it in their cocktails." She held up a gallon jug of concentrated premixed daiquiris. Katja and Brett made several trips, hauling the jugs of daiquiris out to the fuel depot. Brett had to kick several empty jugs out of his way when he reached to open the intake port on the big tank. He was so focused on finishing the task that he didn't notice the person creeping up behind him until the cold muzzle of a rifle poked into the back of his neck.
"Don't move."
The man, one of Leone's highly trained and highly armed guards, growled at Brett. Brett made a show of slowly raising his hands. One held a half-full jug of lime daiquiris. In one swift motion, Brett dashed the contents into the guard's face, hitting him square in the eyes with the sticky citrus cocktail. The guard howled in pain. Brett easily disarmed the guard. Katja had gone for the last of the alcohol in the employees' lounge. "Katja, watch out," he yelled. "There might be armed guards, there might be." Brett cut himself off as Katja was marched around the fuel tank at gunpoint. 8 more guards surrounded her, all of them heavily armed. "Thanks, Brett. I think I figured that out," Katja sighed. The guards quickly included Brett in their coverage while one of their members handcuffed Brett and Katja securely. Brett and Katja exchanged looks. Kevin was now on his own. Kevin, Brett, and Katja arrived at a tiny nameless island in the Maldives in search of the next gatekeeper candidate. There they found bulldozers poised to tear down the homes of the community. Kevin sent Katja and Brett to sabotage the bulldozers while he created a distraction. But while Kevin was meeting the hotelier, Leone, the Dame of Pain Henningford, who wanted to take over the island, Katja and Brett were captured. Leone glared at Kevin. "I don't believe you came to this island by chance, Kevin Williams. Everybody knows you've got your fingers in a lot of pies." Kevin shrugged, setting the rusty chains that pinned him to the door of the shack clinking. It really was a dumb chance, but if you just give the people here a chance to gather their things, we can all move on with our lives. One member of Leone's entourage leaned in close to her and whispered. Leone suddenly went white with rage. "They were trying to do what?" She screeched and waved her diamond-topped walking stick around in dangerous arcs. "That's it! No more Miss Nice Developer!" She turned furious eyes on Kevin. "My guards just caught your friends trying to sabotage my main fuel depot tank." "Just now?" Kevin asked with an interest. "As in within the last 2 minutes?" "Of course just now, you dopey do-gooder," Leone snarled. "Do you think they'd hide something like that from me? You're obviously not here on just some crusading mission. You're trying to stop my hotel so you can take this island for yourself." "I'm really not," Kevin promised with all sincerity. "If we could just—" "Shut up," Leone ordered. "If you won't admit it, I'll get all of your plans out of your friends." She turned to the bulldozer operators. "Gas up those dozers. You're going to knock down these hovels and keep going until this entire island is as flat as a pancake."
"But what about this guy?" The bulldozer driver pointed at Kevin.
"Run him down if he doesn't have the sense to move." Leone turned to go, but then glared back over her shoulder. "On second thought, run him down anyway." The old woman whose shack Kevin had chained himself to looked worried as Leone's entourage started issuing a flurry of orders via satellite phones and walkie-talkies. Within minutes, a small tanker truck had trundled into the clearing, and the bulldozers lined up to refuel.
Look, maybe this wasn't such a good idea, the old woman said to Kevin. These guys look like they mean business, and it's just stuff.
But it's your stuff, Kevin replied, and I don't like bullies. I'll stay here until you and the others remove everything you need from inside. The locals scrambled to carry their belongings from the shelters, packing them into bags, boxes, and whatever else they could find. But before they could finish, the bulldozers were back in place and ready to go.
I take back what I said about useless Americans, the old woman begged Kevin. Now will you move?
Kevin glanced back over his shoulder. You still have pictures of your grandchildren in there, and that looks like a lovely handmade quilt. You still need more time.
You're out of time now, the bulldozer driver laughed. We're gassed up and ready to go.
In his private thoughts, Kevin had been sure Katjaa and Brett had succeeded in carrying out their plans to sabotage the bulldozer's fuel. He knew how effective and efficient they were, but as the bulldozer bore down on him, he wondered if he had maybe put a little too much faith in them. Leonie had one of the biggest super luxury yachts ever made anchored just off the coast of the island. It was really more like one of her hotels set afloat than a private pleasure craft. But here, in the lowest bowels of the vessel, it was as grimy and dank as any other ship. Katjaa and Brett were handcuffed and dragged before an open hatch. Through the hatch, they could see the filthy bilge water sloshing around. Leonie's guards still had them at gunpoint. Because none of the guards had levels, Katjaa and Brett couldn't use their leveled abilities against them. Leonie stood before them glaring.
What are Kevin Williams' plans to take over my island? She demanded. Is he going to build a pharmaceutical outpost here? Use it as a filming location for Williams Media? Or is he going to start being one of my competitors on an international scale? I know he already has his hands in some of my competitors, like the Salix Leaf Hotel in Chicago.
Like we'd tell you if any of that was true, Brett snarled. Leonie bashed Brett's head with her diamond-topped walking stick. Guarded and cuffed, Brett wasn't able to duck in time and took the savage blow to his temple. He fell over and into the filthy bilge. Despite being handcuffed and fully dressed, he immediately surfaced in easily tread water. Leonie turned her glare on Katjaa and raised the walking stick again. Not that any of that is true, Katjaa said quickly. She was better at diplomacy than Brett. As headmistress of the Williams School, she had learned to handle irate parents firmly but fairly. Kevin has no plans to take over this island at all. We came here on an unrelated matter. Kevin was just trying to help the community have the time to gather their possessions. Leonie lowered her walking stick.
That's just about what Kevin told me, too.
Katjaa relaxed.
But you still were trying to sabotage my hotel. Nobody gets in my way and lives to tell about it.
Leonie finished with a scream. Katjaa was expecting another blow from her walking stick and was ready to duck, but instead Leonie nodded to the guards, and one shoved Katjaa forward. She then followed Brett into the bilge. Leonie slammed the hatch closed on them.
The waves will get rougher as the tide comes in, one of the guards warned Leonie. We'll have to take on more water and the bilge will fill up. Even if they can tread water for hours, they'll drown before too long.
Good, Leonie replied.
That's what should happen to rats at sea.
The bulldozer driver laughed maniacally as the huge machine bore down on Kevin. Kevin stoically stood his ground, keeping his faith in Katjaa and Brett. The bulldozer was 10 feet away, then 5, then 2. And with a cough and a sputter, it died entirely. All around the clearing, the other dozers died one by one. The community members who had scampered away to where they had piled what belongings they could gave a cheer.
What the devil is this?
The driver wondered, pounding on his machine's controls.
Miss Henningford said she stopped the saboteurs before they got to the fuel depot's tank.
Kevin freed himself from the rusty chains and marched to the little truck that had resupplied the bulldozers. He lifted the pump hose and sniffed it. He smelled coconut sugar and rum. Kevin smiled. Knowing any immediate refueling would take place from the truck, Katjaa and Brett had wisely sabotaged that fuel before attempting to ruin gasoline in the main tank. He left the bulldozer drivers arguing over the mysterious shutdown of their equipment and returned to the old woman. "That should give you plenty of time to gather your things," Kevin told her. "I don't know what brought you to this little speck in the ocean," the old woman said, "but I'm glad it did." "Actually, I'm looking for this boy." Kevin showed her an enhanced screenshot taken from the video that Brett had sent him. "Do you know him?" The woman nodded. "Of course. That's Majid. He's an orphan, but our little group took him in a few years ago. He has quite the knack for finding us the best islands. Unfortunately, we don't have the knack of keeping them, thanks to that monster of a developer." "Where's Majid now?" Kevin asked. In his private thoughts, he wondered if Majid's powers were related to the weather. That would explain why the islands he found for his group weren't as affected by the tides and erosion while they were living there. It also explained why Leone had so many difficulties with those issues once he left. "He took our only little sailboat and went to find us another island when we realized we'd have to move," she explained. "He should have been back long ago. Maybe he needed to go farther than ever to find us somewhere safe." "Continue with your packing," Kevin advised. "I'm going to save my friends and then we can look for Majid." Kevin followed the trail to the main construction base on the far side of the island. He recognized several members of Leone Henningford's entourage roaming around. He grabbed the first one he saw and dragged him behind a building. "Where are my friends?" he demanded. The man's nerves were already shot. It was understandable that working for a powder keg like Leone would put a strain on anybody. Kevin wasn't surprised when the man burst into tears. "They took them," he said through his sobs. "Yes, I know," Kevin growled. "But where were they taken? Which building are they being held in?" All of the buildings were flimsy prefab construction. Kevin could tear a hole in any one of them and free his friends that way if he had to. Not in a building," the hysterical man sobbed. There," he pointed out to sea. Kevin looked and saw the biggest yacht he had ever laid eyes on. His excellent vision showed him there were armed guards keeping watch on every deck. The yacht was like a floating fortress. How could he ever break his friends out of there? Kevin, Brett, and Katya arrived at an island in the Maldives seeking their next gatekeeper of the Upper Realm candidate, but instead they found bulldozers poised to tear down the homes of the community. Kevin sent Katya and Brett to sabotage the bulldozers while he created a distraction. But while Kevin was meeting the hotelier who wanted to take over the island, Leone Henningford, also known as the Dame of Pain, Katya and Brett were captured. Kevin now has to rescue them from Leone's floating fortress of a yacht. Kevin glared out at the biggest yacht he had ever laid eyes on. His excellent vision showed him there were armed guards keeping watch on every deck and through every porthole of the vessel. The yacht was like a floating fortress. He turned back to the member of Leone's entourage that he had been questioning. "That place is the size of a hotel. Where are my friends being held?" I'm not sure," the man whimpered. Kevin had barely touched him, but working for the notoriously bad-tempered hotelier had already made the man into a nervous wreck. He'd sobbed and stuttered through Kevin's entire interrogation. "But I heard something over the walkie-talkies about Leone ordering that they should die like rats." Kevin pushed down his rage at Leone's casual attitude towards murder. He had to stay focused. "I'm sorry," he said to the man, "but I can't let you free to warn Leone. I'm going to have to knock you unconscious." The man actually smiled at Kevin. Could you please?" Anxiety had given the poor man insomnia, and he hadn't been able to get a good night's sleep since Leone hired him. Kevin obliged the man with a swift, sharp blow to the chin. The man dropped to the ground, happily unconscious. Now Kevin had to figure out how to sneak onto the well-guarded yacht. The obvious answer was to approach it from underwater, where the guards wouldn't be able to see him. But even in his spectacular physical condition, it would take far too long for Kevin to swim out to the yacht. He worried that his friends didn't have that much time. He broke into an equipment shed and looked for anything that might come in handy. At best, he thought he might find an inflatable raft with an outboard motor he could use to at least get close. He couldn't find anything like that, but he found something even better. Out on the sea, Leone had Brett and Katya imprisoned in her super yacht's bilge. The water was already so deep that Katja and Brett were forced to tread frantically, fully dressed and with their hands cuffed behind them. They circled the space several times looking for footholds or a stray handle to grasp, but had found nothing. It was extremely difficult to keep their bearings in the pitch black, and the place stank from the filthy water. "There's got to be some way out of here," Brett declared. He was beginning to tire from keeping himself afloat without even the benefit of his arms. Katja was flexible enough to swing her bound hands under her butt and legs, so they were at least in front of her, but even that wasn't much of an improvement. Suddenly, the water in the bilge began to slosh up and down more than the slight movement of the huge yacht could account for. Suddenly, Katja heard Brett call out, "Ow!" "What is it?" she wanted to know. "I think I just hit my head on something," Brett exclaimed. "That's not possible," Katja contradicted. "The water was at least 5 feet from the ceiling when that hotelier hellion dropped us in here." "Then that means the water level is rising," Brett said grimly. "It's rising fast, and that means that we're running out of air," Katja finished. Kevin had found a heavy-duty construction cart meant to haul around heavy loads in small spaces. But in looks and general idea, it was exactly like a golf cart. Best of all, it ran on an electric battery. Kevin opened his trusty satchel of herbal remedies. When he found out he was coming to the island nation of the Maldives, he had mixed up several of his herbal concoctions that he thought he would likely need. He swallowed down an underwater breathing pill. Then he jumped in the cart and drove it out of the equipment shed. He reached the sandy beach and the edge of the water, and then he just kept going. The golf cart rocked as the waves hit it, but it was very powerful for its size and charged ahead. Soon the water was up to the wheel rims. Then it flooded into the cabin. Moments later, it reached Kevin's head, but with the underwater breathing pill, he paid it no mind. Soon Kevin was driving along the bottom of the ocean. Heavy tides had smoothed the seafloor until it was almost as smooth as a road. He pushed the cart on to its top speed and soon was flying along at almost 50 miles an hour. His biggest problem was that visibility was low, even with the cart's headlights on high beams. It would be easy to miss the yacht entirely, and he didn't have time to go searching for it if he was to save Brett and Katja from drowning. But thanks to Kevin's excellent sense of direction and equally excellent vision, he was able to make out the yacht's massive anchor in the gloom. Kevin abandoned the trusty little golf cart and climbed up the anchor using his natural buoyancy to zoom up the length of the chain. He came out of the water exactly by the hull of the super yacht. The curve of the hull blocked him from the view of the guards on the upper decks. On board, the air hummed with tension. As the armed guards made their rounds, they were vigilant and ready. Leonie knew all about Kevin's abilities and what he had accomplished in the epic clash. She had warned her guards to be on the highest alert and threatened them with dire consequences if they failed. Little did they know Kevin was even now crawling up the anchor's chain directly under their feet and creeping into the anchor locker. Kevin left the anchor locker and slipped through the bowels of the ship, looking for any signs of his friends. He heard 2 guards approaching from behind, and Kevin ducked around a corner to stay out of sight. He heard the guards pass by and thought he was safe until their footsteps slowed and then stopped.
"Wait,"
he heard one of the guards say.
"Did you see those wet footprints? Where did those come from? We should go back and investigate."
But Kevin was already upon them, cracking their heads sharply together. Although they didn't pass out, they were left dazed. Kevin seized their guns. He used the butt of one to render one guard fully unconscious and pointed the other gun at the remaining guard. "Where are my friends?" Kevin demanded. "I know Leonie brought them aboard from the island and is holding them prisoner somewhere here." The guard put his hands in the air. "She had us throw them into the bilge," he confessed. "How do I access the bilge?" Kevin waved the weapon in a threatening manner. "There's a hatch at the other end of the yacht," the guard replied, clearly terrified. "What's the fastest way to get there?" The super yacht was the size of one of Leonie's luxury hotels, and Kevin could have wandered for hours looking for his friends. "You can't go there directly from here. The engine room is in the way," the guard explained. "You have to go up above on deck and then come back down on the bow staircase on the starboard side. But you're probably already too late. We've been taking on water because of the rising tide. I'm sure the bilge is full and they're surely already dead." "You better hope they're not," Kevin retorted, sending the man into unconsciousness with the butt of the firearm. Rather than keep the bulky and noisy weapons, Kevin hid them in an equipment locker and took the first staircase he found up. He came out on the lowest deck that overlooked the water. A long line of guards stretched between him and where he could see the bow staircase far, far ahead. Faced with the daunting task of confronting the remaining armed guards, Kevin steeled himself for the inevitable confrontation. All of these guards were ordinaries, so Kevin couldn't use his leveled powers against them. Drawing upon years of training and experience, he assessed the situation with a calculating gaze. His adversaries were well-armed and well-trained, their weapons gleaming in the sunlight reflecting off the sea around them. Kevin drew his night dagger and launched himself into action. Moving with blinding speed and precision, he engaged the guards in a deadly dance of fists, feet, and blades. The narrow space afforded him the luxury of only having to deal with a few combatants at a time. The guards behind the ones he would engage couldn't open fire without risking hitting the members of their own team. Kevin ducked as the first guards opened fire at him, using a heavy pipe to block the bullets, which ricocheted in all directions. As soon as there was a break in the fire, Kevin ducked out, slamming the hilt of his night dagger into one guard's jaw, simultaneously delivering a punishing kick to the other's midsection. The guard tumbled over the railing into the sea below. Kevin picked up the remaining guard and shoved him at the next two. All three fell over the railing and into the water with a splash. Then the rest were upon him. Even as Kevin fought, he knew that time was not on his side. Reinforcements could arrive at any moment, and as the tide rose higher, his friend's time grew shorter. With each passing second, the odds stacked higher against him, threatening to overwhelm him with the sheer numbers and firepower. Trapped in the bilge, Katja's legs had grown to feel like lead weights. She kicked on with her head tipped back as far as it would go. She and Brett had less than 2 inches of clearance between the water and the top of the bilge compartment. She could tell that the air was growing thin, and it would soon be completely exhausted. She tried to think of something to say to Brett, some encouragement for them both. But before she could think of anything, the water rose again and filled the compartment completely. Katja and Brett were out of time. Katja and Brett were captured and imprisoned in a super yacht's flooding bilge on the orders of the Dame of Pain, hotelier Leonie Henningford. Kevin now must fight his way through Leonie's armed guards before it is too late to save his friends. Kevin stood on the lowest deck of the super yacht that overlooked the water. A long line of guards stretched between him and where he could see his destination, the bow staircase far ahead that led to the bilge compartment where Brett and Katja were imprisoned. With the rising tide, the bilge would be filling up with water. Even now, it might have been too late for Kevin to save his friends. But Kevin refused to yield to despair. He would not stop while even the smallest glimpse of hope remained. Already he had sent several of the armed guards over the railing and into the sea below. As the next wave of enemies took aim at him, he assessed the situation with a calculating gaze. They were heavily armed and heavily muscled, with both their guns and their biceps gleaming in the light of the sunny day. All of these guards were ordinary, so Kevin couldn't use his leveled power against them. However, he still had his martial arts training and his night dagger. The guards pressed forward and opened fire. Almost faster than the human eye could follow, Kevin leapt up, grabbed a beam from the deck above, and pulled himself clear of the hail of bullets. He launched himself forward, crashing into the foremost guards feet first. They slammed back into their compatriots who had come running to reinforce their friends. Kevin ran over the bodies, leaping and landing with all his considerable strength, causing as much damage as he could to hands and heads, making sure the guards would not rise again, or if they did, they would be so maimed that they'd be unable to pull a trigger. Just as he planned, Kevin wound up in the middle of the group of guards. The narrow walkway skirting the side of the super yacht prevented the guards from surrounding Kevin. One of the fresh guards pointed at Kevin.
"Shoot him!"
"Don't!" screamed a guard on Kevin's other side. "You could just as easily miss and shoot us." It was true. They might have been able to catch Kevin in their crossfire, but not without staggering losses to their own.
"We still have him cornered,"
the first guard urged his friends on as they lowered their weapons. As one, both sides ran at Kevin. Kevin leapt for the side of the ship.
"Don't let him get away,"
the guard yelled. But Kevin had no intention of going overboard. That would mean abandoning Brett and Katjaa to their fate in the bilge, which Kevin would never do. Instead, he caught one of the deck's support beams and spun his body around it. Several guards fell overboard in their attempts to grab him. Kevin used centrifugal physics to increase the force of his return as he circled back onto the deck. His savage kicks took out 2 more guards. Regaining his feet, Kevin cut and slashed a path through his opponents with his night dagger. Even without channeling his leveled abilities through it, Kevin's dagger was a devastating weapon, slicing through body armor and flesh with equal ease. But just when he was almost to the stairs leading to the bilge, fresh reinforcements of guards arrived. Already battered by the grueling fight to get this far, Kevin refused to yield to despair. Reaching down into the depths of his inner strength, he pressed himself to the limit, channeling all of his extraordinary energy and focus into the battle. With a last grim surge of determination, he drove himself at the final guards, his fists, blade, and feet blurring fury as he unleashed a barrage of strikes that unerringly found their targets. At the same time, below deck, the black, filthy water of the bilge had risen to the top of the compartment, closing over Brett and Katjaa's heads and forcing them underwater. They flailed wildly. Both were seasoned fighters with high levels and stages, and thus both knew the expenditure of energy would only burn through the remaining oxygen in their blood that much faster. But pushed to this last extremity, it didn't matter. If they could not find a way out of the bilge, they would be drowned within minutes. Exactly how many minutes no longer mattered. Their fingers grazed the sides of the compartment, finding the riveted seam where metal met metal. They clawed at the joins, tore at them in desperation. But the tempered steel of the superyacht didn't yield to mere human flesh. They only succeeded in tearing their fingertips bloody. As the oxygen in their blood ran out, they both became lightheaded. The need to open their mouths, to inhale and let the black, filthy water of the bilge into their lungs became undeniable. Brett Stewart's and Katjaa Rafferty's time was almost at an end. Kevin reached his goal, the staircase that led to the bilge compartment where Brett and Katjaa were imprisoned. He slipped down it, pulling the hatch close behind him and locking it. He then broke the handle off entirely to prevent any of the recovering guards from following him. Kevin was now in the mechanical works of the great superyacht. He raced down the tight halls following posted signs and came to a sliding stop at a hatch in the floor. He tore it open, nearly wrenching it from its hinges in his hurry. In his interior thoughts, he prayed he wasn't too late, that there would still be space and air for his friends to breathe in. Kevin was too late. The bilge compartment was full to the top with black, filthy water. It even slopped up over the floor with the gentle movement of the boat at sea. But Kevin would never despair or give up while hope still lived. He plunged his arms into the inky depths, flailing wildly, hoping to latch onto his friends. Something flitted by the tips of his fingers. Kevin instantly seized onto it and yanked upwards. It was Katjaa's hair. Kevin plunged his other arm in and caught hold of Katjaa under the arms. He levered her up onto the bilge and into the life-giving air. For a moment, she lay as still as death. But before Kevin could even attempt CPR, Katjaa convulsed and coughed, spewing filthy water from her lungs. She gasped and choked, but seemed out of immediate danger. "Brett," she gasped at Kevin. "Brett is still down there. Kevin, you must." Kevin was already moving. He dove headfirst into the dirty water without another thought. The only light came from the hatch above, and even that did not penetrate far into the stinking, clouded water of the bilge. Even Kevin's extraordinary vision, thanks to the frequent ingestion of the mental precision pills that he had refined, did not allow him to see beyond its light. He channeled all of his awareness into his sense of touch. He made a quick circuit of the bilge compartment but found no sign of Brett. Kevin realized his friend must have sunk to the bottom from the weight of his clothes and gear. Kevin dove down deeper, the water becoming thicker as he went. He scrambled through the debris at the bottom, desperate for anything that might lead him to his friend. At last, his fingers skated over a square of polished, slick metal. Kevin instantly recognized it as Brett's belt buckle. Kevin seized it and pushed off the floor of the bilge with a powerful thrust that sent them both back up toward the light of the open hatch. Katja was still too weak and depleted to do more than glance as Kevin heaved himself and Brett onto the floor of the upper compartment. Kevin immediately checked Brett's vital signs. There was no heartbeat or sign of breathing. Kevin turned Brett on his face and hitched his fists into the man's solar plexus to force out at least some of the brackish water, before trying to breathe life back into the leader of the Myriads, a man who was one of Kevin's true and loyal friends. Kevin started CPR, alternating chest compressions with artificial breathing, keeping up a steady rhythm, forcing oxygen into Brett's lungs, and then forcing Brett's blood to circulate it to his starved brain. Katja, still too weak to even stand, crawled closer. She grabbed Brett's hand and held it, adding her tremendous will to Kevin's that their partner should revive. The small motion seemed to exhaust her remaining strength, and she slumped back to the floor, although she continued to hold on to Brett. Kevin thought that Brett's color might be improving, although it could have been only his own wishful thinking. Still, he continued with CPR, so intent that he didn't notice the figure creeping up behind him. He only realized that they were no longer alone when the cold barrel of a pistol pressed against the base of his skull. "Put your hands in the air," Leonie Henningford demanded, "or I will blow your brains out, Kevin Williams." Kevin fought his way through Leonie's armed guards and rescued Katja, but Brett was unresponsive. Kevin began CPR on Brett, but was interrupted when Leonie Henningford, armed and more dangerous than a rattlesnake, caught up with him. "Put your hands in the air," Leonie Henningford demanded, "or I will blow your brains out, Kevin Williams." Leonie held the pistol in one hand and pressed it to Kevin's skull. Her other hand clutched her signature walking stick, topped by an enormous diamond. The contrast of ostentatious wealth on one side and deadly force on the other was the perfect embodiment of Leonie. She was capable of killing anyone who might prevent her from padding her life with more luxury. Kevin slowly raised his hands from Brett's unmoving body. He had no doubt that the ruthless hotelier would not hesitate to follow through on her threat if he resisted in the slightest. "I don't know why you suddenly decided to try to stop my plans for that island," Leonie pronounced. "Maybe you thought you could build a pharmaceutical outpost here. Maybe you want to use it as a filming location for Williams Media. I know you like to remake classic movies because you're clearly out of your own ideas. A Mutiny on the Bounty movie on your mind, Kevin? Think this island would make for a great location shoot? Ha! Or maybe you're foolish enough to try to compete with me and thought you could use your own connections in Chicago and at the Salix Leaf Hotel to start to expand your empire on what is my turf." Leonie, with her eyes filled with rage, could surely have gone on for many more minutes as she spewed accusations at Kevin had he not interrupted her. "I already told you," Kevin told her as he broke into her rant and used his most reasonable tone of voice. "It was just a coincidence. I was only trying to help the community members retrieve their things before your bulldozers knocked their shelters flat." "I don't believe you!" screeched Leonie. Although she was holding him at gunpoint over the unmoving body of one of his friends, she still took a swing at him with her diamond-topped walking stick. Kevin easily ducked the blow without moving from his spot. The foiled attack on Kevin only enraged Leonie more. Nobody gets in my way, and certainly not some snowflake bubble-wrapping brick scholar who... Suddenly, Brett rolled over and spewed up filthy bilge water all over Leonie's Dior pumps. Leonie howled in rage again and raised her walking stick to brain the man who still writhed on the floor, his body desperately trying to rid its lungs of the suffocating water that clogged them. But the walking stick was wrenched from her grasp by Katja, who had managed to get to her feet, although she wove back and forth more than the movement of the steady super yacht could account for. Katja had just enough strength to turn the stick on its owner, jabbing the diamond into her kneecap and sending Leonie tumbling to the floor. Kevin dodged out of the way while deftly prying the gun from Leonie's hand. She landed near the open hatch of the bilge, and it only took the slightest nudge from Kevin's foot to send her plopping into the filthy water. She instantly surfaced, hacking, coughing, and spitting in fury. Kevin shut the hatch on her, forcing her head under the smelly water. "Are we going to let her drown?" Katja asked half hopefully, leaning against the wall. Her strength had been exhausted again, although she kept a hold on the beautiful walking stick. Kevin raised his head at the sound of the approaching helicopters. "I don't think that will be necessary." He threw a lever on the bilge controls that would drain away some of the water, at least enough to give Leonie a little breathing room. "And I think there are some people who would prefer to take her alive." Kevin administered recovery pills to Katja and Brett, which restored them almost completely to full strength, though both sensed their lungs would hurt for a while longer. When they finally went back on deck, Katja and Brett were astounded to find that the super yacht was surrounded by helicopters. Commandos were repelling from the copters and subduing the last of Leonie's remaining security forces. On the super yacht's helipad, another helicopter had landed. Kevin, however, didn't look surprised in the least. He went to greet Agent Stanley Cooper of the Reaper Squad and Agent Karen Stone of Interpol as they left the helicopter. "Thanks for your call, Kevin," Agent Karen Stone said as she shook Kevin's hand. "We've been trying to locate Leonie Henningford for months, but she keeps giving us the slip and using all of her hotels as safe houses." Brett eyed Kevin. "You called them in?" he asked in surprise. "You knew that Leonie Henningford was a wanted woman?" Kevin shrugged modestly. "Since I've been traveling internationally more often lately, I try to keep up on Interpol's most wanted." "And we definitely wanted her," Agent Karen Stone added. "She's been indicted on 86 charges in 14 countries, mostly for tax evasion. But I suspect that once we finish interviewing her goons, we'll be able to add intimidation, strong-arm tactics, racketeering, blackmail, and a host of other charges." She rubbed her hands together in gleeful anticipation. "Leonie can say goodbye to Gucci and hello to the House of Correction."
"Uncle Sam gets first dibs, though," Stanley Cooper confirmed. "We've seized all her assets, including this yacht. What we don't need for evidence will be sold so that victims can receive compensation."
Stanley Cooper looked around at the gaudy and impractical super yacht.
"Assuming we can find someone to buy this monster."
"I'll buy it," Kevin said mildly. "You, Kevin?" Agent Karen Stone gaped at him. "This place doesn't really seem your style." "I have plans for it. Very immediate plans," was all Kevin would say as he pulled his checkbook from his trusty satchel. The commandos made short work of rounding up the last of Leonie's goons and packing them onto helicopters. Leonie, filthy and sopping wet, was marched onto the last helicopter in Stanley Cooper's particular care. Katja reluctantly handed over her diamond-topped walking stick with a sigh when Stanley insisted it was evidence. "I could have commanded such discipline with it at the Williams School," she sighed. Katja was the headmistress of the school Kevin had founded in Washington, D.C. Brett gaped at Katja with shock. "You'd never really hit one of your students, would you?" "Who said anything about the students?" Katja retorted. "I was thinking of the parents." Kevin's immediate plans for the super yacht became obvious as he expertly piloted the behemoth into the island's narrow bay. He knew the rising tide would endanger the little community that had been squatting on the island, especially since Majid still had not returned. Majid was the teenage boy who had been the reason Kevin had come to the Maldives in the first place. Brett had found a video of Majid glowing with the natural leveled energy that was the hallmark of potential candidates to become the next keeper of the White Tower of the Upper Realm. In his interior thoughts, Kevin believed Majid was the reason his little community had such luck finding islands that were less affected by the rising sea around them. Kevin intended to use the super yacht to collect the community members from the island and then go look for Majid. Once they found the boy, Kevin would be sure to make further arrangements to ensure the community would be safe even once Majid ascended to the upper realm. Of course, the yacht was far too big to come all the way to the humble dock. Kevin left Brett and Katja in charge while he took one of the yacht's smaller speedboats to the dock. Even this was plenty big enough to fit the community and all their belongings. The tide had come far up the beach by the time Kevin arrived. The community members were assembled there with their things held above the incoming waves. Kevin quickly loaded everyone onto the speedboat.
"Took you long enough," grumbled the old woman who had become Kevin's main point of contact with the group. "If you waited much longer, we all would have had to grow gills."
Kevin was just about to head back to the yacht when the old woman stopped him.
"Wait! Look!"
She pointed out to sea. Kevin saw a small sailboat running directly for the island on a swift current that seemed to exist nowhere else at the moment. At the rudder was a teenage boy.
"That's Majid!"
the old woman exclaimed. Although from where Kevin stood the wind was blowing in direct opposition, the boat's sails were full. The small craft seemed to practically fly over the water, another hint of an arena in which Majid's powers lay. But the same wind that helped Majid return to his community had also put him in danger. As Kevin watched, a huge silver blimp descended from darkening storm clouds above, keeping pace with the little sailboat. And dangling from a long rope was none other than Kevin's old enemy, Vincent Reeves. Kevin fought his way through Leonie's armed guards and rescued Katja and Brett from imminent death in the waters of the yacht's overflowing bilge. Leonie Henningford was arrested by Agent Stanley Cooper of the Reaper Squad and Agent Karen Stone of Interpol. Kevin purchased the super yacht and returned to the island, only to see Majid sailing back to his people, pursued by Vincent Reeves in a blimp. Kevin watched the great silver blimp dip lower from the gathering storm clouds. Vincent Reeves was suspended from a long rope trailing from the blimp's gondola. Vincent must have been somehow harnessed to the rope, because Kevin could see even from here that Vincent had replaced his usual hook prosthesis with a short trident on one arm and what looked like a crossbow on the other arm. In the small sailboat that was gliding across the waters thanks to the strong winds, the teenage boy Majid glanced back over his shoulder. He saw Vincent looking like something out of a nightmare pursuing him. The boy waved his arm and it glowed blue. Suddenly, a huge wave rose from the ocean as if by Majid's command and flung itself directly at Vincent. The wave of salt water hit Vincent directly in the face, but he just laughed unaffected by the dousing. Kevin could see Majid had aimed his little sailboat to intercept the island several hundred yards up the beach, from where he was currently skimming over the sea surface. Kevin was sure that Majid would be able to make landfall before Vincent could catch him. But once on land, Majid's progress would be significantly slowed. Then Vincent would catch up with him easily. Majid's people had all loaded themselves and their possessions onto the speedboat that Kevin had brought back from the super yacht that had formerly belonged to hotelier Leona Henningford, the Dame of Pain. Kevin turned the helm of the speedboat over to the old woman who was in charge of the little community. "Take everybody back to the super yacht," Kevin ordered her. "My friends will help you get your things aboard there."
"We can't leave without Majid," the old woman protested. "And that weird mechanical man is after him."
"Don't worry," Kevin assured her. "There's no way I'm letting Vincent get a hold of Majid." Without another word, Kevin grabbed something from a storage locker, leapt from the speedboat onto the watery dock, and began racing up the beach. Kevin suspected that Majid had been keeping the ocean tides at bay with his naturally leveled abilities to prevent this tiny island from being swamped. But between Majid's long absence and his current distraction, the ocean was doing its best to overtake and submerge the little isle. Waves crashed on the beach with furious power, running all the way up to the tree line and battering the palm trees and foliage there. Kevin ducked and dodged as he ran up the beach to intercept Majid. Several times he had to leap into the palm fronds to avoid a particularly powerful wave. His progress was significantly slowed. Majid reached landfall long before Kevin got to the end of the beach. The powerful current that Majid had manufactured threw the little sailboat practically airborne as it met land. Majid leapt free of the craft right before the little boat was smashed to splinters against a headland of sharp rocks. He disappeared into the trees. Vincent slowed his approach, somehow controlling the blimp even while dangling from a rope beneath it. He circled over the area where Majid had disappeared, obviously searching for the boy. Every time Kevin had located another child of the Foundation who could be a potential next keeper of the White Tower of the Upper Realm, Vincent Reeves had also shown up in pursuit of the same child. Sometimes he tried to convince the powerful wielders of natural levels to join his side, but when that failed, Vincent resorted to trying to kill them. Sometimes Vincent even skipped the first part and just tried to kill them outright. So far, Kevin had located 3 of the 7 candidates to be the next keeper, saved them from Vincent, and gotten them safely to the Upper Realm. Kevin wasn't about to let the 4th candidate fall victim to Vincent's evil. Majid dodged through the trees, desperately looking for some place to hide from the strange mechanical man who had pursued him across the water in the silver blimp. As he approached the island where his community had been waiting for him, Majid had seen them gathered in the fancy speedboat, ready to go to the new home Majid had found. He was glad they were safe, but knew they could not help him against the maniac on his tail. Majid glanced up and saw that Vincent was almost directly above him, hanging from the blimp. He ducked lower, but Vincent circled closer. It was only in recent years that Majid had learned to call upon his leveled abilities. When he was younger, he suspected he had used them unconsciously, wishing for a sunny day when rain was in the forecast or conjuring up waves of exactly the right height to play in. But when ocean levels had begun to rise and storms threatened to subsume the little island his community called home, he realized he could affect the weather and tides on a conscious level. He reached deep and called everything he had into gathering a storm over the island. Wind, rain, and lightning were his best defenses against this threat from above. The clouds overhead darkened, the wind whipped up, and rain began to pelt down. But the powerful blimp managed to hold its position, and the strange man overhead just laughed and called down dire threats. Majid despaired. He knew he was stuck and that he would be found eventually. It was just a matter of time. Suddenly, a hand reached through the undergrowth and grabbed his arm. Majid jumped and turned to run, but the hand was like iron and refused to let go of him. Majid looked and saw an ordinary-looking man in simple dockers and keds had a hold of him. "Shh," the man whispered. "My name is Kevin Williams. I'm here to help you." Majid had seen this man, Kevin Williams, with his people in the speedboat, particularly with the old woman who was their unofficial leader. Majid instantly trusted Kevin. "Who is this maniac?" Majid demanded, motioning to Vincent, who still circled over their heads, searching for Majid. "Why has he been following me?" "It's a long story. I'll tell you everything," Kevin promised, "but not until I get rid of Vincent." "How are we going to do that?" wondered Majid. "He's been following me for miles. I tried everything I could think of and I couldn't shake him." Kevin eyed Majid. Although still a teenager, Majid was about the same size as Kevin, who was not a large man. They both had dark hair. In the storm, it might just be possible to convince Vincent to mistake Kevin for Majid. "Switch shirts with me," Kevin demanded. Majid's red shirt would be like a beacon in the gloom. They did. "I'll go this way," Kevin said, pointing toward the clearing where the community's huts had been. You make your way to the far side of the island where the construction base is." Majid nodded to show he understood. "Once Vincent and I are gone, signal with this." Kevin pressed the object he had taken from the speedboat's locker into Majid's hand. It was a flare gun. "My friends in the super yacht will come around and pick you up. The rest of your people will be on the yacht too." "Got it," Majid agreed. He took a runner's pose, waiting for Kevin's signal to move. Kevin watched Vincent, waited for the perfect moment, then nodded to Majid. Majid took off, or rather, he tried to. His feet slipped out from under him on the rain-slick ground, and he went sprawling. The flare gun flew from his pocket, hit a rock, and discharged. Suddenly, the area was lit up with a bright white light.
"I see you," Vincent howled over the rain. "You think you were clever, but I see you."
Vincent aimed the crossbow directly at Majid and fired. But instead of a bolt, a heavy silver net flew from Vincent's prosthesis, a cord keeping it connected to Kevin's old enemy. The net landed squarely on Majid. He kicked and fought against it, but it closed around him. "Kevin, help me!" Majid yelled in terror as he was lifted into the air. Kevin ran for him, but Vincent was both reeling in Majid while at the same time having himself lifted back into the blimp. In a blink, Majid was out of Kevin's reach and rising through the sky. But although Vincent had disappeared into the blimp's gondola by now, the rope he had been hanging from still dangled from the blimp, high above the ground. In his interior thoughts, Kevin knew he couldn't let Vincent escape if he ever wanted to see Majid alive again. Kevin raced up the nearest palm tree, using hands and feet almost as if he were a monkey. At the top, he did not hesitate. He gathered all his leveled abilities and launched himself high into the air, arms outstretched, desperate to reach the rope trailing from the departing blimp. The rope grazed his fingers, but a rogue gust of wind whipped it away. And with that gust, Kevin's one chance to follow Vincent and to save Majid was gone. Kevin docked Leonie Henningford's super yacht, which he bought near the Maldives community that needed rescuing from the rising sea waters. As he loaded the locals and their belongings, he saw Majid, the latest gatekeeper of the Upper Realm candidate, skittering across the landscape being pursued by Vincent Reeves. Kevin plotted with Majid to dupe Vincent, but Kevin's evil enemy soon whisked Majid into his blimp as Kevin attempted to pursue Vincent and to free Majid. Kevin hung suspended in the air for a heartbeat, the upward momentum of his terrific leap exactly balanced against the pull of gravity dragging him down. The wind of the storm that Majid had conjured with his leveled powers had whipped the trail rope of Vincent Reeves's blimp from his reach. But then an equally unlikely gust of wind blew the rope directly into Kevin's grasp. He seized hold of it with everything he had as the blimp rose higher and directly into the storm. Buffeted by wind and rain, Kevin climbed the rope hand over hand, hoping Vincent was too occupied with his new captive to bother to look back down. Fortunately for Kevin, Vincent was happily standing over Majid, who had been hauled in a net into the blimp's gondola by a motorized pulley. They were now in the gondola's bridge where all the airship's controls were. Majid kicked and fought against the net. He could thrust his hands through the gaps but could not tear it or throw it off. It had somehow fastened itself behind him and had Majid pinned to the metal wall of the gondola.
"Don't bother," Vincent laughed. "That net contains powerful electromagnetics around its rim. Once engaged, the magnetic bond is almost impossible to break. It will keep you in place until I decide exactly what to do with you."
"You're not going to do anything to him," a voice announced. Vincent spun to see Kevin climbing through the hatch. Vincent had replaced his usual hook prosthesis with a short trident on one arm and what looked like a crossbow on the other arm. In fact, the crossbow didn't shoot bolts. Instead, it had fired the electromagnetic net that had snagged Majid. Kevin didn't want to give Vincent a chance to use the crossbow net again. He wasted no more time on verbal sparring and ran directly at Vincent. pulling his night dagger as he ran right for his old enemy. Vincent's eyes widened. It was in a battle with Kevin and with that night dagger that Vincent had lost his first hand. The second hand had been lopped off by Kevin in another altercation. Vincent was determined not to lose any more limbs to his mortal enemy. Vincent got his trident up in time. Sparks flew as the two weapons met. Vincent gave his trident a twist, locking the night dagger between its prongs and trying to twist it from Kevin's grasp. Instead, Kevin followed the movement, keeping hold of the dagger and spinning his entire body up and over Vincent's arm. Vincent slashed at Kevin again. The trident gave him greater reach and Kevin was forced to back up, dangerously close to the open hatch. The blimp was continuing to rise, and the ground was now thousands of feet down in what could be a fatal fall. But the higher they went, the more the storm buffeted the blimp. At lower elevations, the powerful airship had been able to fight the crosswinds, but now it rocked and swayed with the force of the storm that Majid had conjured to help defend himself from Vincent. Kevin tried to dodge to the left and the right, but Vincent kept him at bay with the trident. One of Vincent's blows came so close it severed the strap of Kevin's trusty satchel and sent the bag of herbal ingredients and various supplies spinning across the bridge. Kevin paid it no mind. He was fighting for his life. Kevin looked for any advantage. He and Vincent both were level 7s. Vincent's abilities were unstable from his many trips through the doorway of the damned in the lower realm, but Kevin couldn't risk using his own. The blimp's position in the storm was too precarious, and using his levels now would mean risking bringing the airship crashing into the sea. Vincent lunged at Kevin, hoping to finally finish him off. To his delight, Kevin leapt backward to where nothing but the open hatch was. But then Kevin turned a double somersault midair and came down on the far side of the wide hatch, his toes a millimeter from the edge. But the new distance gave Vincent a different advantage. With space to maneuver, he brought his other prosthesis up, the crossbow that shot the electromagnetic nets. He fired. The net engulfed Kevin, the magnets engaging behind him. Vincent yanked on the cord that still connected him to the net, and Kevin flew forward and down, falling through the hatch only to come to a sharp stop 10 feet below the blimp's gondola. The cord connecting him to Vincent stopped Kevin from falling thousands of feet into the water below. Vincent laughed with triumph.
"I have you now, Kevin,"
he gloated, calling down to his captured enemy. Kevin fought the netting, slashing at it with his powerful night dagger. Even his enhanced weapon had no impact on the net.
"It won't work," Vincent crowed. "That net is reinforced with adamantane fibers. Now I just have to decide if I want to drop you to your death or take my airship higher and watch you freeze in the upper atmosphere."
Vincent smiled, considering his options.
"You've been a wily opponent, Kevin. I think it's better I don't let you out of my sight while I kill you."
Vincent transferred the cord of Kevin's net to the motorized pulley. But all this time, Majid had been quietly mustering his strength. It had been severely taxed over the past few days between keeping high tides from swamping the island his community lived on and summoning the storm he had hoped would blow Vincent's blimp off course. But now that he was up here among the clouds, Majid sensed he wouldn't need as much leveled power to try to direct the fury of the winds and rains. He reached deep within himself and then out to the storm clouds around them. He felt the growing tension of the static electricity, all those air molecules bouncing off one another. Just a little more, and lightning flashed while thunder cracked. The blimp's lightning rod took a direct hit. Alarm sirens wailed on the bridge. Vincent raced to the controls to see the damage report.
"Blast! The lightning rod has been blown clean off. It must be replaced immediately."
He smiled at Majid with an evil grin.
"Don't go anywhere now,"
he quipped before he left the bridge, heading toward the back of the gondola. As soon as he disappeared, Majid called down to Kevin. "Kevin, are you okay?" For the moment, Kevin called back through chattering teeth. Already the freezing temperatures were taking effect on his body. Is my satchel still up there? Majid glanced around and saw the satchel a few feet from him. It's still here. Throw it down to me, Kevin ordered. What? You can't be serious, Majid exclaimed. What if you don't catch it? Then I won't be in any worse position than I am now, Kevin explained philosophically. But I think there's something in there that can get me out of this net. It's the only hope we have, so we might as well go for it. Hurry up before Vincent gets back. And you better hurry before the storm gets any worse. Majid warned Kevin as he stretched his hand through the net, trying to reach Kevin's satchel. I think I might have created a monster. Indeed, Majid's little nudge to set off the lightning had created a chain reaction amongst the storm clouds. Lightning now arched from cloud to cloud and thunder cracked almost continuously. Majid finally got his fingertips on the severed strap of Kevin's satchel. He drew it towards him and took careful aim at the hatch. Here it comes, he warned Kevin and then threw the satchel at the hatch, tossing it in a perfect arc so it would drop parallel to the cord by which Kevin was dangling. Kevin was ready when the satchel came flying out of the airship above. He grabbed it before it could tumble by him. Kevin struggled to open it through the clinging netting, but managed despite his shaking, freezing fingers. He quickly took stock of his supplies, considering any herbal ingredients that included disrupting chemicals that affected energy homeostasis. He remembered he had a rare form of soapwort that contained high amounts of phytoestrogens. This could be used to disrupt the electromagnetic connection holding him in the net. The soapwort needed to be crushed and added to water to release the phytoestrogens. Fortunately, the storm had not abated and Kevin was dripping wet. Although this contributed to his oncoming hypothermia, Kevin forced his shaking hands to be steady as he ground half his supply of soapwort between his hands. With the water, it foamed up in a rich lather which he applied to the electromagnets. They sizzled and popped. All at once, their magnetic bond broke and the net gaped open, releasing Kevin into the thin, freezing air. After a fierce battle, Kevin had Leonie Henningford arrested and purchased her super yacht. Then Vincent Reeves, arriving in a silver blimp, captured Majid and then Kevin. Kevin was suspended under the blimp in an electromagnetic net. Kevin broke the net's electromagnetic bonds only to be suddenly dropped into thin air. Kevin felt the net open under him. There was nothing between him and the ocean waters below except thousands of feet of freezing air. But despite his growing hypothermia, Kevin's reflexes were still second to none. He grabbed onto the net with one hand before he could drop more than a few feet. With the other, he kept a tight hold on his trusty satchel of herbal ingredients. Kevin tied a knot in the severed strap of his satchel, looped it around his neck, and climbed hand over hand back up the cord into the blimp. Meanwhile, Majid was still pinned to the wall of the blimp's gondola by another electromagnetic net. He had heard nothing from Kevin since he had tossed Kevin's satchel out of the open hatch on the floor, praying that Kevin would be able to catch it before the satchel plummeted back to Earth. Majid was gratified to see the first one and then a second hand grip the edge of the hatch. They were blue and shaking with cold as Kevin pulled himself up into the safety of the gondola. You did it, Majid exclaimed. You actually escaped from that net. But that Vincent guy said there was no way out. There's always a way if you can keep your head on straight, have belief, and not give up hope, Kevin assured Majid. Now it's your turn to escape. Kevin repeated the same process to break the magnetic bonds that held Majid captive in another net. Kevin ground the rest of his supply of soapwort between his hands. It foamed up in a rich lather which he applied to the electromagnets. This rare kind of soapwort contained high amounts of phytoestrogens, a disrupting chemical that affected energy homeostasis. The electromagnetics sizzled and popped. All at once their magnetic bond broke and the net gaped open. Majid threw it off easily. But just then, the storm that encircled the blimp increased in ferocity. The gondola shook and rocked as the wind tried to blow the gas-filled bag of the blimp in multiple directions all at once. Can't you do something about this storm? Kevin yelled at Majid over the howling of the wind. Majid closed his eyes and reached out with his powers. He had started the storm to try to evade capture by Vincent Reeves, but now the storm had progressed and taken on a life of its own. It was far too powerful for Majid to stop. "I can't do it," Majid cried. "It's too strong for me. Any second now it could tear this whole blimp to rags." "Then we better get off the blimp as soon as possible," Kevin decided. He opened the nearest storage locker and dug through it. He found what he was looking for, a parachute.
"Stop!"
yelled the voice, causing Kevin and Majid to look up. Vincent had returned from repairing the blimp's lightning rod.
"That's my only parachute."
"And once again, your selfishness has worked against you," Kevin declared, strapping on the parachute. He grabbed Majid, and before the teenager could protest, Kevin threw them both out the open hatch on the floor. Kevin and Majid fell through the thin, stormy air. The vast Indian Ocean below them grew larger by the moment. Kevin moved almost faster than the human eye could follow, buckling Majid into the parachute harness with him. As soon as Majid was secure, Kevin yanked the cord, opening the parachute. It blossomed above them, immediately slowing their descent. Although they were at a lower altitude, the storm's winds were still fierce. They caught the parachute and blew Kevin and Majid into a dizzying spiral that took them beyond the reign of the storm. They hit the water with terrific force, which activated the parachute's built-in life preserver. It inflated immediately, propelling Kevin and Majid back to the surface of the water. Although the water was rough, it was significantly warmer than the upper atmosphere, and Kevin felt his body regain its internal equilibrium, the hypothermia fading away to nothing. "Look!" Majid exclaimed, pointing upwards. Although now several miles from the storm, they could still clearly see the blimp as it was being tossed hither and yon by the raging tempest. At last it disappeared into a thunderhead and was seen no more. "That takes care of that," Majid decided. "But what do we do now? We're adrift in the middle of the ocean. We have no idea where we are and no way to call for help." The bellowing ship's horn directed their attention to the horizon. Kevin grinned as he recognized the vessel. It was the super yacht he had bought from Agent Stanley Cooper of the Reaper Squad. Brett and Katja had obviously kept tabs on the blimp and had followed them, hoping for a chance to be of use. Several hours later, after being rescued by the super yacht, Majid was reunited with his community. Kevin changed into clean, dry clothes. He was finally warm the whole way through. It was now time for Kevin and Majid to have a talk. Kevin and Majid sat on deck chairs by the yacht's swimming pool. Kevin explained the upper realm to him. The upper realm was the alternative plane of consciousness that leveled experts were sometimes able to reach in order to refine their levels to the highest degrees. The upper realm was overseen by someone known as the Keeper of the White Tower. They were critical to the stability of the upper realm, but the current keeper, a woman named Alohi, was dying before her time. It was up to Kevin to locate children who were potentially the next keeper and bring them to the upper realm to be tested before Alohi died. "And that's me? I'm the next keeper?" Majid asked. "We're not sure," Kevin answered honestly. "We won't know for sure until I locate all the potential candidates, bring them to the upper realm, and you are all tested. If you are the keeper, it could mean you would never return to this plane of consciousness, so you must think carefully about it." Majid did consider it. "I don't know if they told you, Kevin, but I'm an orphan. I don't have any family here, but this community took me in. I feel like I owe them. Without me, any place they try to settle will eventually be overtaken by the rising ocean levels." "About that," said a voice. Kevin and Majid looked over to see the old woman from the community approaching them. "I've been talking to the others," the old woman continued, "and we decided that island living isn't for us anymore. Any place we go, someone else will come along and try to take it from us. That's why we're wondering if Kevin would be willing to allow us to stay on this super yacht indefinitely." Kevin shrugged. "I have no other plans for the super yacht. I would be happy to leave it in your excellent hands and could even arrange a stipend for its maintenance."
That won't be necessary, the old woman said. We may be poor, but we have our pride. We would like to make our own way in the world. Most of us have experience working with tourists and in hotels. We were thinking that we could live in half the yacht and we would rent the other half out as a luxury hotel on the water. Kevin smiled. That's a brilliant business strategy. You would be able to continue to take advantage of the popularity of the Maldives as a luxury destination without using up valuable land for hotels or other accommodations. So you see, Majid, you don't need to stay with us if you don't want to, the old woman went on, speaking kindly to Majid. You have more than paid back any minor kindness we did when we took you in as an orphan. You would also be safer in the upper realm, Kevin pointed out. Vincent Reeves cannot get to the upper realm. He has been there before and he can only go once. He squandered what he learned there and turned it from good to evil. But as long as you stay on this plane of consciousness, he will try and come after you again. Majid's eyes went wide with alarm. I definitely don't want to meet that crazy maniac ever again. How soon can we leave for this upper realm place? Kevin smiled. We can go right now. The upper realm isn't a physical place, Kevin explained. It's actually a plane of consciousness. In order to enter the upper realm, we must achieve the correct mental state, one that resonates with the same frequency as that plane of existence itself. Although he had known sorrow, Majid had also experienced a great deal of wonder and happiness in his life. Kevin explained the process and watched as Majid laid back on the lounge chair. Surrounded by water, wind, and weather that he had loved all of his life, Majid smiled with a look of intense wonder and happiness. His eyes fluttered closed as if he'd suddenly gone to sleep, and then he disappeared. Kevin smiled, closed his own eyes, and focused on his own source of wonder and happiness, his darling wife Lily, and their soon-to-be-born twins. Kevin crashed down into a lily pond again. The lily pond was no more than 2 feet deep, covered with flat green leaves, and it was surrounded by a chorus of croaking frogs. Kevin looked around. Sure enough, he had arrived in the upper realm in exactly the same undignified manner as he had every time before. At this point, it was almost like being greeted by an old friend. With Elohi's time running out, Kevin continued to pursue candidates to potentially become the next gatekeeper of the upper realm. He has just rescued Majid, the teen in the Maldives who has the power of weather, to the upper realm while saving him from evil Vincent Reeves's clutches. But 3 more candidates must be found before the test of all 7 can proceed. Having some fresh information to share, Brett Stewart, the head of the Myriads and Kevin's longtime friend and ally in fighting back the Pinnacle's plans to attack the Foundation, arranged to meet with Kevin at a classic mom-and-pop coffee shop located off a quiet side street in the heart of downtown Chicago. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee permeated the air as Kevin entered the establishment. The familiar sound of clinking cups and hushed conversations provided a soothing backdrop for the meeting. Brett, already seated at a corner table, looked up as Kevin approached. "Kevin," Brett waved. "Over here. I ordered your regular, black coffee." The 2 friends settled into the worn wooden chairs, the ambient hum of the coffee shop cocooning them from the outside world. Kevin had barely had time to catch his breath after his, Brett's, and Katja's tangle with evil hotelier Leona Henningford in the Maldives, where she was buying up land to build luxury hotels, and where Kevin had to rescue Majid, and also help the locals to avoid being displaced by the rising waters. But he knew that Brett was as committed as Kevin was to their grail of getting all 7 candidates found and transported, so that Elohi's successor could be found before calamity might befall the upper realm through Elohi's death. Still, it was good to have a quiet moment with his friend and to enjoy the simple pleasure of a hot drink. "Coffee's good," Kevin noted as he took a long sip of the fresh brew. Brett nodded in agreement, then slid a manila file folder across the table, the worn edges bearing the weight of information that held the potential for the next chapter in their quest.
Our next candidate for Keeper of the Upper Realm, Brett offered. Intrigued, Kevin opened the folder to reveal a dossier on the next potential gatekeeper, a 9-year-old genius named Pembroke Rindollar. Give me the bullet points. Who is this kid? Kevin asked, knowing that his rest over a cup of coffee had already come to an end. His mission could not wait. Give me the bullet points. Who is this kid? Kevin asked, knowing that his rest over a cup of coffee had already come to an end. His mission could not wait. Pembroke Rindollar is a chess prodigy, Brett began, his tone carrying a mix of excitement and anticipation. At age 9, he is already a Grand Master of the game, and he is now vying to win the World Chess Championship against adults 3 times his age. Not bad for a 9-year-old, Kevin noted. I didn't learn how to ride a bike till I was 10, Brett concurred, and he almost immediately regretted revealing such an embarrassing detail about his childhood to Kevin, whom he admired so greatly. Kevin skimmed through the details, his eyes catching glimpses of the prodigy's remarkable journey in the chess world. The file painted a picture of a young genius, destined for greatness, with an impressive list of achievements and accolades. Where is he now? Kevin asked. He's getting ready to compete in the World Chess Championship, and it just so happens to be taking place in his hometown of Saratoga, Brett continued, leaning in as if sharing a well-guarded secret. High-profile event, massive media coverage, and his parents, tech billionaires, have practically bankrolled the whole thing so it can be held close to home. Tech billionaires for parents, Kevin repeated curiously. What's their situation? How did they make their money? Dennis and Denise Pembroke, Brett responded. They were early investors in the concept of video games. The concept of video games? Kevin probed. That's right, Brett replied. Before Atari, Nintendo, or Xbox, these two invested all of their savings into the idea of Atari, Nintendo, and Xbox. They were high school sweethearts, married 25 years. Quite the love story. As Kevin absorbed the information, the pieces of the puzzle began to align. The strategic mind of a chess grandmaster might hold the unique qualities necessary for the role of gatekeeper of the upper realm. Well, then I guess the next move is to make contact, Kevin noted. What's the play? Brett probed. Should we create fake personas and try to infiltrate the World Chess Championship as players? Or maybe we could pretend our parents were old high school classmates of Dennis and Denise and get access that way. It's a fun idea, Kevin offered, but these people seem grounded enough. Maybe I can just go there and talk to them face to face. Explain the situation. Brett shook his head agreeably. Very direct. I like it. The next day, Kevin took a commercial flight to Silicon Valley. Saratoga, an affluent enclave in California, was the backdrop for this latest quest for Kevin, as he stepped onto the plush grounds of the Rindollar mansion. The luxury of the surroundings made it clear that Pembroke's parents were no strangers to the world of wealth and privilege. A massive outdoor chessboard could be seen in the yard leading up to the house, the pieces all sculpted out of lava rocks. Kevin approached the imposing entrance and gave a firm knock. A butler opened the door a moment later, sizing up Kevin with judgmental eyes. Hello, Kevin offered. My name is Kevin Williams. I was hoping to talk to Dennis and Denise Rindollar, or possibly their son Pembroke if he's available. Charity inquiries are usually directed to the rear, sir, the butler remarked, assuming Kevin's presence to be that of someone seeking benevolence. I'm not here to ask for charity, Kevin replied, his tone carrying the weight of his self-made fortune. I'm actually a billionaire myself. The butler's raised eyebrows betrayed his disbelief. Of course you are, sir, but just so you know, we have a horse trough out back if you're looking to clean yourself up. The butler offered, subtly suggesting that Kevin might be more comfortable with the servants than in the Rindollar mansion. Kevin, undeterred, clarified his intentions. Like I said, I'm here to speak with Pembroke's mother and father. It's a matter of great importance. Are they available? The butler, now sensing that Kevin might be more than he initially appeared, hesitated but eventually conceded. "Wait here," he instructed before disappearing into the grandiose foyer. Moments later, Pembroke's parents, adorned in the finest of attire, descended the grand staircase, their expressions a blend of curiosity and suspicion. "Well, look who it is! Kevin Williams," Dennis Reindaler noted. "We've never met, but I was almost an early investor in Williams Media. Also, I bought a room in Quentin Covington's space station, until you blew it up. But no worries, insurance made us whole again." "Let's not bore our guest," Denise Reindaler cut in. "Maybe ask him a few questions, darling, instead of just talking his ear off." "I've come to speak with you about your son Pembroke," Kevin revealed. "I think Pembroke would love to meet the great Kevin Williams," Dennis replied. "I disagree," Denise countered. "He needs to stay focused before the big tournament. I don't think he should have any visitors." "Chess is a game of strategy," Dennis pushed back. "It's about knowing and understanding your opponent. Pembroke should interact with as many people as possible." "That's ridiculous," Denise countered, clearly agitated by her husband. Dennis and Denise Reindaler continued to fight. Like two titans engaged in a perpetual war, their battleground was the life and future of their exceptional son. Kevin, eager to navigate the tumultuous waters, attempted to establish a common ground. "If it makes either of you feel any better," Kevin offered, maintaining a diplomatic tone, "I'm on the brink of parenthood myself, expecting twins. I've heard about Pembroke's achievements and just wanted to learn from your experiences in raising such an extraordinary child. Maybe I could talk to you two both first and then talk to Pembroke." The appeal to their parental pride fell on deaf ears as the Reindalers seemed more interested in their ongoing domestic dispute. Denise, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of refined sophistication, squared off against Dennis, a man accustomed to wielding authority in the corporate world. "He shouldn't be meeting anyone new right now. He's on the verge of the biggest competition of his life," Denise declared, her voice sharp as a well-honed blade. "And we shouldn't be meeting with anyone either. Our focus should be on Pembroke and Pembroke only." Dennis, determined to assert his viewpoint, countered. "Meeting new people will broaden his horizons and give him a fresh perspective before the finals. It might just be what he needs, and I would love to engage with anyone besides you." The couple's bickering intensified, reaching a crescendo that threatened to shatter the veneer of their high society composure. Amid the verbal onslaught, Kevin struggled to find an opening to connect with Pembroke. "I understand that you both have Pembroke's best interests at heart," Kevin interjected, attempting to play mediator. "But perhaps meeting someone like me who has succeeded in various endeavors could provide Pembroke with valuable insights for his future." His words fell on deaf ears as the Reindalers continued their heated exchange. In a moment of frustration, Denise hurled a chess trophy at Dennis, the metallic crash echoing through the grand halls of their mansion. Realizing that diplomacy was futile in the face of such domestic turmoil, Kevin pondered his next move. Dennis and Denise's marital battlefield escalated, with Dennis now threatening to use a hose on his wife. "I will spray you, Denise. Lord help me, I will spray you." "You don't have the guts to spray anyone," Denise shouted in reply. Seizing the opportunity, Kevin slipped away from the impending waterworks and ventured further into the mansion. Exploring the lavish interior, Kevin discovered a bizarre symmetry within the house. The dual sides mirrored each other with uncanny precision, a thick white line down the middle dividing the warring arena of Pembroke's parents. The decor, the furnishings, and even the lighting were perfectly mirrored, creating an otherworldly ambiance. As Kevin traversed the hallway, he came across two identical doors, adorned with portraits of the legendary chess grandmaster Bobby Fischer. Large signs on each door boldly declared, "Stay out." The duality of Pembroke's home mirrored the internal conflict of his parents, each side vying for dominance. Kevin wasn't sure which door to try first, but he hoped that behind one he would find the young chess prodigy and be able to convince him to journey to the upper realm. With Elohi's time running out, Kevin continued to pursue potential gatekeepers for the upper realm. The latest candidate was a young chess prodigy named Pembroke Rindollar, who lived in Silicon Valley. Kevin visited Pembroke's lavish mansion, but couldn't convince the young prodigy's parents, Dennis and Denise, to stop arguing. Kevin took the opportunity to sneak inside and spotted two matching doors on opposite sides of the same hall. Kevin debated, certain that Pembroke was waiting behind one of the doors. With the thick white line dividing the hall and the seemingly identical doors and rooms sitting across from each other, Kevin stood between the mirrored options, each adorned with images of Bobby Fischer. Intrigued, Kevin pressed his ear against one door, then the other, trying to see if he could hear Pembroke waiting inside. But the only sound that reached him was an eerie silence. Maybe he's not here, Kevin noted to himself, but maybe he is. Determined to locate the young chess prodigy, Kevin reached into his satchel and retrieved a mental precision pill. Determined to locate the young chess prodigy, Kevin reached into his satchel and retrieved a mental precision pill, a tool in Kevin's arsenal that heightened his senses and cognitive abilities. As he ingested the pill, a surge of clarity enveloped him. Suddenly, a faint voice like the whisper of a wise sage became discernible. The voice emanated from behind the door on the left side of the hall. The soft patter seemed to be offering advice on relationships. Kevin strained to catch every word. The sage voice imparted timeless wisdom, counseling an unseen someone to recognize their worth. In every relationship, the voice offered, there needs to be a mutual commitment. If only one person desires to stay in a relationship, then that relationship will ultimately fail. Relationships are wonderful, but they're also a lot of hard work. If both parties aren't ready to do that work, then the relationship is on a collision course with disaster. The desire to be together must be shared by both individuals for the union to flourish. Kevin, now attuned to the nuanced vibrations of the mansion thanks to his mental precision pill, absorbed the sage advice. He pondered the relevance of these words to the Rindollars, wondering if the wise voice might be someone speaking to Pembroke about his quarreling parents. The voice spoke of the importance of understanding one's worth and the significance of listening in a relationship. At the beginning of every relationship, there's hope for what's to come, the voice continued. But as time progresses and those hopes for the future go unfulfilled, both parties can turn bitter, and that doesn't help anything. Eager to unravel the mystery, Kevin continued to listen, trying to discern more about the source of this insightful counselor. The voice elaborated on the value of open communication and the necessity of creating special time every day to share with just your partner. Deciding to venture further, Kevin knocked quietly on the door. The voice abruptly fell silent, replaced by the innocent inquiry of a nervous 9-year-old. "Who is it?" "Kevin Williams," Kevin offered. "A friend." "Have we met before?" the nervous 9-year-old replied. "No," Kevin replied. "But I just met your parents and I asked them if we could meet." "And what did they say?" the 9-year-old probed. "Honestly," Kevin confessed, "they were too busy fighting with each other to give me an answer either way." "I hate when they fight," the 9-year-old confided. "I didn't mean to aggravate them," Kevin noted. "That must be hard on you. My mother-in-law is always fighting with me and I don't like it one bit. Home should be a safe place, and parents should be a calming force for their children." "They're not," the voice replied. "They are always arguing." "I'm sorry," Kevin offered. "That sounds hard and I don't want to make your life any harder. If you want me to leave, I will." With a creak, the door opened slightly, revealing a glimpse of frizzy-haired, bespectacled Pembroke. "No, you can stay." Pembroke ushered Kevin into his room. The space was adorned with an eclectic collection of pictures featuring Dr. Ruth, Dr. Phil, Oprah, and Freud. It was clear that Pembroke sought guidance and wisdom from these relationship gurus. Kevin, taking in the peculiar decor, realized that Pembroke's room was his sanctuary, a haven amidst the storm of his parents' relentless disputes. As Kevin looked around, he suddenly realized that he and Pembroke were alone. "Wait," Kevin asked. "Who was the older man I heard talking earlier? It sounded like he was giving relationship advice." "It was me," Pembroke admitted. "I have a relationship podcast, but I have to use a voice alternator because my parents would be furious if they knew I was wasting my time talking to people about their lives." Inside Pembroke's room, surrounded by images of renowned relationship experts, Kevin engaged in conversation with the young chess prodigy. Expecting to discuss the intricacies of chess strategy, Kevin was surprised when Pembroke revealed that his parents had imposed the world of chess upon him. It wasn't a personal passion. "So you don't even like to play chess?" Kevin asked. "I'm good at it," Pembroke replied. "And it feels good to be good at any activity, but I've worked hard to become this good, and practice takes up so much of my time. And that's infuriating because chess isn't my true calling." "Well, then what is?" Kevin asked, genuinely curious. Pembroke, eager to share, opened up about his true passions: psychotherapy and couples counseling. The young prodigy had developed a keen interest in the dynamics of human relationships, seeking solace in the wisdom of figures like Dr. Ruth, Dr. Phil, and Freud. "People are fascinating," Pembroke noted. "Every human being is a complex organism processing a million different stimuli every moment. That's interesting in and of itself, but when you combine two of these organisms, truly spectacular results are possible." As they delved into a discussion about the complexities of relationships, Kevin found himself impressed by Pembroke's depth of understanding. The 9-year-old's insights went far beyond his years, and it became apparent that chess was just a facade. Pembroke's true calling lay in deciphering the mysteries of the human heart. "You don't meet many 9-year-olds who are curious about relationships," Kevin noted. "Most boys your age think girls have cooties and just want to play in the dirt." "I guess I'm just different," Pembroke replied. "Tea?" Pembroke gestured toward a small desk adorned with a tea set, inviting Kevin to take a seat. As they settled in, Pembroke, the young connoisseur of relationships, prepared a pot of tea with meticulous care. The room filled with a soothing aroma as the tea leaves unfurled in the hot water. Handing a cup to Kevin, Pembroke observed the glint of something on Kevin's finger. Intrigued, he asked, "I see you have a wedding ring. Are you married?" Kevin, sipping the tea appreciatively, replied with a warm smile, "Yes, happily married." Pembroke's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Tell me about her. What's she like?" "Well," Kevin offered with a genuine warmth, "she's a wonderful woman, a terrific wife, and she's 8 months pregnant with our twins, and she's the mayor of Chicago." At the same time that Kevin was telling Pembroke about his beloved Lily and her political career, the corridors of City Hall echoed with the hushed conversations of bureaucrats and the occasional distant sound of ringing phones. Lily and Rachel, with furrowed brows, navigated the long hallways that led toward the meeting room where the forensic accountants awaited them. "Why would the accountants need to talk to us again?" Rachel wondered. "Hopefully it's because they found something," Lily replied. $80 million earmarked for the Widows and Orphans Fund had gone missing, and Lily was blamed for the disappearance. She wanted answers, and she wanted them fast. Upon entering the room, the atmosphere was sterile, lit by the cold fluorescent glow. Lily and Rachel took their seats, flanked by numbers-crunching accountants engrossed in their investigative work. An air of anticipation hung heavy in the room. "Mayor Williams, thank you for coming," one of the accountants acknowledged, signaling them to sit. "My pleasure," Lily replied. "What do you have for us?" As the presentation unfolded, the forensic accountants methodically detailed their findings. Lily's mind raced as they traced the path of the missing $80 million. The tension in the room mounted, each revelation adding to the weight on Lily's shoulders.
So we know where the $80 million was deposited, at least most of it. But now we have the final piece. We know where the rest of the money went and who most likely sent it there, the accountants noted.
Rachel, her features a mask of professional composure, scribbled notes as the accountants meticulously connected the financial dots. The evidence pointed to a malevolent force at play, a betrayal that threatened not only Lily's reputation but the very fabric of trust in her administration. The room's somber air heightened the gravity of the situation. Lily's apprehension deepened with each passing moment, unsure of the impending revelation that lurked beneath the layers of financial intricacies. As the accountants approached the culmination of their presentation, a palpable silence settled in the room. The air crackled with anticipation, and then, with a deliberate pause, the lead accountant dropped the bombshell that sent shockwaves through Lily's world.
And Mayor Williams, it appears that these funds were being systematically redirected by Ruby Kincaid.
Lily's mouth dropped. Ruby? The revelation hung in the air, a chilling disclosure that shattered the trust Lily had placed in a supposed ally. The depth of the betrayal, hidden until this moment, exposed a sinister underbelly of corruption that threatened to engulf them all. The room, once filled with the mechanical hum of fluorescent lights, now echoed with the weight of deception and the uncertainty of the path ahead. Lily had a traitor on her own staff. As Kevin met with young chess prodigy Pembroke Rindollar in Saratoga, Lily was busy meeting with her forensic accountants who informed her that the missing $80 million stolen from the Widows and Orphans Fund, had been taken by none other than a member of Lily's own staff, Ruby Kincaid. Lily sat across from Rachel in the accountant's office, her mouth agape. The revelation hung in the air like an ominous cloud, casting shadows across Lily's world. The words redirected by assistant to the mayor, Ruby Kincaid, echoed in Lily's mind. Lily's shock was palpable, her gaze fixed on the accountant who had unraveled the web of deceit a moment earlier. Ruby Kincaid, Lily repeated. Are you sure?
100%, the lead accountant replied. The transfers can be tracked down to her personal computer. In addition, 10% of the $80 million was forwarded into Ruby's personal checking account. She hid her work well, but the digital fingerprints were still there.
Lily shook her head in disbelief. I just can't believe it. Rachel's reaction was markedly different. There was no surprise in her eyes, only a knowing glint that betrayed an awareness Lily had failed to acknowledge. It was a moment of realization, not for Rachel, but for Lily herself. Lily, Rachel said, her voice steady, I've been trying to tell you for a while that not everyone in your inner circle is as genuine as they seem. Lily turned to Rachel, her eyes reflecting a blend of disbelief and hurt. The revelation about Ruby, a friend turned adversary, had torn a hole in the carefully constructed tapestry of loyalty Lily had woven. Why, Rachel? Why would Ruby do this? Lily asked, her voice tinged with a mix of sorrow and confusion. Lily had yet to get over the shock that came when she learned that Nancy, her supposed pregnancy pal, was actually in cahoots with Juanita Hernandez and plotting with her to rip Lily's twin babies out of her womb. Now one of her most trusted allies in her duties as mayor was scheming against her as well. Power, Lily. It's always about power and money, Rachel replied, her tone grave. Ruby saw an opportunity and she took it. She exploited your trust, and now we have to deal with the fallout. The harsh reality pressed down on Lily, the innocence of her mayoral tenure shattered by the revelation of betrayal. As Lily grappled with the searing sting of deception, she felt a profound shift within herself. The mayoral facade cracked, revealing vulnerability beneath the surface. Lily's mind was a turbulent sea of emotions, each wave crashing against the walls of trust she had built with those around her. Rachel, always the pragmatic voice, had more truths to unravel. Lily, Rachel began, her voice measured. Nancy's involvement with Juanita Hernandez was just the tip of the iceberg. We're dealing with a complex web of deceit, and Juanita might be very well at the center of all of it. Lily shook her head. But Nancy is dead. Juanita defeated. Lily said the words both with regret and with the hope that they were true. She couldn't face having Juanita rise against her again and threaten both her life and the lives of her twins, all while trying to get misdirected revenge on Kevin. That doesn't mean this wasn't a plan put in motion long ago, Rachel countered. Juanita might be gone now, but Ruby is still out there. Lily's eyes widened, the weight of the situation sinking in. The tendrils of deception extended further than she could have imagined, entangling those she thought were allies in a sinister plot. Nancy, Juanita, Ruby. It seems like I've been surrounded by people with hidden agendas this whole time. Lily muttered, her disbelief evident. Rachel nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. She put her hand on Lily's. I don't have any hidden agendas. I just want to help. Lily smiled in thanks. So how do we handle this? Rachel asked. It's time we stop theorizing about what might have happened, Lily offered. Let's get our answers directly from the source. City Hall buzzed with the usual activity, the hum of bureaucracy resonating through the corridors. Lily and Rachel walked purposefully toward Ruby Kincaid's office. As they approached Ruby's door, Lily couldn't shake the lingering shock from the revelations about the missing funds. It was a betrayal that cut deep, and she steeled herself for what lay ahead. Rachel, ever the strategist, reminded Lily to stay composed. We need to approach this calmly and methodically, Lily. Ruby may not be alone, and she's likely prepared for just the moment that this revelation would come. Lily nodded, her jaw set with determination. The office door swung open, and there sat Ruby Kincaid, seemingly unfazed by their entrance. Lily, Rachel, to what do I owe the pleasure? Ruby greeted with a false smile, her eyes betraying a hint of mischief. We're not here for pleasantries, Ruby, Lily retorted, her tone sharp. We've discovered the trail of the missing funds leading to sports organizations in Wisconsin and Minnesota. Funds that were transferred from your personal computer. Care to explain? Ruby leaned back in her chair, a calculated nonchalance in her demeanor. Ah, the mysterious funds. I'm as surprised as you are, Mayor. Are you saying my computer was used? That's crazy. How could such a thing happen under our watch? Lily's patience waned. Cut the act, Ruby. The money traces back to you, and we know about the 10% you skimmed to deposit right into your personal accounts. What's your game? Ruby's facade faltered for a moment, a fleeting hint of panic in her eyes. Recovering quickly, she shrugged. Wait, Lily, do you really think I did this? I'm being framed. Anyone could manipulate transaction these days. Rachel stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. Save the theatrics. We know you're involved, Ruby. The question is, how deep does this betrayal go? Juanita Hernandez isn't around to protect you anymore. Ruby chuckled, a concerning sound that echoed through the office. You two always had such faith in people, Lily. Trust me, it's a weakness, and weakness can be exploited. Ruby stood and stepped over to a side door in her office. She opened it, revealing a side room where a dozen burly mob goons sat waiting. My office needs a good cleaning, Ruby directed the goons. Kill them! Kill them both! The menacing figures descended upon Lily and Rachel. With lightning speed and grace that belied her condition as an 8-month pregnant mother-to-be, Lily unleashed a barrage of kicks and punches that left the goons reeling. The office became a chaotic battleground as Lily defended herself against the orchestrated attack. Rachel, not one to be sidelined, seized the opportunity to assert her own agency. In a quick and tactical move, she skillfully tripped one of the advancing goons, sending him sprawling to the floor. It was a momentary victory that disrupted Ruby's carefully laid plans. The room echoed with the sounds of the struggle, the clatter of overturned furniture and the occasional yelp from the thwarted goons. Lily, fueled by a mix of maternal instinct and a determination to protect her city, fought with a ferocity that surprised even herself. Lily's despair and confusion that came from the news of Ruby's treachery was brief. Mayor Lily Williams was completely in control of the situation. Meanwhile, in Saratoga, Kevin continued to talk with young chess prodigy Pembroke Rindollar about his relationship with Lily. "She's so gentle and caring," Kevin noted. "She'll be a wonderful mother, but I do worry she won't be able to administer discipline when the twins need it. Her heart is so big, it's hard for her to not be kind at all times." As Kevin painted a picture of Lily's gentle nature, Lily continued to battle mob goons inside Ruby's office deep in Chicago's City Hall. Amid the chaos, Lily's eyes locked onto Ruby's, a silent vow that justice would prevail. The battle spilled into the hollowed halls of City Hall, echoing with the clashing of ideals and the confrontation of long-buried truths. Lily, heavily pregnant with twins, beat the mob goons to a bloody pulp. Kevin's babies had fueled her in a way she had never experienced before. Lily wasn't a leveled fighter, but she felt like one at that moment. As the crowd gathered, the tension in the air was palpable. Lily, having gained the upper hand in the struggle, now stood face to face with Ruby, the orchestrator of deceit. Their heated exchange of accusations echoed through the marble corridors, exposing the tangled web of embezzlement. With a swift and determined move, Lily seized Ruby and dragged her to a high-floor balcony. The gasps of onlookers below intensified as Lily dangled Ruby over the edge, a desperate attempt to extract the truth from the deceitful staffer. "Where did the money go, Ruby?" Lily's voice carried with an authoritative force. "Say it! I know you know!" Ruby, caught in a precarious position, finally screamed out the facts about the stolen funds. The crowd gasped, not at the revelation of embezzlement, but at the unexpected recipients, the Minnesota Twins and the Green Bay Packers. Shock rippled through the onlookers as the truth unfolded. Lily, standing at the precipice, had Ruby reveal the extent of her crimes. The words hung in the air, a damning testament to the betrayal that had unfolded within the heart of the city's government. The crowd below murmured in disbelief. In a moment that would define Lily's fight for justice, she released her grip on Ruby's hand. Ruby's terrified scream pierced the air as she plummeted to the ground. A collective gasp from the crowd was followed by a sickening thud as Ruby collided with an awning and then slid onto the sidewalk. Officer Kelly Emmett, an unusual beacon of justice in the chaos considering her past kidnapping of Lily and battles with Kevin, moved swiftly to handcuff the fallen Ruby. "You're going to jail for crimes against the Sox and the Bears," Officer Emmett declared, ensuring that justice would be served not only for the embezzlement, but for the betrayal of the city's sports legacy. Lily, standing on the balcony, had reclaimed her reputation, and the halls of City Hall were left to reckon with the aftermath of the battle that had unfolded within its walls. In search of the next candidate for Gatekeeper of the Upper Realm, Kevin traveled to Silicon Valley to meet with a 9-year-old chess prodigy named Pembroke Rindollar. When Kevin arrived at the young boy's home, he discovered that Pembroke's parents, Dennis and Denise, were constantly fighting with each other, and at odds about everything, including Pembroke's future. Kevin snuck away from the parents to meet with Pembroke one-on-one and discovered that the young man had a penchant for relationship advice and was a natural matchmaker. Kevin sat across from Pembroke inside the young man's bedroom, where pictures of Dr. Ruth and Freud hung on the walls. Pembroke had spotted Kevin's wedding ring and was curious about his relationship. Kevin raved about Lily and was open about how excited he was to become a father. "She's going to make a great mother," Kevin concluded, "and she's already a great mayor." "She sounds wonderful," Pembroke noted. "And the way you speak about her makes me think your relationship is truly strong. That's good. That's very good.
Most people feel lost in their long-term relationships. It's a real problem.
I'm very lucky, Kevin replied.
So what do you want from me? Pembroke wondered aloud. Do you want me to tutor you in chess? Most people want me to tutor them in chess. People ask me a lot about chess. It's always chess. Chess, chess, chess.
Not exactly, Kevin replied, peering at the chess prodigy with a glint of mystery in his eyes. Tell me, Pembroke, have you ever heard of the Upper Realm? Pembroke shook his head, a furrow forming on his young forehead.
Upper Realm? Is that a new kind of chess move?
Kevin leaned forward, his voice hushed as if sharing a secret with a fellow conspirator. It's a place beyond our world, a haven for the highly skilled, where they go to become true masters of their craft. A sanctuary of knowledge, skill, and potential. The young prodigy's eyes widened with intrigue. Kevin continued narrating tales of Alohi, the current gatekeeper of the Upper Realm. Kevin related that Alohi, elderly and ailing, needed a successor to carry the mantle and to protect the realm from those who sought to exploit its power. Pembroke, my young friend, I'm on a quest to find the one person who can safeguard the Upper Realm, and I think you might be a perfect candidate. Kevin explained, his words carrying a weight of both responsibility and possibility. Pembroke, absorbing the significance of the tale, contemplated the idea of being the next gatekeeper. A chess prodigy who had mastered the intricacies of a game now faced a greater challenge, becoming the guardian of a realm beyond imagination. I've been scouting candidates, individuals with exceptional skills and potential, people who can embrace the responsibility and protect the Upper Realm. In the end, only one will be chosen. And if you're open to it, that one could possibly be you. Kevin continued, emphasizing the gravity of the mission. Pembroke sat immersed in thought, the chessboard of his mind calculating the moves in this unexpected game of destiny. The possibility of being a gatekeeper, a protector of the Upper Realm, opened a portal to a vast array of purpose and significance beyond the 64 squares he was accustomed to.
All right, Pembroke finally responded. I'll go, but I can't leave until after the World Chess Championship.
I understand, Kevin replied. You have a chance to do something really special, to become the highest-ranked chess player the world has ever known. I wouldn't want to take that from you.
I don't care about chess, Pembroke confessed. But there are 2 players who have been calling into my relationship podcast pretty frequently. I think they'd make a perfect match. I want to try to get them together, and the championship is my best shot to make that happen. Will you help me?
Pembroke's revelation about the real reason behind his reluctance to leave before the chess tournament surprised Kevin. As they sat in the peculiar room adorned with images of therapists and psychologists, a new layer of Pembroke's character unfolded. Wait, so you're delaying a potential journey to fulfill your own destiny and to become a gatekeeper for a love connection? Kevin asked, his eyebrows arching in curiosity. Pembroke nodded, his glasses slipping down his nose as he leaned forward.
Yeah, it might sound silly, but I've been watching them. They're both too shy to admit their feelings, and I thought if I could just nudge them in the right direction before I go, it'd be a nice way to leave things here.
Kevin couldn't help but chuckle at the unexpected twist in Pembroke's priorities. Love, huh? Well, that's certainly a unique reason to delay saving the world. Pembroke grinned, the weight of his potential gatekeeper role momentarily replaced by the joy of orchestrating a romantic connection.
Will you help me?
Kevin, appreciating the young prodigy's perspective, nodded agreeably. Love is a powerful force. If you believe it's worth a slight delay, then who am I to argue? Of course I'll help. Even as things seemed to be going well, a lingering concern gnawed at the edges of Kevin's mind. Vincent Reeves. The formidable adversary had a knack for emerging from the shadows to strike at any potential candidate for gatekeeper of the Upper Realm. Kevin knew better than anyone that Vincent Reeves was no ordinary foe. Their last encounter over the stormy Maldivian waters had left Vincent at a disadvantage, hurtling his blimp into the tempestuous unknown. However, experience had taught Kevin that counting out a resilient adversary was a risky game. Vincent Reeves was still out there, and he was going to strike. The only questions that remained were when and how. As Kevin prepared to help young Pembroke in Silicon Valley, Lily was back in Chicago enjoying a moment of triumph. With Ruby Kincaid arrested and the money she had stolen returned, Lily was able to sit back to enjoy the victory. The city of Chicago, once critical of Lily when the embezzled funds were suspiciously linked to her, now rallied behind their butt-kicking new mayor. The recovered $80 million was tossed back with disdain by the Packers and Twins once they realized where the surprise funds had come from. They didn't want that dirty Chicago Bears and Sox money. The Widows and Orphans Fund had been fully replenished, and Lily made sure that every widow and orphan got a special bonus gift for being put through so much strife. As the dust settled and Ruby Kincaid was driven off in handcuffs, Lily turned to Rachel, her campaign manager and friend. "What a day," Lily sighed, not with exhaustion but with satisfaction at what she and her best friend had accomplished. Rachel smiled in agreement. "I didn't know you could fight like that." "I could say the same about you, Rachel," Lily joked. "If I'm being honest, I felt so much more assertive since getting pregnant with Kevin's babies. It almost feels like a little bit of him is flowing through me." "Amazing," Rachel noted. "Most women are practically immobile at 8 months pregnant, especially if they're carrying twins. But you seem stronger than ever." Lily couldn't help but grin. "I hope it lasts." Returning home to the mayor's mansion, Lily relished the quiet of her residence, a haven from the storm that had engulfed her life since the recent money scandal. The house was empty. Dorothy had left earlier in the week to meet up with her husband Oliver, a globe-trotting businessman who was almost never in one place for more than a few hours, and who was now on a rare prolonged business trip to Waikiki. And Kevin's parents, Alan and Susan, were off to see U2 in concert. Lily assumed she had the mansion to herself, but as she parked the car and headed for the front door, Lily was startled by an unexpected visitor she found waiting for her there. Sonny, the seemingly friendly dog walker for Hank the dog, waved at Lily as she approached. "Mayor Williams," Sonny exclaimed. "So good to see you. I was just bringing Hank back from a scheduled walk." Hank waited on his leash by the door as Lily approached. "Don't call me Mayor Williams," Lily pushed back playfully. "You take care of Hank. You are practically family. Call me Lily." "All right, Lily." Sonny smiled as he held open the door for the mayor. Hank ran inside. Lily followed the pup. But as Lily entered the mansion, Sonny slammed closed the door behind her. He locked the bolts. "Sonny?" Lily inquired curiously, caught off guard by his abrupt action. Sonny had maintained a positive attitude, but once the door was closed and locked, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. Sonny pulled out a hypodermic needle, a weapon against which Lily had no defense. Lily's eyes went wide at Sonny. "Sonny, what are you doing?" In a sudden move, Sonny plunged the needle into Lily's neck. The venomous substance coursed through Lily's veins, causing her to reel and then collapse onto the cold floor. The very place that was meant to be her refuge had become a stage for treachery. "Sonny," Lily whispered in surprise. "What are you doing?" "You'll see," Sonny replied simply, his stare deadly cold. As Lily felt her consciousness slipping away, the true motives behind Sonny's actions remained shrouded in mystery. The tranquility of the night was shattered by the unexpected assault, leaving Lily at the mercy of the evil plot. What sinister plans had been set into motion, and who lurked in the shadows orchestrating this betrayal? As Lily succumbed to the effects of the injected substance, the answers remained elusive, leaving the fate of the mayor's mansion hanging in the balance. While Kevin met with Pembroke Rindollar, a young chess prodigy and a potential candidate for Keeper of the Upper Realm, Lily was back at home in Chicago, enjoying her downtime alone in the mayor's mansion. But Lily's time off was disrupted when she was unexpectedly drugged by her dog walker Sonny and fell unconscious. Lily awoke to an unfamiliar setting, disoriented and confined within the walls of a large pet supply storage room, deep inside the mayor's mansion. Dog food bags were stacked alongside leashes, grooming materials, and a designated doggy bathing area. Tall cat scratchers indicated that it served as a haven for both canine and feline companions. As Lily attempted to rise, she realized she was trapped inside a kennel, her dog Hank's kennel to be precise. "What?" Lily whispered to herself, still groggy from her recent drugging. Questions swirled in her mind. How had she ended up here? What nefarious plot had unfolded within her own residence? The answers remained elusive, teasing her as she struggled to make sense of the peculiar situation. As her mind began to clear further, Lily scanned the rest of the room. The room was dark, the only light coming from a large flat-screen TV resting on the floor in front of the kennel. A dusty VCR was hooked up to the TV, playing old home movies that revealed scenes of two young boys joyfully playing together in a grass-filled backyard. Lily furrowed her brow. These weren't memories from her own family. Confusion and concern etched across her face as she grappled with the mystery unfolding before her. Who were these boys? Why were these videos playing in front of her? Lily tried to open the kennel. It was locked. She pulled on the metal door. It wouldn't budge. Desperate and confused, Lily called out, "Hello? Can anyone hear me? Is anyone out there?" Sonny, the dog walker, stepped out from the shadows, his presence casting an eerie silhouette against the backdrop of the dimly lit space. Lily suddenly remembered where she had been just before she woke up in the pet supply room. She had returned home to find Sonny finishing a walk with Hank, but then suddenly he had pulled a needle and stuck it into her neck. "Sonny?" Lily noted. "What is this? What's happening?"
"Justice," Sonny replied coldly. "What's happening here is justice."
"I don't understand," Lily replied. "Are you unhappy with what we've been paying you for the dog walks? You could have just talked to us. Kevin has plenty of money."
"This isn't about your stupid dog," Sonny shouted angrily.
Hank could suddenly be heard barking in the distance. Her dog was somewhere else inside the mansion, too far away to help her, and most likely tied up as part of Sonny's plan. Lily had hoped that someone might hear her or Hank barking and come to investigate. But the mansion was empty. Everyone was gone for the weekend. Lily had been happy to think that she was going to have a weekend of peace and solitude, but now she realized that the fact that she was alone probably played right into Sonny's evil scheme. "If it's not about the walks, then what?" Lily asked, trying to remain calm and reasonable.
"I know I came to you as a stranger," Sonny explained, "but the truth is you know my brother. You knew my brother."
"Your brother?" Lily repeated. "Who?" Sonny turned to the TV still playing family videos of two young boys playing catch in the yard.
"His name was Sid," Sonny noted simply. "Sid Mangolia. He was a good man, and you killed him."
As Sonny revealed his true identity as Sid's brother, the air thickened with tension. Lily's eyes narrowed as she listened to Sonny's voice, a mixture of grief, anger, and a twisted sense of justice.
"The press investigated for a few weeks, but then everyone just stopped asking questions," Sonny continued. "No one cared about what actually happened to my brother. Why? Because you're married to Kevin Williams. Because you're the mayor. It's not fair. Sid deserves justice, and I plan to get it for him."
In his hand, Sonny held the remote control that operated the home movies playing on the flat-screen TV. Lily was a captive audience, forced to confront the past she thought she had left behind. Sonny's motive became clear. He wanted Lily to understand the void she had created in the world by taking Sid Mangolia's life. "Sonny, listen to me," Lily pleaded. "I didn't kill your brother. Nancy, my friend, my former friend, she hired Sid to attack us. She was working for Juanita Hernandez. Sid attacked me and I fought him off. but I only broke his arm."
"Liar!" Sonny shouted. "I'm not an idiot. People don't die from broken arms."
"I agree with you," Lily offered. "Something happened to your brother. I assume Juanita or Nancy set him up. They must have done something to cause him to have such an extreme reaction to his arm being broken. They wanted him out of the picture."
"You don't know what you're talking about," Sonny pushed back. "You murdered my brother in cold blood, and now you're going to have to sit and take in what you've done. I want you to feel it. I'm sure to you my brother was just another person to murder, but he had a life, a family, a brother who loved him. And I want you to sit in this room and watch all of that and remember what you did to destroy his happiness."
Sonny, with a solemn expression, exited the room, leaving Lily alone with the haunting images from Hidden Sid's youth. The scene shifted from heartwarming family gatherings to darker moments that painted a disturbing picture of the brothers' shared history. Lily was confronted first with happy Christmases and playful Easter egg hunts, but gradually the tone shifted. Young Sonny and Sid engaged in cruel acts. They blew up frogs in a jar with fireworks, tied cats' tails together, and reveled in sadistic tortures inflicted upon innocent animals. Why would they record this? Lily wondered to herself. The twisted dynamic between the Mangolia brothers unfolded on the screen, exposing a dark underbelly that fueled Sonny's desire for retribution. Caught in the inescapable grip of the unfolding revelations, Lily grappled with her dire situation. She was trapped, and based on the home movies she had watched, Sonny was capable of terrible things. Lily knew that things were going to get worse before they got better, but she had to stay hopeful. Her unborn twins, resting calmly inside her womb, were relying on her. Sonny stumbled back into the room, clutching a large bottle of vodka in his hands. The pungent scent of alcohol filled the air as he swayed unsteadily. Drunk and consumed by grief, Sonny reiterated his desire for Lily to comprehend the magnitude of what she had taken from him by killing his brother.
"Do you now understand what you've done?"
Sonny's bleary eyes focused on the images playing on the screen, and he seemed oblivious to the fact that Lily was not solely responsible for Sid's death. In his intoxicated state, Sonny clung to a distorted version of events, fueled by his grief and a misguided sense of vengeance. Lily, seizing the opportunity, began to survey her surroundings. As Sonny continued to take in his home movies and guzzle vodka, Lily pieced together a plan. Her sharp mind assessed the situation, searching for an opening to turn the tide in her favor. The erratic emotions that gripped Sonny provided a window of opportunity, and Lily knew she had to act fast if she wanted to survive. As Lily plotted her next move, Kevin was busy in Silicon Valley. Kevin accompanied Pembroke Rindollar, a young chess prodigy and a potential candidate for Keeper of the Upper Realm, to a pre-tournament mixer for all players in the upcoming Chess World Championship. There was excitement and anticipation in the air as Dennis and Denise, Pembroke's argumentative parents, found themselves at odds with the otherwise gleeful event. They were displeased by Kevin's presence. "He shouldn't be here," Denise noted. "Pembroke shouldn't be distracted before the big match." "Maybe focusing on something besides the big match could be good for him," Dennis countered. "Did you ever consider that?" Pembroke broke into his parents' brewing argument before it got out of hand in public. "I want Kevin here. He's my friend," the boy said. "You're siding with your father?" Denise noted angrily. "You don't think I know what's best for you?" "No, Mother. I don't agree or disagree with either of you," Pembroke responded. "I'm just not worried about it. Kevin's my friend, and I want him here." Pembroke's focus was not on the imminent chess championship, but on orchestrating a romantic connection between two shy chess players. Amid the clinking of glasses and the hum of conversation, Pembroke's parents continued their bickering about strategy, opponents, and preparations for the tournament. Pembroke, uninterested in the tournament itself, bluntly stated that he cared more about the budding romance between the two chess players. He gestured toward a pair of 30-something nerds engrossed in their own worlds, unaware of each other's presence. Pembroke's eyes gleamed with the excitement of being a would-be chess matchmaker. As Dennis and Denise continued to argue, Pembroke plotted to bring the two lonely hearts together. He had observed the subtle glances and shared smiles, recognizing the unspoken connection between the chess players. In his mind, the romantic endeavor was of far greater importance than any move on the chessboard. While Lily is being held captive by Sonny Mangolia, the bereft brother of Sid Mangolia, who was murdered in a plot hatched by Juanita Hernandez, though Sonny blames Lily for his brother's death, Kevin accompanies chess prodigy and potential keeper of the upper realm Pembroke Reindaler to a mixer before the World Chess Championships. Pembroke wants to fix up two lovelorn competitors whom he knows are star-crossed lovers. As the icebreaker event before the World Championships commenced, 9-year-old Pembroke approached Kevin with a determined glint in his eye. "It's time to go to work. Are you ready to help me make a love connection?" The event's purpose was to determine the matchups for the first round of the World Chess Championship, and the method involved drawing lottery balls from a spinning cage. Pembroke directed Kevin's attention to two wallflowers, Gunter and Ida, who were engrossed in their own silent worlds on the other side of the banquet hall. Gunter stared out the window, his focus on the flowers outside, while Ida could be seen reading a book alone in the corner. The first set of lottery balls were pulled, and a collective sigh could be heard when it was revealed that Gunter and Ida would be playing against each other in the first round of the tournament. Kevin, puzzled by the crowd's reaction, questioned Pembroke. "Why the long sighs?" Kevin asked. "Do people not want these two to play each other?" With a mischievous grin, Pembroke explained that Gunter and Ida had a peculiar history. Having played against each other half a dozen times before, every match ended in a tie. "A tie?" Kevin repeated. "Every time? How can that happen?" "They're both too nice," Pembroke offered. "I think they like each other, so neither wants to seem too aggressive. So instead of really competing with each other, they always just end up tying and shaking hands for a job well done. It's painfully anticlimactic for the viewing audience." "If they like each other that much, why don't they do something about it?" Kevin inquired. "Go out and share a meal together. Enjoy a nice moonlit walk." "They're both far too shy for that," Pembroke countered. "That's why they need our help." Pembroke saw an opportunity in their repetitive stalemates. There was now a chance to break the cycle of draws and perhaps ignite a spark of romance. Kevin was excited to help because he knew, based on his own experience with Lily, that finding true love was the greatest achievement in life. As the lottery cage continued to spin, the next set of balls emerged, revealing the matchups for the first round of the World Chess Championship. Pembroke's opponent was announced, Mrs. Danbury. Mrs. Danbury, an older British woman with a large spring hat and matching dinner gloves, sighed audibly, well aware of the vast disparity in talent between herself and Pembroke. "Perfect, just perfect," Mrs. Danbury complained to herself. "Now the world can watch me lose to a 9-year-old. I need a drink." Mrs. Danbury stepped off toward the bar. As the lottery balls rattled anew, Pembroke began his mission to connect Gunter and Ida. The two players remained on the far side of the room, engrossed in their own private worlds. "What's the plan?" Kevin asked. "I'm going to go talk to them one-on-one," Pembroke replied. "Maybe give them a little push in the right direction." "Mind if I join you?" Kevin inquired. "Of course not," Pembroke replied. "It would be my honor." Kevin enjoyed the young man's enthusiasm, but more importantly, he wanted to keep an eye on the 9-year-old prodigy. If Kevin could find Pembroke, then so could Vincent Reeves, and if Vincent got his hands on Pembroke, There was no telling how much damage could be done. Kevin couldn't let that happen. He had to help Pembroke connect the two bashful chess players and then help him ascend to the upper realm where it might be discovered that this lad was the rightful heir to the role of gatekeeper, and he couldn't let Vincent Reeves stand in the way of that. Kevin trailed alongside Pembroke as he approached Gunter, the unassuming chess enthusiast who continued to stare out the window, his eyes sad and distant. "Pardon me, Gunter?" Pembroke began with a warm smile. "I couldn't help but notice that you and Ida are playing against each other again." Gunter blushed at the thought. "Oh, are we? I hadn't noticed." Gunter was lying. He was fully aware of who he was scheduled to play, and it terrified him. Pembroke continued. "You and Ida play often, and you always tie. Do you think there's a particular reason for that, if you don't mind me asking?" Gunter, slightly taken aback by the direct question, hesitated to respond.
"Oh, I don't really know."
"I see the way you look at her," Pembroke countered. "I know you're a caring, sensitive person, Gunter, but your feelings for her are clear, at least to me." Gunter looked around, embarrassed, before finally opening up to Pembroke.
"Well, you see, I do have a bit of a crush on Ida. When we play, I want to spend as much time with her as I can, but I also don't want to win and make her feel bad. I only ever want to make Ida feel good. I know that must sound silly."
"No, I understand completely." Pembroke listened attentively, understanding the delicate nature of the emotions involved. Before he could respond, Kevin interjected, his voice firm and encouraging. "Gunter, we don't know each other, but if you like the girl, tell her. Ask her out on a date."
"She wouldn't go on a date with me," Gunter replied. "What do I have to offer a girl like Ida? She's great."
"You'll never know unless you try," Kevin countered. "Life's too short to hold back your feelings. Pembroke here has a point. You're a caring and sensitive person, and you've got some serious chess skills. Show Ida the real you. Let her make the choice." Pembroke nodded in agreement. "Kevin's right, Gunter. You should never underestimate yourself. If you don't take a chance, you might never even know what could happen." Encouraged by the supportive words, Gunter took a deep breath, considering the possibility of revealing his feelings to Ida. Pembroke and Kevin left Gunter and went across the room to speak with Ida, the second wallflower. Pembroke guided Kevin toward the balcony where they discovered Ida immersed in a book, enjoying the solitude of the space. "Excuse me, Ida?" Pembroke greeted with a friendly smile. "Mind if we join you for a moment?" Ida looked up from her book, slightly startled but welcoming. "Oh, not at all. Please have a seat. You're 9 years old, right?" "That's right," Pembroke agreed. As they settled into the balcony's comfortable seating, Kevin and Pembroke exchanged glances, silently communicating their mission. Pembroke took the lead in addressing Ida. "Ida, I've observed something interesting about your matches with Gunter. It seems like you two always end up with tied games. Any particular reason for that?" Pembroke asked, his eyes sparkling with a mischievous hint. "Oh, do we tie often?" Ida responded, doing her best to play dumb. "I hadn't noticed." "Do you like Gunter?" Kevin cut in. Ida tapped her fingers nervously against her book. "He's a nice man, I guess. Why do you ask?" Pembroke decided to reveal a little secret. "You know, Gunter has a bit of a crush on you." Ida's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. "Really?" she said, her voice laced with curiosity. "How do you know?" "He told us," Kevin replied. "He did?" Ida probed. "That seems too bold for Gunter." Pembroke continued. "Absolutely. He's been holding back because he doesn't want to make you uncomfortable during the matches. But we thought you should know. Gunter is a great guy, and I'm pretty sure he'd love the opportunity to get to know you beyond the chessboard. If that's what you want, too." The revelation added a layer of lightness to the conversation. Ida's laughter bubbled up as she processed the newfound information. "Well, that's unexpected and sweet. I had no idea." Kevin chimed in. Life's full of surprises. Sometimes all you need is a little nudge to uncover something wonderful. Encouraged by the supportive atmosphere, Pembroke and Kevin continued chatting with Ida on the balcony. Inside the main hall, the lottery event continued. Balls were selected and matches set. Mrs. Danbury, Pembroke's intended opponent in the first round of the World Chess Championship, stepped outside with a glass of champagne.
"It's loud in there,"
a voice noted. Mrs. Danbury turned, startled to find Vincent Reeves standing directly beside her. "Do I know you?" Mrs. Danbury inquired.
"No,"
Vincent replied with a mischievous grin.
"But I do know you. You get to play against Pembroke Rhindaller in the first round of the chess tournament, yes?"
"Yes," Mrs. Danbury sighed. "But I fear it won't be much of a match. He's very talented. I fear he'll make me look silly."
"Well, if it makes you feel better," Vincent replied, "you won't be there to feel anything."
Mrs. Danbury frowned in confusion. "What on earth does that mean?" Vincent motioned to an unseen someone, and suddenly a group of Secluded Valley assassins took hold of Mrs. Danbury and threw her into a waiting van.
"Wait," Vincent called out. "You can't take her just yet. I need her hat and gloves."
Mrs. Danbury's eyes widened as the Secluded Valley assassins surrounded her with evil intent. Vincent smiled, his master plan finally beginning to take shape. As Kevin helped young chess prodigy Pembroke Rhindaller play matchmaker in Silicon Valley, Lily was back in Chicago, trapped inside a tiny dog kennel, forced to watch old home movies of Sonny Mangolia's. Sonny, Lily's captor, was the adoring brother of Sid Mangolia, whom Sonny believes was murdered by Lily, and now he wants an eye for an eye kind of revenge. Confined to a small metal kennel inside the dimly lit pet storage room within the mayor's mansion, Lily endured the relentless onslaught of home movies playing on the large television screen in front of her. Hunger gnawed at her stomach and fatigue weighed heavily on her eyes. She had been locked away for over 12 hours, and the realization slowly dawned on her that no one would be coming back to the mansion anytime soon. "Kevin, Mother, Alan and Susan, anyone," Lily thought to herself. "They're all gone for at least the weekend. It's just me. No one is coming to save me," she lamented as her mind churned with thoughts of how to turn the situation around. Determined to break free from her cage, Lily summoned all of her strength. She would have to find a way out of this mess on her own. Her eyes scanned the space once again, looking for anything she could use to her advantage. Just then, Sonny stumbled back into the room with an angry expression and a nasty hangover. "How was your night?" Sonny asked. "I hope you got a chance to really enjoy all the home movies I left for you. I love my brother, and you took him from me. Now all I have are these movies, and my memories which get fainter and fainter with every passing day." Seizing the opportunity, Lily mustered the courage to ask for food. "Please, Sonny," Lily reasoned. "I'm so hungry. I'm sorry for what happened to your brother, but I'm 8 months pregnant with twins, and I need to eat."
"You want me to help you?" Sonny laughed. "My pleasure."
Sonny poured dog food into a bowl and presented it to Lily.
"Eat the kibble,"
Sonny bellowed, reveling in his twisted sense of control. "I won't eat that," Lily replied. Sonny stepped toward the kennel and repeated his command with authority.
"You said you were hungry. Now eat. If it's good enough for the dogs, then it's more than good enough for you."
Lily continued to survey her surroundings. The room's contents, filled with pet supplies and memories of Sid's and Sonny's sadistic past, that continued to play on an endless video loop on the television screen, only fueled her determination to break free. Sonny, still under the influence of his hangover, hovered around the cage, clanking the metal dog bowl against the metal kennel, taunting Lily.
Dinner time! Dinner time, Lily! Come and get it, girl!
Lily's mind raced, concocting a strategy to outsmart Sunny and secure her freedom. Suddenly, Lily realized what she had to do. Her demeanor shifted. "All right," Lily whispered, solemn and defeated. "I'll do it. I'll eat the dog food."
"What?" Sunny pressed. "Did you say you're actually going to eat the dog food?"
"I'm just so hungry." Lily's head lowered. She did indeed look like a beaten woman. Sunny smiled as he stepped closer with the bowl.
"Just when I thought you couldn't get any more pathetic. Enjoy."
In a swift, unexpected motion, Lily's hand shot through the bars of the kennel, seizing Sunny by the throat. Shock registered on Sunny's face as he gasped with bewilderment. "I'm stronger than you think," Lily asserted, her voice firm and resolute. With a powerful grip on Sunny's throat, she demonstrated the physical strength she had acquired in her recent trials and travails. The tables had turned, and Lily was the one in control. With a relentless determination, Lily banged Sunny's head against the cage repeatedly. The metallic clangs echoed in the small room as Sunny's struggles weakened, blood trickling down his face. Lily, fueled by her fury and the need to protect her unborn children, pressed on until Sunny's body slumped against the cage, unconscious. The silence that followed the altercation was only interrupted by the distant barking and meowing of Hank and Missy, Lily's pets, still anxiously awaiting their owner's return. "I'm coming, Hank! I'm coming, Missy!" Lily shouted. Despite her momentary victory, Lily remained confined within the small kennel. She felt around Sunny's limp body but couldn't find the keys. And then she saw them, sitting on the table on the far side of the room. She was still trapped. Sunny lay unconscious, a temporary reprieve from his torment. Lily eyed the keys with determination, her mind calculating the distance and the potential obstacles in her way. Multiple dog leashes rested nearby. Lily reached out through the kennel and took hold of several canine restraints. "Maybe I can lasso the keys," Lily thought to herself. Lily flexed her fingers, feeling the strain from the earlier confrontation. She needed to be strategic both in navigating around Sunny's unconscious form and in reaching for the distant keys. Lily wrapped the leashes together and began to twirl them over and over again. When she felt she had enough momentum, she swung the leash. She missed the keys. She regrouped and swung again. This time the leash connected with the keys, knocking them off the table and onto the floor. Lily was close, but not close enough. She pressed her shoulder hard against the kennel wall, trying to gain an extra inch or two. She tossed the dog leash, trying to land on the fallen keys once more. "Come on, come on," Lily cheered herself on. She missed. "No," Lily muttered to herself, crestfallen. I can't give up." Lily took a deep breath and tried again. She focused. No matter what happened, Lily would never stop trying. It was only a matter of time before Sunny awoke, and Lily would have to act fast if she wanted to survive. Meanwhile, in Saratoga, the day of the chess tournament had arrived. The event was shrouded in anticipation. Kevin remained a steadfast presence at Pembroke's side, his role evolving from mere observer to an integral part of the Prodigy's support system. Pembroke's parents, Dennis and Denise, continued to bicker with one another, their focus fixed on the impending battles that could propel Pembroke to the pinnacle of chess greatness. "He should win the first match quickly and conserve his energy," Denise advised. "Let the boy go at his own pace. He can go fast or slow. We shouldn't push him until we have to push him," Dennis countered. "We're his parents, Dennis," Denise retorted. "We should be guiding him, not sitting back and letting him guide himself." "We have to trust him to make the right choices," Dennis argued. "He's a grand master. He deserves a certain degree of trust." "Are we really having this conversation again?" Denise shouted. "The tournament is about to begin. We've spent a fortune to get him here. There can't be any issues." "You don't think I know how much we've spent on this?" Dennis countered. "It's my money, too." Pembroke, seemingly unfazed by the weight of the championship, carried himself with an air of calm determination. Kevin, understanding the gravity of the situation, stood by him as a mentor and guide. "It's going to be a long day," Pembroke joked, "but a good day, too. I can't wait to see if Gunter and Ida finally get together." "Me too," Kevin agreed. The group approached the venue for the event, a massive indoor aquarium. The chess championship would be taking place in the grand ballroom inside. As Kevin and Pembroke approached the entrance, a sudden tension gripped Kevin's senses. An ominous feeling washed over him. But why? Kevin scanned the surroundings, and his instincts, always unfailing when on high alert. "What's wrong?" Pembroke asked, noting Kevin's change in demeanor. 200 secluded valley assassins, shadowy figures adept in the deadly arts, approached from the parking lot, like vipers poised to strike. Kevin's heart raced, knowing that their presence signaled impending danger and more. Vincent Reeves, the relentless pursuer of Kevin's upper realm candidates, was clearly somewhere close by. Kevin turned to Pembroke with a deadly serious expression. "You're in danger." "Danger?" Pembroke repeated. "From whom?" "Assassins," Kevin whispered simply. Pembroke's eyes went wide. "Assassins? What should I do?" "Head inside and act natural," Kevin replied. "I'll protect you." In the midst of the chess tournament's grandeur, a clandestine battle was about to unfold. Kevin knew he had to confront the assassins before they disrupted Pembroke's chances of connecting Gunter and Ida, and then ascending to the upper realm. Kevin motioned for Pembroke to continue inside and to make his way toward the grand ballroom, while Kevin shielded him from the impending threat. Kevin lingered at the periphery, ready to face the encroaching darkness. The secluded valley assassins, cloaked in shadows, observed Kevin's every move. Their eyes, cold and calculating, hinted at the lethal proficiency they possessed. Kevin, a seasoned warrior, steeled himself for the imminent clash. He couldn't allow Pembroke to be entangled in this web of danger. Pembroke hovered behind his parents, Dennis and Denise, who sensed that their son was not his usual self. They couldn't put their finger on the cause, but each, consumed by what was surely going to be a coronation by winning the tournament, assumed it was nerves or excitement. Kevin locked eyes with the assassins. With a silent nod, Kevin acknowledged the challenge that lay ahead. The venue, once a haven of intellectual pursuit, was about to be transformed into a battlefield where strategic moves and lethal strikes coexisted. The chessboards awaited the clash of minds, but the shadows harbored the clash of blades. As Lily fought to escape from a tiny dog kennel in Chicago, Kevin was getting ready to do battle with several hundred secluded valley assassins in Saratoga. Kevin stood just outside the front entrance of the aquarium. A look of fierce determination etched across his face. Pembroke didn't understand. He broke away from his parents to run back to Kevin. "You don't have to do this," Pembroke offered. "Let's go inside and find some help." Kevin's gaze remained focused forward. "I can't," Kevin responded plainly. "You're in danger." "I'm not scared," Pembroke noted. Just then, a secluded valley assassin lunged toward Pembroke with a knife. Kevin sprang into action. Swift and precise, he intercepted the assailant as their movements became a dance of lethal grace. In a matter of moments, the assassin lay incapacitated on the ground, his arm broken. Pembroke's eyes went wide as he watched the assassin's knife fall to the ground. "Whoa!" Pembroke gasped. Dennis and Denise, Pembroke's constantly bickering parents, ran over to see what all the commotion was about. The two were torn between what to do about the fallen assassin, crying out in pain on the ground nearby, and, per usual, their differing opinions prompted an argument. "What happened? Should we call for help?" Dennis wondered. Maybe we should try to help the man ourselves, Denise countered. Why would we help him? We're not doctors. Dennis responded quickly and harshly. I didn't say we were doctors, did I? I just mean when you see someone who is hurting. Denise screamed as she tried to defend her position to her husband, who always seemed to oppose her. He's not our friend, Pembroke objected. He was trying to hurt me. Hurt you? Dennis probed. Are you sure? Get inside, Kevin ordered. The tournament is starting and Pembroke needs your help. I'll take care of everything out here. Pembroke looked on as 100 more assassins approached from the parking lot, their eyes red with evil intent. Are all those men coming for me? Pembroke asked, sweat suddenly dripping down from his forehead. I can handle this, Kevin replied, but you need to take your parents inside. We can help, Pembroke offered. Help Gunter and Ida. Play chess. I'll join you as soon as I can. Kevin stepped in front of the young prodigy, blocking him like a wall. Pembroke pushed back. But Kevin... Go, Kevin urged, his focus on the aquarium parking lot ahead as more and more assassins were revealed by the moment. Reluctantly, Pembroke guided his parents into the aquarium. Schools of fish could be seen at every turn. Whales and sharks and octopi floated along every wall. Pembroke's mind was torn between his desire to connect Wallflowers, Gunter, and Ida and the unnerving events he assumed were transpiring outside. The doors closed behind Pembroke and his parents, leaving Kevin alone with the building threat facing him. Waves of secluded valley assassins made their way towards Kevin. They wanted to get inside the building, but they would have to get through Kevin first.
Step aside,
one of the assassins called out. Kevin rolled up his sleeves in anticipation of what he knew was going to come next. I'm afraid I can't do that, Kevin replied coolly.
You're outnumbered 200 to 1, the assassin shouted. You don't stand a chance.
Kevin took a fighting stance. You don't have to do this. If you walk away now, no one else has to get hurt. The lead assassin laughed.
Are you serious? Not even Kevin Williams can battle 200 secluded valley assassins and live to tell the tale.
Shall we make a bet on that? Kevin replied with cool confidence. The assassins attacked. Kevin faced the onslaught with unwavering resolve. As blades flashed and spun, Kevin's skill and experience proved formidable. Kevin was a level 7 fighter, and the assassins, though skilled in all of levels 4 or 5, were no match for his brilliance and experience. Kevin punched and kicked, fighting back waves of would-be threats with ease. 20 assassins rushed Kevin at once, pushing him through the side entrance and into the aquarium beyond. The battle continued inside as Kevin went to war with 50 assassins at the same time. The venue, an indoor aquarium of magnificent proportions, provided a unique battleground. Glass walls contained vast tanks filled with electric eels, poisonous jellyfish, sharks, stingrays, and an array of all sorts of aquatic wonders. As the skirmish migrated into the heart of the oceanic spectacle, the battle took an unexpected turn. With a swift motion, Kevin redirected the fight toward the colossal aquariums. A glass wall shattered, unleashing a deluge of water that transformed the venue into a surreal underwater battlefield. The secluded valley assassins found themselves confronted not only by Kevin, but also by the formidable denizens of the deep. Electric eels crackled with energy, zapping assassins as they floundered in the flooded space. Poisonous jellyfish floated menacingly, their tentacles ensnaring unsuspecting assailants. Sharks circled, drawn by the scent of blood, and in the chaotic melee, more than a dozen unfortunate assassins became a meal for the deepwater predators. The secluded valley assassins, disoriented and outmatched, struggled to navigate the aquatic chaos. Kevin capitalized on the environment, turning the tables with each passing moment. The entrance to the chess championship venue transformed into an epic battleground. The assassins began to flee. "Leaving so soon?" Kevin shouted. "But there were over 200 of you." With the tide of the battle turning in his favor, Kevin pressed forward, determined to quell the secluded valley threat and ensure the safety of Pembroke and perhaps, with him, the very existence of the upper realm well into the future. While Kevin continued to battle in the aquarium, Pembroke and his parents made their way inside the main banquet hall, where the chess tournament was in progress. The atmosphere inside the tournament venue was electric in its own right, as multiple intense chess matches unfolded. Among the spectators, Pembroke watched with keen interest as the long-anticipated battle between the two wallflowers, Gunter and Ida, approached its climax. As the match progressed, flirtatious glances and unspoken connections filled the air. Pembroke sensed the unique chemistry between the two, but both players held back, too nervous to take the next step. As the match continued, a groan could be heard building among the crowd. Gunter and Ida had been playing for a long time, and it looked like they were heading for yet another tie. Pembroke realized that both Gunter and Ida were still playing too nice with each other. Pembroke approached Gunter and Ida and pushed them to be their true selves. Gunter's face turned red.
"I don't want to hurt Ida's feelings by beating her."
"I don't want to hurt your feelings by beating you," Ida confessed. Pembroke took the lead. "If you respect each other as equals, then play each other as equals. Compete. Push each other. Show each other what you can really do." Pembroke's encouragement triggered a shift in the duo's dynamic. The chessboard became a battlefield of emotions, mirroring the intensity of their newfound connection. The game escalated into a fast-paced competitive exchange of moves. The spectators were drawn into the tension, witnessing a match that transcended the boundaries of a mere chess game. In the final moments, Ida made a decisive move, declaring checkmate. The crowd erupted in cheers as Gunter, overcome with emotion, swept the chess pieces aside and pulled Ida into a passionate embrace. The kiss that followed sealed the victory, not just in the chess match, but in the matters of the heart. "Wow," Pembroke gasped. "I was not wrong about this. Not by a long shot." As Gunter and Ida continued to kiss, Pembroke observed the scene with a sense of fulfillment. His mission to bring people together, to foster connections and genuine emotions, had succeeded. The joy reflected in Gunter's and Ida's eyes was the ultimate reward. As the applause echoed through the venue, Pembroke realized that his unique ability to perceive and encourage love was a gift. He had found his calling beyond the chessboard, a purpose that extended beyond the confines of the World Championship. With a contented smile, Pembroke rejoiced in the newfound romance, grateful for the role he played in bringing two hearts together in the unlikeliest of places. The chess championship had become a stage for love, and Pembroke, the unwitting matchmaker, had orchestrated a checkmate of a different kind. As the cheers of triumph echoed through the aquarium-turned-chess arena, Kevin finally emerged from the back, soaking wet, victorious against the secluded valley assassins. Entering the tournament just in time to witness Pembroke's first match against Mrs. Danbury, Kevin felt a sudden unease. His heightened senses tingled with a warning, a gut feeling that something was amiss. Mrs. Danbury, the seemingly harmless opponent, triggered a peculiar reaction within Kevin. "That's odd," Kevin noted to himself. "Why do I feel like something is wrong?" Kevin scanned the crowd for more secluded valley assassins, but the room was clear. Curious, Kevin stepped closer to get a better look at the match. As he pushed through the crowd, Kevin suddenly realized what was triggering his unease. Mrs. Danbury was not who she appeared to be. Kevin's eyes widened in realization, and the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. "No!" Kevin's cry echoed throughout the tournament venue as he discerned the truth. Mrs. Danbury was nothing but a clever disguise, and the mastermind behind it all was none other than Vincent Reeves. The malevolent puppeteer had infiltrated the championship, hiding in plain sight to execute his sinister plan. Pembroke, innocent and unaware, made his move, oblivious to the danger that lurked beneath the surface. Kevin's heart raced. With swift determination, Kevin leapt into action, diving toward the chessboard. Time seemed to slow as his hand reached out to halt Pembroke's move, a move that could lead to unforeseen consequences. The pieces of the chessboard, frozen in a moment of uncertainty, reflected the imminent clash between good and evil. Kevin fought off the secluded Valley assassins while Pembroke and his parents headed inside to compete in the chess tournament. After the epic battle, Kevin entered the main ballroom but was surprised to find Vincent Reeves in disguise getting ready to play Pembroke in a first-round chess face-off. Kevin raced to protect the young prodigy just as Pembroke reached out to move his pawn and make the first move on the chessboard. The World Chess Championship, once filled with joyous celebration, plunged into a sudden hush as Pembroke moved his pawn to begin his match. Kevin cried out as he pushed through the crowd. "No!" Pembroke turned towards Kevin's cry, but it was too late. The young prodigy suddenly began to shake violently. Something was very wrong. The young prodigy suddenly began to shake violently. Something was very wrong. The pawn Pembroke had just moved had been coated in a subtle poison. The effects took hold of the young prodigy with ruthless efficiency. Within seconds, the chess prodigy's face turned pale. His breaths labored and strained. The audience, once animated by the drama of chess, now watched in helpless suspense as Pembroke's body succumbed to the insidious poison. Pembroke's parents, Dennis and Denise, looked on with concern, unsure of what had just happened. "What's going on?" Denise inquired nervously. "What's wrong with Pembroke?" "He's fine," Dennis pushed back. "I'm sure he's fine. Maybe he just needs some air." Pembroke fell to the ground, his breathing labored. "He's dying, Dennis. Do something." Denise's voice cracked with anguish, her maternal instincts overriding any concern for appearances. Dennis, however, tried a different approach. "I'll get him some water." "He doesn't need water," Denise countered angrily. "He needs a doctor. Is there a doctor in the house?" Kevin finally made his way through the crowd and approached the chaotic scene. He locked eyes with Vincent Reeves, still dressed as Mrs. Danbury. "Vincent Reeves," Kevin whispered ominously.
"You're too late, Kevin,"
Vincent responded with glee. As Vincent Reeves swiftly retreated from the chessboard, Kevin knew he had no time to chase down the villain. His focus had to be on saving Pembroke. Kevin knelt down beside the unconscious chess prodigy. "Pembroke," Kevin probed. "Pembroke, can you hear me?" Pembroke was unresponsive. Kevin scanned the scene. He quickly took note of the pawn still in Pembroke's blue and bloated right hand. Kevin realized immediately what had happened. "It's poisoned," Kevin noted. "Vincent must have poisoned all the chess pieces on the board." Kevin climbed to his feet. "Get back," he shouted. "Everyone step back from the chessboard, now!" The crowd took several nervous steps back. Pembroke's parents didn't understand. "Wait, where did Mrs. Danbury go?" Dennis noted. "Eventually, Pembroke will have to finish the match." "That's a disqualification," Denise added. "She can't just leave the game. Someone note that she just walked away from the game." "That wasn't Mrs. Danbury," Kevin shouted angrily. "That was Vincent Reeves. He came here to try and kill your son." "What?" Denise's expression sank as she realized what Kevin was implying. "But why?" Dennis inquired genuinely. "I'll explain later," Kevin replied. "For now, you two stay near that chessboard and make sure no one touches anything. It could be a matter of life and death. I'll see what I can do for Pembroke." Dennis and Denise shared a momentary glance, then did as Kevin ordered. They stood by the board, blocking everyone's path to the pieces. Kevin knelt down beside Pembroke once again. The young prodigy's skin was starting to change from blue to dark green. "Help him!" Denise shouted. Kevin quickly scanned Pembroke's vitals. His heart rate was fading. Through the crowd, Kevin noted several new Secluded Valley assassins quickly approaching. Pembroke was close to death. Kevin needed time to analyze the poison on the pawn in order to construct an antidote, but at that very moment, multiple assassins were moving in for the kill. Kevin was out of time. He had no other option. And in that moment, he knew there was only one thing left for him to do. The 10 directions, Kevin whispered to himself ominously. The 10 directions was a powerful skill capable of stopping time. But using this power meant Kevin would have to risk insanity for himself. For every moment the time was paused was a moment Kevin's mind could be fully lost. It was worth the risk. Kevin closed his eyes and focused. He put a hand on Pembroke's chest and extended another hand out toward the universe, toward time and space itself. Kevin's outstretched hand balled into a fist. The arena, once abuzz with frantic activity, became suspended in an eerie stillness. Chess enthusiasts, medical personnel, and even the poisoned pawn were all frozen in time, their movements arrested mid-motion. In this solitary pocket of existence, Kevin remained unaffected by the temporal stasis. Reaching for the poisoned pawn, Kevin felt a surge of power coursing through him. The world, suspended in silence and stillness, awaited his intervention. Time, held captive by Kevin's extraordinary ability, waited patiently for his next move. The fate of Pembroke, Vincent Reeves, and the unfolding drama rested in the hands of the man who had momentarily seized control of the ticking clock. Meanwhile, in Chicago, Lily remained trapped inside the pet storage room deep within the mayor's mansion. Sonny Mangolia had locked Lily in Hank's dog kennel as punishment for killing his brother Sid. Lily had been able to knock Sonny unconscious, but remained trapped in the tiny cage with the keys on the other side of the room, far from her reach. She quickly created a lasso out of multiple dog leashes and attempted to capture the keys and set herself free before Sonny awoke. "Come on," Lily muttered to herself, trying to maintain her confidence. "You can do this, Lily. You have to do this. For the twins." The pet supply storage room remained cloaked in shadows as Lily continued her struggle for freedom. Sonny, groaning and stirring, threatened to reclaim consciousness. With time slipping away, Lily's focus intensified on the elusive keys that dangled just out of reach. She had been able to lasso them off the far table, and now they just sat out of reach on the floor ahead. She stretched her hands as far as the bones would allow, and Lily's fingertips brushed the cool metal of the keys. The small victory was short-lived as she discovered the keys were ensnared on Sonny's pant leg, caught on the hem of his pocket. "No way," Lily scoffed. A surge of determination fueled her efforts as she began to pull with all her strength, desperate to free the keys and secure her escape. Each tug brought Sonny closer to regaining awareness, the groans evolving into clearer signs of consciousness. Panic set in as Lily wrestled with the keys, a race against time to liberate herself before Sonny fully revived. With one final Herculean effort, Lily succeeded in dislodging the keys from their entanglement just as Sonny began to fully regain consciousness. As Sonny's eyelids fluttered, Lily clutched the keys tightly, her heart pounding with the exhilaration of triumph. With stealth and speed, Lily inserted the key into the lock, turned it, and swung the door open just as Sonny pulled himself up off the floor. "What? What's going on?" Sonny asked, disoriented. "How did I get down here?" Lily responded by opening her cage door and stepping out into the freedom of the room. Stepping out of the cage, Lily cast a quick glance at Sonny, who blinked in confusion. She had gained the upper hand. "How? What? How?" Sonny looked on in amazement. "You messed with the wrong pregnant mayor," Lily noted. Sonny, groggy and disoriented from his brief lapse into unconsciousness, seized the opportunity to strike. As Sonny lunged forward with malice in his eyes, Lily's newfound instincts kicked in. She sidestepped Sonny's attack, expertly dodging his attempts to land a blow. Lily swiftly countered, delivering a series of powerful strikes that sent Sonny reeling. The last few moments, Lily had felt a new power surging through her. She assumed it was because she was carrying Kevin's babies, and they in turn must be giving her some of Kevin's unmatched skill. The room became a battleground, with Lily unleashing a torrent of blows upon her would-be captor. Each punch and kick carried the weight of her determination to reclaim control over her destiny. Sonny, caught off guard by the ferocity of Lily's assault, found himself overpowered by the woman he had underestimated. In a final decisive move, Lily executed a powerful roundhouse kick that sent Sonny sprawling backward. As he stumbled, Lily seized the opportunity to exact retribution. She propelled Sonny with force into the now open cage, his body crashing against the metal bars. With a triumphant glint in her eyes, Lily swiftly closed the cage door and locked it securely. Sonny, defeated and confined, glared at Lily from within the cage. The tables had turned and the victim was now the aggressor. Breathing heavily, Lily stood outside the cage, her pulse racing from the adrenaline-fueled encounter. She had emerged victorious against Sonny, and with her newfound resilience, Lily prepared to face whatever challenges awaited her. Beyond the confines of this peculiar pet storage room. Kevin escorted young chess prodigy Pembroke Rindollar and his parents Dennis and Denise to the World Chess Championship taking place inside a vast aquarium. After defeating several looming Secluded Valley assassins, Kevin entered the venue and was stunned to find Vincent Reeves in disguise, sitting across from Pembroke, getting ready to play the young prodigy in chess. Pembroke touched his pawn and instantly fell to the ground, poisoned. With Vincent Reeves making his escape and Pembroke quickly nearing death, Kevin did the only thing he could do. He used the 10 directions to stop time. Kevin stood in a frozen moment, surrounded by stillness. The crowd of worried onlookers that had circled earlier were now motionless, the clocks on the walls refusing to progress forward by even a single second. Kevin had done it. He had stopped time thanks to his mastery of the 10 directions, a skill so difficult and powerful that when he achieved it, the accomplishment inspired awe even in his peers like Earl Mathis and Vincent Reeves, who oversaw the Herbalist Society. Kevin's ability to conquer such skills was one of the seeds of jealousy that took root in Vincent Reeves and led him on a lifetime grail of revenge against Kevin. Of course, that Kevin also had lopped off both of Vincent's hands in 2 of their many battles did not endear Kevin to Vincent Reeves either. Wow, Kevin thought to himself. The stoppage of time never ceased to amaze him. Kevin crouched down to examine Pembroke as he tried to deduce what poison Vincent Reeves had given the young prodigy before it was too late. Kevin needed to create an antidote fast, and by freezing time he had extended his window of opportunity to make things right. But as Kevin examined Pembroke, he felt the weight of the 10 directions on his mind. Time manipulation was a dangerous skill, one that could cause Kevin to go mad if he used it for too long. An eerie image suddenly appeared in the distance. Kevin took note of his beautiful wife Lily trapped in a dog kennel crying out for help. Kevin stood to rescue Lily but realized it was just his mind playing tricks on him, luring him into the darkness, hoping he would waste his opportunity. Kevin pushed the unsettling image aside, refusing to succumb to the insanity lurking in the shadows. Turning his attention back to Pembroke, Kevin assessed the situation. The chess prodigy's life hung in the balance, struck by an unknown poison. Kevin's knowledge of poisons and their antidotes raced through his thoughts. Pembroke was turning green, so Kevin surmised that Vincent could have used a snake venom, but Pembroke's fingers were also getting puffy, which indicated that a jellyfish oil could be in play, or maybe both. With limited frozen time left, Kevin needed to solve the mystery of exactly what toxin was used in order to craft its antidote, but he still wasn't certain of the source. As Kevin worked on the problem, the twisted mental images persisted, haunting him like ghosts from an alternate reality. Lily again stood in a dog kennel, but she was closer now, and Kevin could hear her desperate cries for help. Kevin again pushed off the images, but suddenly he had an idea. Vincent Reeves had fled the scene, but with time frozen, he might still be in striking distance. If Kevin could find the villain, then maybe Vincent would still have the vial of poison he used in his possession. In the frozen tableau of the World Chess Championship, Kevin briskly maneuvered through the suspended figures until he finally discovered Vincent Reeves near the exits, still disguised as Mrs. Danbury. The urgency of the situation spurred him forward, and with a swift practiced motion, Kevin began searching Vincent's pockets. The dark truth of Vincent's treacherous intent became evident as Kevin pulled out a vial containing the deadly substance. Jellyfish poison, Kevin whispered to himself. It was the lethal concoction that was currently threatening young Pembroke's life. Kevin's mind raced with the knowledge of the dangers posed by the alarmingly strong venom. As Kevin's mind raced, he suddenly took note of something strange. Kevin watched as Vincent Reeves began moving ever so slowly, as if still running toward the exit in extreme slow motion. Kevin was taken aback by the sight. Everyone else was completely frozen, but Vincent was able to fight ever so slightly against the power of the 10 directions. Kevin realized that it must be Vincent's level 7 powers that made him not as fully susceptible to the stoppage of time. Kevin also knew that Vincent's travel back and forth through the doorway of the damned in the lower realm had altered Vincent's own levels so that they were often awry and uncontrollable by him. With Vincent Reeves slowly squirming, Kevin quickly assessed his options. The 10 directions strained against Vincent's potent resistance. In a daring maneuver, Kevin picked up Vincent and dipped him into the jellyfish tank nearby, hoping that the creatures would see him as a threat when time resumed, and that the jellyfish would help to exact justice on their mutual foe. Kevin decided that the end result would be fitting. Vincent had used jellyfish poison to try to kill Pembroke, and when normal time resumed, Vincent would be attacked by the same creatures he had used to help him do his evil bidding. Kevin could almost sense the impending stings, the aquatic retribution that would befall Vincent when time resumed. With Vincent taken care of and the vial of poison he had used in hand, Kevin refocused on the main problem. He needed to craft an antidote and administer it to Pembroke. Kevin's own mental fortitude continued to be tested. Images of Lily being beaten by Sonny Mangolia, Hank's seemingly sweet and innocent dog walker, infiltrated his thoughts. The battle for control waged in Kevin's mind, a struggle against the onslaught of hallucinations that threatened to shatter his focus. "Stop!" Kevin shouted at the brutal images. Shaking off the disturbing visions, Kevin knew he couldn't maintain the frozen state for much longer. Time, even with the controlled realm of the 10 directions, exerted its relentless influence. He needed to act swiftly to secure the antidote and save Pembroke, whom remained suspended in the perilous grasp of the jellyfish poison. Kevin opened his satchel and removed a handful of different herbs. He began to craft an antidote when his mind was tested even further. Amid the tumultuous scene, frozen in time, Kevin found himself momentarily ensnared in a surreal and otherworldly encounter. The air shimmered with a strange glow as Lily materialized in the midst of the chaotic chess championship venue. Her eyes emitted an ethereal light, and her voice echoed with a haunting resonance. "Kevin," Lily's voice seemed to whisper through the fabric of reality. "I'm here, not in flesh but in spirit, a manifestation of your deepest fears and hopes." A spectral smile played on her lips as Kevin, both bewildered and comforted, approached her in the suspended moment. "Lily, what is this? Are you a vision or something more?" Kevin inquired, his voice caught between awe and confusion. "Am I losing my mind, or are you trying to reach out to me?" Kevin struggled to comprehend what was real and what was not. "I am both here and beyond, a whisper in the fabric of space and time," Lily responded cryptically. "You carry the weight of the world, Kevin, and I am but a reflection of your journey." Kevin took in his beautiful wife. "I'm glad you're here," Kevin offered. "Even if this is just in my mind, I'm glad you're close to me. Always." The ghostly vision of Lily moved closer, then the vision leaned in and kissed Kevin. As Lily gently pressed her lips to Kevin's, the world around the two quivered with an ethereal resonance. Kevin, now fully engrossed in the image of his wife, couldn't help but wonder aloud, "Why? Why are you here?" Lily smiled. "To say to you the words you need to hear the most at this moment. Don't give up. Pembroke has a wonderful future waiting for him as long as you can get him there. The situation is dire, but you are Kevin Williams, and you can do anything you put your mind to. Save him. Save him." With those cryptic words, Lily pushed Kevin back towards Pembroke, dissolving into the surreal backdrop of the frozen scene. The glow of her presence lingered for a heartbeat longer before melding into the enigmatic atmosphere of the chess championship venue. "Thank you, my love," Kevin whispered to himself. "I'll see you again soon." Shaking off the mystical encounter, Kevin refocused on the task ahead, propelled by a newfound sense of purpose. He didn't know if what he had just witnessed was real, but even if it was just a hallucination, Lily had given him the strength to carry on. Kevin swiftly returned to Pembroke's side and carefully laid out the ingredients he had in his satchel to concoct an antidote. He began to mix his herbs into a powerful concoction. However, the critical component missing from Kevin's makeshift laboratory was the blood of a recently stung jellyfish victim. Kevin suddenly realized exactly what he had to do. He refocused his mind and slowly released his grip on the forward motion of time. With a deep sigh, Kevin disengaged the 10 directions. The chess championship venue had become a battleground of temporal chaos. Kevin released his grip on the present, hopeful of what the future might bring. The fate of Pembroke hung in the balance, and Kevin's resourcefulness would determine whether he could extract the final element to save the young prodigy in time. "Hang on, Pembroke," Kevin pushed the frozen chess prodigy. "We're almost at the checkmate. We're almost at the checkmate." After Vincent Reeves poisoned young chess prodigy Pembroke Rindollar during the World Chess Championship, Kevin was forced to freeze time using the 10 directions in order to create an antidote before Pembroke succumbed to the jellyfish venom coursing through his body. With the antidote almost complete, but still lacking one last important ingredient, Kevin unfroze time to complete his potion. As the fabric of time resumed its relentless march forward, the once frozen chaos inside the World Chess Championship erupted back into frantic motion. Pembroke convulsed, his body seized by the poisonous grip of the jellyfish venom. His parents' anguished cries once again reverberated through the air. Kevin knew what he had to do. He sprinted toward Vincent Reeves, who was now trapped in the jellyfish tank, the aquatic creatures exacting a vengeful symphony of stings upon him. The villain's screams melded with the frenetic energy of the unfolding scene. The time to act was now, and Kevin's resolve hardened. Kevin reached into the tank and tried to pull Vincent out, but the jellyfish swarmed and Vincent was pulled below the water. In a curious turn of events, Kevin now had to save Vincent Reeves, and he had to do it fast. After using the 10 directions for a prolonged period of time, Kevin found himself teetering on the brink of exhaustion. The mental strain from freezing time and navigating the tumultuous events had taken its toll. Yet, in this critical moment, Kevin mustered the remnants of his strength, driven by the unwavering determination to save Vincent and in turn save young Pembroke. Focusing his mind, Kevin reached out to the linear brains of the jellyfish, their pulsating forms creating a mesmerizing dance in the tank. In the silent space of his thoughts, Kevin implored the gelatinous creatures to cease their relentless assault. "End this assault," he pleaded, his mental voice echoing in the aquatic realm. "This man has used you to do evil. Now let me use him to do good." The jellyfish, sensitive to the telepathic communication, began to retract their stinging tentacles. A curious stillness enveloped the tank as the connection between Kevin and the jellyfish deepened. They could sense his intent, the desperation to retrieve Vincent Reeves from their clutches in order to help young Pembroke. With a graceful ebb and flow, the jellyfish complied, withdrawing their stingers and creating a safe passage for Kevin to approach the beleaguered Vincent. Seizing the opportunity, Kevin cautiously entered the tank and pulled Vincent out. As Kevin emerged from the aquatic sanctuary, the jellyfish resumed their undulating dance, their diaphanous forms pulsating in harmony. Kevin needed Vincent's blood to complete his antidote. He lowered the villain's unconscious body onto the floor and pulled out his night dagger. Kevin raised the blade into the air, preparing to strike, but suddenly became aware of the crowd of people now watching him. The chess players and fans, held captive by the unusual spectacle, looked on with horrified expressions. It looked like Kevin was going to murder a man right in front of everyone. The collective gaze of the audience tempered Kevin's resolve. He carefully lowered the night dagger. A swift prick into Vincent's arm yielded the desired result, a squirt of blood that would become the vital ingredient for the antidote. The vial of Vincent's blood soon joined an array of other herbs and minerals, each carefully selected for their alchemical properties. Kevin's fingers moved in practiced urgency, combining ingredients in a symphony of purpose. The indoor aquarium, once a venue for elite chess players, transformed into a makeshift herbalist refinery. Kevin's eyes flitted between the brewing antidote and the gathering crowd, his focus unyielding despite the mounting pressure. As the potion neared completion, Kevin cast a glance toward Pembroke, whose skin was turning even more green. His body had stopped shaking and instead had gone terrifyingly limp. Dennis and Denise, Pembroke's parents, shouted at Kevin. "Help him!" Dennis cried. "Yes, please, help our son," Denise agreed. With a final swirl, Kevin finished his work. The antidote in its most basic form was ready, but Kevin still had to heat the elements together and apply them to Pembroke. Kevin cradled the vial containing the antidote, its iridescence reflecting the intertwined destinies of those involved. The chess players, no longer confined by fear, observed the proceedings with fascination. With measured determination, Kevin approached Pembroke. He turned to Dennis and Denise. "The antidote is almost ready, but I need your help. I need a few items from the kitchen." As Kevin outlined the necessary supplies, Pembroke's parents found themselves dispatched on a mission, a shared quest to procure the ingredients that would contribute to their son's salvation. There was an unexpected unity in their steps, a convergence of intentions that momentarily overcame their usual discordant dynamic. In the heart of the tournament venue, Pembroke lay in a state of vulnerability, a Grand Master reduced to the fragility of mortal existence. The parents, propelled by a newfound sense of urgency and responsibility, embarked on their assigned tasks with surprising efficiency together. The clatter of their coordinated efforts filled the air as they fetched a hot plate, coffee filters, and other items requested by Kevin. Witnessing Pembroke's parents working in unison, Kevin couldn't help but appreciate the transformative power of a common goal. In adversity, alliances formed, breaking the mold of their constant fighting. Amid the murmurs of concerned spectators, the parents returned with the required items, their expressions hopeful. With the acquired supplies, Kevin set up a makeshift furnace to complete his antidote. Kevin, the alchemist in their midst, orchestrated the refining of the antidote with focused precision. As the potion neared completion, Kevin, sensing the pivotal moment, took the vial in hand and approached Pembroke's prone form. The parents, once adversaries, stood as witnesses to a shared endeavor. Kevin, injecting a glimmer of hope into the heart of the Grandmaster, administered the antidote. The room, hushed in anticipation, held its collective breath as the elixir infused Pembroke's body. The tournament, momentarily eclipsed by the personal drama unfolding at its core, awaited the outcome of this mystical intervention. In the interplay of magic and mortal struggles, the destiny of a Grand Master hung in delicate balance. Pembroke jolted back to life. His parents embraced Pembroke and each other, grateful to have their family back in one piece. "Thank goodness you're all right," Denise offered. "Do you need anything?"
"Anything at all," Dennis chimed in. "Name it and it's yours. I'll go get it."
"I can go with you," Denise noted. As they clung to one another, Pembroke couldn't help but take in the scene. His parents weren't fighting. They were quiet and loving. Pembroke couldn't help but smile. He turned to Kevin. "I don't know what you did, but thank you." Kevin put a hand on the young boy's shoulder. "I'm glad you're okay, and I'm sorry you didn't get to finish your match." "That's okay. I never really cared about chess anyway," Pembroke noted. "Gunter and Ida are happy. My parents aren't fighting anymore. This is everything I ever wanted, and I think I'm ready to go." Kevin nodded in understanding. It was time for Pembroke to ascend to the upper realm. Just then, a shout could be heard. Focus turned towards the crowd where the once imposing figure of Vincent Reeves emerged, soaking wet and seething. His body, a canvas of red welts from the stinging assault, betrayed the brutal encounter with the vengeful aquatic creatures earlier. Kevin and Vincent matched stares.
"You think you've won?" Vincent called out. "This is only the beginning. You'll never save the upper realm. You're doomed. You're all doomed."
Stumbling, dripping, and fueled by rage, Vincent fumbled behind a ficus, extracting his jetpack from its hiding place. The act of securing the contraption to his back elicited fresh waves of agony as the stingers embedded in his skin fought against the straps. With a resolute grimace, Vincent activated the jetpack, propelling himself into the air with an abrupt burst of force. A trail of water droplets marked his chaotic departure, leaving behind a scene of confusion and lingering supernatural energies. Pembroke's parents looked on in confusion.
"What was that?" Dennis wondered.
"Who was that?" Denise added.
"Don't worry, he won't be bothering you again anytime soon," Kevin offered. He refocused on Pembroke. "Ready to go?"
Pembroke nodded. He hugged his parents and said his goodbyes, then followed Kevin. They found a quiet storage room in the back of the aquarium, and Kevin explained what would happen next. To reach the upper realm, you have to look inward. You have to think about all the things in this world that bring you joy. And you must focus on your greatest skill. For a long time, I thought that would be chess, but I think it's clear now that it's bringing people together. You have a unique ability. Focus on that. Close your eyes and picture Ida and Gunter finally finding the courage to open up to one another. Picture your parents whose marriage may have been mended after they worked to save you from harm. You saved them all from misdirected lives, and soon you might be able to save everyone else. Pembroke closed his eyes and focused. In an instant, he and Kevin disappeared through space and time. Kevin had successfully located the next candidate for the Gatekeeper and was one step closer to saving the upper realm for good. Pembroke Reindaler, a 9-year-old chess prodigy whose true passion was helping couples to find true and renewed love, staved off a poisoning by Vincent Reeves with Kevin's help, and then ascended to the upper realm where he will find if he is the rightful heir to the role of Gatekeeper. Now, on the plane of existence, Kevin knows that Alohi's time is quickly running out and he must continue to pursue the final 2 children who will be tested in the upper realm to see if they are to take Alohi's place. Kevin had received a call from Brett Stewart earlier that day, asking him to meet in person. Brett, the head of the Myriads, and Katja Rafferty, a rival of Kevin's in the Epic Clash, whom he had put in charge of his school in Washington, D.C., had been tracking potential candidates for Gatekeeper, and Kevin knew that if they were asking to meet in person, then that meant that they must have found the next contender. Brett and Katja wouldn't waste Kevin's time with anything but concrete information. Kevin sat inside his war room, just down the hall from his Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals labs. High over the city of Chicago in his penthouse offices, Kevin sipped hot black coffee as he waited. The room was a nexus of information, equipped with large flat-screen TVs that displayed news from every corner of the globe. The atmosphere was tense with anticipation as Kevin waited. The thick metal doors of the war room slid open and Brett and Katja stepped inside. Kevin greeted them with a warm acknowledgement. "Brett, Katja, it's good to see you both. What do you have for me?" Brett reached into his suitcase and removed a thick manila folder. He handed it to Kevin. Kevin opened the file and looked over the information inside. Photographs, newspaper stories, family trees, and various maps and charts. All were neatly arranged and easy for Kevin to take in with his ability for digesting information in a glance. "Who are they?" Kevin requested as he leafed through the heavy file folder. "Give me the bullet points." "Her name is Evita," Brett began. "She's 16 years old and currently the mayor of a small hamlet in Tierra del Fuego." Kevin raised an eyebrow in surprise. "The mayor? How can a 16-year-old become the mayor of anything?" Katja chimed in with a knowing smile. "It's a fascinating story, actually. The previous city council members who were on their way out due to term limits seized an opportunity to try to retain power." Brett chimed in. "They amended the age requirements for mayor, paving the way for their teenage son, Caval, to take the position." Katja cut in. "But the good people of Tierra del Fuego saw through the manipulation and rebelled. In an unexpected turn of events, Evita, a young and determined teenage girl, saw an opportunity and ran against Caval in the election." "And she won?" Kevin asked with building curiosity. "She received 99% of the votes," Katja replied. "The vast majority, obviously. The only 2 votes against her came from Caval's parents. It was a landslide victory." Kevin chuckled at the political intrigue woven into the fabric of Tierra del Fuego. 16 years old and already mayor. I see why you think she's special." Brett nodded. "Indeed. Can you imagine a teenager having the passion and focus to run a mayoral campaign?" Kevin shook his head in disbelief. "Watching how hard Lily had to work to run her campaign, I can't fathom how anyone that young could manage that kind of stress. It's a tidal wave of expectation and public scrutiny." "When I was 16, I didn't even have my license," Brett joked. "I was still selling Girl Scout cookies," Katja countered. "Evita is unique," Brett offered. "I'm sure there's more to her story, but I think it's safe to say her potential as gatekeeper of the upper realm is something worth exploring further. What do you say, Kevin?" Kevin closed the file folder. "I say let's go. I'll purchase 3 tickets to Tierra del Fuego. We can leave first thing tomorrow. I think it's time we pay our respects to the new mayor." Early the next morning, as the wheels of the commercial airliner touched down on the airstrip just outside Tierra del Fuego, Kevin, Katja, and Brett found themselves in a new corner of the world. The vibrant energy of the town surrounded them, and the trio was eager to meet the young mayor, Evita. The trio made their way through the charming streets of the hamlet, absorbing the local atmosphere. The town had a throwback Western feel, slow-moving and remote. The townsfolk greeted Kevin and his friends with curious smiles. "Such a peaceful town," Katja noted. "I love how they just have animals walking around on the sidewalks," Brett observed, pointing to different chickens and horses peacefully mulling around the town square. "It's quiet for sure," Kevin replied. "Maybe too quiet. Be ready for anything." It didn't take long for Kevin to discover that Evita didn't live in a mayoral mansion, but instead still resided with her parents in a residence on the edge of town. Kevin and his colleagues navigated through the streets until they found the unassuming house that the young mayor called home. "This is the address," Katja stated as she double-checked her information. "It's a ranch," Brett observed. "A cattle ranch," Kevin added. "Cattle farming is a big business in this part of the world, but the cows are treated well. They have fields to graze and fresh air to enjoy." "Should we go make our introductions?" Katja asked with building anticipation. "Let's do it," Kevin replied as he swung open the front gate and headed for the front door. With a simple knock, the anticipation built. A moment later, the door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged woman with warm eyes, Evita's mother, Modena. She welcomed the visitors with genuine hospitality, leading them into the cozy living room. "Evita will be home shortly," she explained, offering them some refreshments. "She's at school. Or maybe it's the mayor's office today. I get the two confused so often now. Meat sticks?" Modena revealed a plate of meat on a stick. Brett noted after taking a bite. "It's not every day that we have visitors from the outside world," Modena confessed. "Can I help you with anything?" Kevin took the lead. "No, thank you. You've already been most hospitable. We're here to meet with Evita. We've heard a lot about her and are interested in learning more about what it's like to be a teenage mayor." "Oh yes, that. It was all very exciting," Modena confessed. "Her grades did slip a bit during the campaign, but now that she is an elected professional, I guess it's a glass half full, glass half empty kind of situation." "My wife is a mayor also," Kevin offered. "She was pregnant with twins when she got elected." "Amazing," Modena replied with a warm smile. "We also have a wonderful opportunity to offer her," Kevin noted. "An opportunity?" Modena repeated. "What opportunity?" "Are you familiar with the prestigious Williams School in Washington, D.C.?" Kevin asked. Evita's mother listened attentively as Kevin artfully explained the prestigious opportunity awaiting her daughter. The lure of a spot in the renowned Williams School's International Relations program did make an impression on Modena, who didn't want to hold her daughter back and thwart her potential in any way. "Evita has demonstrated exceptional leadership in her role as mayor at such a young age, and we believe her potential should be nurtured in a setting like the Williams School," Katja explained with a genuine smile. Evita's mother looked both proud and concerned, torn between the desire to see her daughter succeed and the apprehension of letting her go. After a brief pause, she nodded thoughtfully. "I never thought such an opportunity would come knocking on our door," she admitted. "Evita will be thrilled, but I'm not sure her father will approve. You can talk to them both yourselves." As the trio awaited Evita's return from school, Kevin couldn't help but reflect on the moral complexity of their current mission. While the allure of the Williams School provided a compelling reason to visit and to speak with Evita, the underlying truth about asking her to potentially become the next gatekeeper of the upper realm remained veiled. Kevin didn't like lying to Evita's mother, but he knew it would be better than trying to explain the complexities of the upper realm. He didn't want Evita's parents kicking them out before they ever had a chance to talk with the teenage mayor. When Evita finally walked through the door, her mother shared the exciting news. The prospect of attending a prestigious school in Washington, D.C., left the young mayor visibly intrigued. As Modena prepared dinner, Evita sat with Kevin, Brett, and Katja. "So, tell me more about the Williams School," Evita probed. "Evita, we have to be honest with you," Kevin finally admitted. "We're not here to ask you to attend the Williams School. We have a greater role in mind." Evita frowned. "What kind of role?" Kevin, Brett, and Katja delicately broached the subject of Evita's potential role as the gatekeeper of the upper realm. They spoke of the responsibility, the unique skills she possessed, and the chance to make a profound impact on not just her hometown, but the whole world, forever. "I need time to think about this," Evita replied. "Of course," Kevin responded. As the evening unfolded, the trio waited anxiously for Evita's decision, mindful of the weight their words carried. The allure of opportunity hung in the air, blending with the aroma of the homemade meal, and the fate of Tierra del Fuego's young mayor hung in the balance. As Modena set down plates, Evita's father, Reggio, came home from working the cattle ranch. He wore a large cowboy hat and was not as friendly as his wife. "Who are these strangers in my home?" Reggio shouted. "Reggio, stop. They came to see Evita," Modena replied. "They offered her a role at the Williams School. Isn't that nice?" "Evita is already a teenage mayor here in Tierra del Fuego, and after that she'll work with me on the cattle ranch," Reggio pushed back. "Why should she want to go to some far-off school?" "The Williams School is world-renowned," Kevin chimed in. "Hi, I'm Kevin Williams. It's nice to meet you." Kevin went to shake Reggio's hand, but the cattle rancher was suspicious. "Reggio, please," Modena pressed. "Let's all sit down and share a meal." As the evening wore on, it became increasingly clear that Reggio would not easily be swayed. He was protective, skeptical, and deeply rooted in his traditional beliefs. Kevin dwelt inwardly on the urgency of their mission. Time was a fleeting resource, and they couldn't afford to lose Evita to the constraints of her well-meaning yet overbearing parents. In a daring move, Kevin excused himself from the dinner table, feigning the need to use the restroom. In reality, he sought a moment alone to contemplate their next move. The stakes were high, and the upper realm required a new gatekeeper sooner rather than later. "I'm going to have to try something big," Kevin whispered to himself. In the quiet solitude of the bathroom, Kevin pondered the dilemma. He knew that a direct confrontation with Evita's parents might backfire, and subtly would likely yield no results. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Kevin traveled with Brett and Katja to Tierra del Fuego to meet the next candidates for gatekeeper of the upper realm, a teenage mayor named Evita. Kevin tried to conceal his actual goal by offering Evita a spot in the International Relations program at his Williams School. But Evita's gruff father has little interest in letting his daughter leave his side on the family's ranch. Kevin stepped out of the bathroom and rejoined Brett and Katja as they sat having dinner with Evita and her parents Modena and Reggio. Kevin took center stage and made a new proposal. "I'll donate $5 million to this cattle ranch if you'll let Evita leave Tierra del Fuego and join us at the Williams School." Kevin had been honest with Evita about needing her to journey to the upper realm, but he had strategically constructed a simpler story for her parents, in hopes that they would allow her to go. Evita agreed with Kevin that this was the best course of action. She knew her parents couldn't conceive of a destiny for her that would have her becoming the gatekeeper of a fantastical and otherworldly plane, the existence of which would keep their own world safe from invaders. The tension in the room thickened as Kevin's financial offer hung in the air, where it was met with a steely resolve from Evita's father Reggio. Money, it seemed, couldn't sway his deeply rooted commitment to the community. "That's a rich offer, friend," Reggio stated plainly. "But Evita needs to stay here and be the mayor and then work by my side on the land." Kevin, Brett, and Katja exchanged glances. This was harder than they had thought. "But Papa, you could do so much with that money," young Evita pleaded with her father. "It's not just about the money," Reggio pushed back on his daughter. "It's about the pride we take in having the best cattle ranch in Tierra del Fuego." "Reggio is very protective," Modena offered. "And there's been a recent cattle rustling crisis that's put a strain on our ranch and the entire town. Someone keeps stealing our cattle. Now your $5 million would help us buy more cattle, that's for sure, but if we can't stop these cattle rustlers from stealing our supply, no amount of money is going to make a difference long term." "And you have no idea who's been stealing your cows?" Katja asked. "We have a very good idea," Reggio responded angrily. "We just can't prove it. Yet. It's the Garcias." "The Garcias?" Brett repeated curiously. "They own the second biggest cattle ranch in town," Modena added. "Reggio has always felt they were trying to compete with us." "I don't think that. I know it," Reggio replied. "We always look out for the town, but they only ever look out for themselves." "Papa, no," Evita pushed back. "The Garcias are good people." "They're villains. They tried to steal the mayoral election by giving it to their son Caval, and when that didn't work, they started stealing our cattle for their own benefit," Reggio declared angrily. "You don't know that," Evita pushed back. "Caval is my friend." "No, he's not," Reggio pushed back. "He's not your friend, he's your enemy. You're not to go anywhere near him or his family. And you can't leave. You have to help protect the ranch. It's your responsibility as my daughter and as our mayor." Evita shrank at the thought. Kevin, sensing an opportunity to bridge the gap and gain their trust, steered the conversation toward the pressing issue at hand, the cattle rustling. Evita, the mayor, was caught in the crossfire of this conflict between her parents and Caval's parents. The town's survival, it seemed, depended on the resolution of that crisis. With a diplomatic finesse, Kevin proposed a compromise. What if we help solve your cattle rustling problem? If we could make sure this ranch was safe long-term, would you consider letting Evita leave home? The offer struck a chord with Evita's parents. They liked the idea, but were still hesitant. Evita, sensing an opportunity, stood up for herself. As mayor of Tierra del Fuego, we accept your offer. Reggio shot his daughter a look. I don't like it, but if you can do what you say you can do, I'll let Evita make her own choices about whether or not to stay or leave. With that, Kevin, Brett, Katja, and young Evita were off to learn more about the situation. As the group made their way through town, Evita explained the deeper complexities of the situation. The tension in Tierra del Fuego had escalated as accusations of cattle thieving reverberated throughout the town. Evita had found herself caught in the crossfire of a bitter feud between her parents and Caval's parents, each accusing the other of stealing their prize cattle. The once harmonious community now simmered with anger and resentment. The heart of the dispute lay in the brand seared onto the cows' hides. Evita's parents insisted that their cattle were being stolen by Caval's family, pointing to the eerily similar brands that seemed to blur the lines of ownership between the two families' cows. On the other side of the dispute, Caval's parents vehemently denied the accusations, claiming that Evita's family was behind the theft of their cattle. The once close-knit town was now divided, with neighbors taking sides and friendships strained by the escalating conflict. Evita, burdened by her role as the town's mayor, realized that she could only leave once this issue was resolved. The future of Tierra del Fuego depended on her ability to mediate between the warring factions and find a peaceful resolution. The once idyllic town square was now filled with heated debates, angry exchanges, and lingering doubts about the integrity of each family's cattle brands. As the mediator between the two families, Evita faced the daunting task of untangling the web of accusations and suspicions. She knew that resolving this conflict was crucial, not only for her personal journey but also for the well-being of the town she had sworn to protect. The burden of leadership weighed heavily on Evita's shoulders as she embarked on a journey to restore peace and unity to the remote hamlet. Evita led Kevin, Katja, and Brett to the vast pastures where her family's cattle roamed freely. The rolling hills and expansive landscapes of Tierra del Fuego provided a backdrop for their quest to unravel the mystery of the stolen cattle. As they approached the grazing herds, Kevin focused on communing with the animal world, hoping to gain insight into the ongoing predicament. Closing his eyes, Kevin honed his connection to the natural realm, seeking to establish a dialogue with the cows. In a meditative state, he opened his mind to the silent language of the animal kingdom. Hello, my bovine friends, Kevin thought. I'm hoping you can tell me about your experience here in the fields. Gradually, the collective consciousness of the cows responded to Kevin's psychic call. We know what we're here for, echoed a chorus of bovine thoughts in Kevin's mind. We'd like to enjoy our time in the pasture, chewing our cud and having a nice sunbath before it's our time to go. But every night we see people running in here, making off with our friends, the fellow cows, and taking them to goodness knows where. The cows, usually serene and docile, were now expressing a collective frustration and fear. The once tranquil pastures had become a battleground where the theft of their companions disrupted their peaceful existence. Kevin sensed the genuine distress among the cattle, a sentiment mirrored in the town's human residents. Listening to the bovine lament, Kevin understood that the dispute went beyond the human experience. It extended to the innocent creatures caught in the middle. The stolen cattle weren't just possessions. They were cherished members of the community, and their disappearance left a void that echoed through the animal kingdom. Armed with his newfound understanding, Kevin knew that resolving the conflict required addressing the concerns of both humans and animals. The stolen cattle were the victim of a larger conspiracy, and uncovering the truth would be crucial to restoring harmony in Tierra del Fuego. Amidst the expansive pastures, Kevin, Katja, Brett, and Evita investigated further. You said there were questions concerning the cow's branding? Kevin inquired of Evita.
That's right, the young mayor replied. The branding has led to much confusion. The Garcia brand and my family's brand are similar, and some cows...
Kevin traveled with Brett and Katja to Tierra del Fuego to meet the next potential candidate to become the gatekeeper of the Upper Realm, a teenage mayor named Evita. Kevin invited Evita to journey to the Upper Realm, but Evita couldn't leave while cattle thieves continued to steal her parents' cows and endanger the economic harmony of the community. Kevin understood Evita's concerns and vowed to help her catch the evil cattle rustlers before they could strike again. Committed to unraveling the mystery of the stolen cattle, Kevin returned alone the next night to the vast cattle fields for a covert stakeout. Embracing an unconventional approach, he donned a clever disguise that blurred the lines between man and beast. Kevin became a cow. I hope this works, Kevin thought to himself as he put on a simple black and white cow costume and walked on all fours amongst the herd. In his bovine disguise, Kevin pretended to graze with the other cows, blending seamlessly into the moonlit meadow. Immersed in his own method acting, Kevin savored the smell of the grass, made new bovine acquaintances, and allowed the serenity of the night to envelop him. In the midst of his undercover operation, Kevin's commitment to the role went beyond mere observation. He began to communicate with his fellow cows, not by melding with them mentally, but by mooing playfully. With a heartfelt moo, Kevin engaged in what seemed like bovine banter, exchanging silent greetings and expressions of camaraderie with his unsuspecting companions. The moon overhead bore witness to the peculiar midnight moos. Kevin was having fun as he waited for something sinister to happen. As Kevin continued to play alongside the other cows, he kept his eyes on the horizon, looking for any signs of intruders. The peaceful ambiance of the moonlit meadow contrasted sharply with the undercurrent of theft and deception that lurked throughout the distant shadows. The night air was filled with the gentle sounds of grazing. Kevin, in his own way, truly became one with his four-legged companions. But the serenity was suddenly shattered by the distant rumble of approaching vehicles. Trucks, Kevin thought to himself. Multiple trucks. This is going down now. Kevin got low, making sure he wouldn't be noticed amongst the herd as multiple headlights approached. The rustlers, shrouded in the cover of darkness, arrived to enact their nefarious plan. The cattle, sensing the impending threat, began to stir nervously. The truck slowed to a stop, and 24 burly men stepped out. They held whips, branding irons, and nets. The lead cattle thief, a slovenly fat man with a large beard and even larger belly, finished eating a late-night hamburger, licking his fingers with delight. The hamburger man shouted to his underlings, "Surround the herd. I need 22 of the fattest cows you can rustle. Move!" His men rushed around the perimeter, doing their best to follow the hamburger man's orders. Amid the chaos, Kevin, ever the vigilant guardian, had to detach himself from the herd. Skillfully maneuvering through the bovine congregation, he slipped away quietly and found refuge beneath the largest truck, which served as the rustlers' getaway vehicle. Kevin debated with himself. Should I stop them? None of these men are leveled fighters, but if I strike them now, I might never know where they plan to take these poor cows. I want the full story. Evita had explained to Kevin that her family and their rival family, the Garcias, blamed each other for the missing cows. Kevin knew he had to solve the larger mystery, so he decided not to engage in battle just yet. Looking for another solution, Kevin suddenly had an idea. The truck's axles became Kevin's temporary sanctuary. Kevin climbed under the massive vehicle and wrapped his arms around the medical chassis. The rustlers, oblivious to the undercover presence beneath their vehicle, herded the cattle onto the trucks.
"Faster! Get them on the trucks faster!" the hamburger man demanded, cracking his whip for emphasis. "And where is my next hamburger? Someone bring me another hamburger! I can't work this hard on an empty stomach. I'm starving!" The rustlers finished gathering the cows, and the trucks roared back to life.
jolting across the uneven terrain. Kevin, hidden beneath, clung to the axles, feeling every bump and turn. As the truck rumbled forward, the panicked moos of the cattle echoed in the night. Kevin, using his unique connection with the animal kingdom, communicated with the distressed herd to keep them calm amid the tumult. He focused his mind and connected with the trapped cows. "Stay calm," Kevin thought as he connected with the cattle. "I'm here with you. I'll protect you. I promise." The terrain was rough and patchy, and Kevin had to use all of his strength not to be thrown under the heavy tires that rolled nearby. If he couldn't hold on, Kevin would be crushed. But he wouldn't let that happen. Beneath the truck, Kevin's senses heightened as the vehicles finally jolted to a halt. He assumed it was just another stop in the rustling operation, but the grim reality quickly unfolded. The surroundings were not a lush field, but rather a stark, foreboding place. A slaughterhouse. Kevin's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. The cattle, deceived and stolen from the meadow, were now facing a fate far bleaker than he had anticipated. Kevin suddenly realized exactly what was happening. The warring families weren't stealing each other's cows. The slaughterhouse they had been selling their cows to had been stealing their supply to help cut costs. Kevin had to stop them and get word back to Evita about what he had seen. The truck doors creaked open, and the rustlers, faceless in the shadows, began to herd the cattle toward the slaughterhouse. Panic spread among the animals, their once peaceful existence shattered by the cruel turn of events. Kevin, still concealed beneath the truck, felt a surge of determination to intervene. Using his ability to communicate with the animals once again, Kevin tried to reassure the distressed cattle. He urged them to remain as calm as possible, knowing the unfortunate fate that awaited them. As the cattle were ushered into the slaughterhouse, their collective fear reverberated through the night. They didn't know exactly what this place was, but they knew it was bad. "Don't lose hope," Kevin thought repeatedly. "I'm here and I won't let these monsters slaughter you." Hidden beneath the truck, Kevin grappled with the weight of the revelation. The intricate web of cattle theft was solely for profit. In the chilling atmosphere of the slaughterhouse, Kevin contemplated the dark turn events had taken. His mission to uncover the truth had led him to a place of despair. How many innocent cows had already been killed? Kevin's heart raced. He had to fight off the cattle rustlers and save the cows, and he had to do it fast. Kevin went to move from beneath the truck, but suddenly realized he was stuck. His satchel had been caught up in the axle, pulled tight against the hot-turning metal above. "My satchel!" Kevin thought with growing concern. Running out of time, Kevin ripped the strap and left his satchel intertwined with the axle above his head. The situation escalated when the hamburger man, sharp-eyed and suspicious, spotted Kevin hidden underneath the vehicle.
"Intruder! I spot an intruder!" the hamburger man shouted. "Get him!"
In an instant, 20 cattle rustlers surrounded Kevin with loaded shotguns. They all cocked their weapons threateningly. Before Kevin could strike, he was zapped by an electric cattle shocker. Caught off guard, Kevin tumbled to the ground, momentarily weakened and disoriented. Caught and tasered, Kevin found himself dragged through the chilling corridors of the slaughterhouse. The flickering overhead lights cast eerie shadows on the cold metallic surfaces. The hamburger man, a sloppy figure with a cruel demeanor, seemed determined to put an end to Kevin's interference.
"Looks like we got a spy in our midst, boys," the hamburger man taunted. "And what do we do with spies? We feed 'em to the grinder."
The rustlers cheered with evil intent. The hamburger man cackled.
"Let's not waste time. Give our new friend the tour."
The rustlers dragged Kevin to the heart of the facility, where a colossal meat grinder dominated the space. The hum of machinery and the metallic scent of blood hung thick in the air. With a sinister grin, the hamburger man ordered his men to dangle Kevin perilously over the gaping saws of the grinder.
"This is where meddlers like you end up,"
the hamburger man sneered, the dim light reflecting in his cold, unyielding eyes.
"Power up the beast."
The grinder went from a slow roar to a deafening grinding crunch of metal as dozens of razor-sharp saws turned and twisted, waiting to tear anything that got close to it to pieces. In the face of impending doom, Kevin's mind raced to find a way out. The absence of his satchel meant he couldn't employ his usual tactics. The cows, still agitated, mooed in protest as their fates hung in the balance. The struggle against the merciless forces of the slaughterhouse intensified, and Kevin's resourcefulness was being tested like never before. Desperate to uncover the truth behind who had been stealing cows from the tranquil cattle fields of Tierra del Fuego, Kevin went undercover with the cows, waiting to see who might make an appearance. To Kevin's surprise, a team of cattle rustlers appeared. Kevin latched onto their truck and traveled unseen to a massive slaughterhouse where the rustlers planned to kill the stolen cows. Before Kevin could strike, he was tasered and strapped high above a terrifying meat grinder with no hope of escape in sight. "Let me go now, or I'm going to take this personally," Kevin calmly asserted, his voice cutting through the ominous hum of machinery. Dangling precariously over the menacing meat grinder, Kevin remained surprisingly composed despite the dire circumstances. The hamburger man and his accomplices, dismissive and scornful, laughed off Kevin's attempts at negotiation.
"Who are you to make demands?" one of the rustlers shouted. "You're the one hanging above a meat grinder."
With a wry smile, Kevin offered a final warning. "You're making a grave mistake. Release me now, or you won't make it through the night. That's a promise." The cattle rustlers erupted into laughter, dismissing Kevin's words as the ramblings of an idiot who was caught in their deadly trap. They reveled in their perceived victory, unaware that they were underestimating the very person who had outsmarted countless adversaries. They were surely unaware that it was the Kevin Williams who was hanging over the grinder they used for beef. As Kevin's hands remained bound above him, he focused his thoughts on a plan of escape. The rhythmic clatter of the meat grinder seemed to mock him, but Kevin's mind, sharp as ever, worked through the possibilities. Despite the dire circumstances, an indomitable spirit burned within him, ready to turn the tide against those who believed they held all the cards. As the hamburger man and his underlings reveled in their belief that they had the upper hand, Kevin turned his attention toward the stolen cows. Closing his eyes and focusing his mind, Kevin communicated with the stolen herd. He painted a vivid picture of the imminent danger they faced in the slaughterhouse, appealing to their instinct for survival. "You're all in grave danger," Kevin thought, his mind connected to the terrified cattle. "These men plan on slaughtering you, but you have them outnumbered. You have to stand up for yourselves. You have to fight. Now." The cows, understanding the impending threat, began to stir restlessly. In a surge of collective panic and rage, the cows unleashed a stampede that erupted through the slaughterhouse, catching the workers off guard. The hamburger man cried out, "Stampede!" The thundering hooves drowned out the cries of the evil cattle rustlers, creating a tidal wave of bovine fury. Amid the stampede, Kevin utilized the distraction to his advantage. Channeling his strength and agility, he flexed his muscles, tearing through the ropes that bound him. The bad men, now scrambling to control the situation, found themselves caught in the path of the enraged cattle. Kevin, free from his restraints, spotted the hamburger man who was frantically leading the counter-assault on the cows. Armed with a whip and a hot cattle brander, the rustler lashed out at the stampeding animals. Kevin knew he had to intervene to save both the cows and himself. "Why don't you pick on someone of your own species?" Kevin shouted. The hamburger man's eyes went wide with rage. Dodging the crack of the whip and the searing heat of the branding iron, Kevin showcased his martial arts prowess. In a climactic moment, he gained the upper hand, delivering a powerful blow that sent the rustler hurtling toward the meat grinder. "No! No! No!" the hamburger man cried out as he stumbled into the grinder. The machinery, once a threat to Kevin's life, now became the instrument of justice. The rustler, unable to escape, met a gruesome fate as he emerged from the grinder a moment later with a stack of fresh meat patties. The hamburger man had become a hamburger himself. With the chaos in the slaughterhouse subsiding, Kevin turned his attention to the agitated cattle. The stampede had scattered them within the confines of the facility, but Kevin, driven by a sense of duty to these creatures, began the process of regrouping them. Employing a combination of soothing words and subtle gestures, Kevin used his connection with the cows to guide them back toward the waiting truck. The animals, having witnessed the danger they narrowly escaped, responded to Kevin's calming presence, forming a hesitant but cooperative assembly. As the last straggling cow found its place, Kevin seized the opportunity to retrieve his trusty satchel. The bag, which had been snagged on the truck's mechanics during the tumultuous events, now hung loosely. Kevin carefully untangled it, ensuring that the contents, including the vials and ingredients, many a potion and antidote, all remained intact. With the cattle safely loaded, Kevin closed the truck doors and took a moment to catch his breath. The ordeal had been intense, but the redemption of the herd symbolized a victory over cruelty and exploitation. The impending winter, with its challenges and uncertainties, loomed on the horizon, but for now, Kevin had ensured the safety of these innocent lives. As the truck rumbled to life, Kevin climbed into the driver's seat, determined to lead the herd back to Tierra del Fuego. The rumbling of the cattle truck echoed through the streets of Tierra del Fuego as Kevin navigated the vehicle back to the town square. The townspeople, well aware of the ongoing cattle disputes, gathered to see what was happening. As the truck rolled to a stop in the heart of the town, Kevin took a moment to collect himself. The herd inside, once victims of ruthless exploitation, now stood as silent witnesses to the unfolding events. Kevin stepped down from the driver's seat to address the curious crowd. Evita, flanked by her parents and the townspeople, approached with apprehension in her eyes. Kevin held up his hand, signaling for patience, before beginning his revelation. "Good people of Tierra del Fuego," Kevin began, his voice projecting to reach every ear in the square. "I stand before you not only as a messenger, but as a witness to the truth that has unfolded in the past days." He went on to describe the elaborate scheme concocted by the evil overseer of the slaughterhouse. A plan that involved branding and rebranding cattle, manipulating records, and sowing discord between the two prominent cattle-owning families in the town. The townspeople listened intently, their expressions shifting from confusion to realization as Kevin unraveled the web of deception. The truth exposed, Kevin turned his attention to the cattle truck behind him. These animals, he gestured toward the herd, were the victims of this malicious plot. But fear not, for they have been freed from the clutches of cruelty, and justice will prevail. Evita's parents, initially skeptical of Kevin's intentions, now looked upon him with gratitude and relief. The town, once divided by suspicion and accusations, now stood united against a common adversary. As the news of the hamburger man's misdeeds spread through the crowd, whispers of shock and belief reverberated. Kevin, backed by the silent testimony of the cattle, had unveiled the true villain behind the cattle rustling. The townspeople, grateful for the revelation, began to discuss the path forward, mending the rifts that had torn at the fabric of their community. Evita, now standing at the heart of the crowd, prepared to share her vision for the town's future. Kevin observed from the sidelines, intrigued by the determination and resilience that spilled out of the eager and earnest young mayor. "Dear friends and neighbors," Evita began, her voice carrying the weight of conviction, "these recent events have put our small community in a bad place. The fact that the slaughterhouse was stealing our cows is a terrible realization, but perhaps it is a beacon to show us a new way. The evil in our midst was a mirror of our own disregard for the creatures we have been raising to become food. Let us not dwell on the shadows that have haunted our town in our past. Instead, let us focus on the light that can guide us toward a brighter future." The townspeople listened attentively, curious to hear Evita's proposal. We have depended on the sale of our cattle for meat, but what if we chose a different path? Evita continued, her eyes meeting those of her fellow townsfolk. What if we transitioned to dairy farming? Our cows could provide us with milk, cheese, and other products, without sacrificing our beloved animals who have been our friends, and how now have worked together to save our own savior, Kevin Williams, who brought peace back among us after ridding our town of our true enemy, the Hamburger Man. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd as the townspeople began to envision the possibilities. Evita's proposal sparked hope and enthusiasm, replacing the gloom that had clouded their community. We can create a dairy cooperative, supporting each other as we navigate this new venture, Evita suggested. By working together, we can overcome the challenges that lie ahead. Our town will flourish, not only in the richness of our land, but in the strength of our unity. Kevin couldn't help but admire Evita's leadership and foresight. Her resilience in the face of adversity showcased the qualities of a true leader. He saw why she was so special. The townspeople, inspired by Evita's words, started discussing the logistics of the transition and how they could collectively embark on this new agricultural endeavor. Kevin turned to Evita. You want to transform your cattle ranches into milk farms. I can help. As the night unfolded, plans were set in motion to transform Tierra del Fuego into a thriving community built on sustainable practices. The once divided town now rallied together, fueled by hope and determination. Kevin solved the mystery of the stolen cows, but in doing so undermined the slaughterhouse and endangered the economic stability of Tierra del Fuego. Evita, the town's teenage mayor, made an impassioned speech trying to convince everyone that they could all convert from cattle farms to milk farms and the economy could thrive. As the town people buzzed with excitement over Evita's proposal, not everyone was ready to embrace the change. Bruno Garcia and his wife, Kaka, Caval's parents, emerged from the crowd with skepticism etched across their faces.
Evita, this is madness, Bruno exclaimed, shaking his head. You can't turn our steers into dairy cows. It's against nature, against tradition. It just doesn't make sense.
Kaka crossed her arms, her expression mirroring her husband's disapproval. We've been cattle ranchers for generations. This dairy idea is absurd. What do you know about being a dairy distributor anyway? The town will crumble. Evita, undeterred by their opposition, stepped forward, her gaze steady and determined. I understand that change can be unsettling, Mrs. Garcia, but we have to adapt to the situation. Our town's survival depends on it. We can't continue down the same path that led us to this chaos. Yes, we've always been cattle farmers, but then the men we thought we were selling our cattle to turned out to be stealing from our herds behind our backs, putting family against family. We don't need any more men like that in our lives. If we make this change, we can sell the milk ourselves, be self-sufficient. Kevin observed the tense exchange, recognizing the challenge Evita faced in convincing those deeply rooted in their traditional ways. He decided to intervene, hoping to bridge the gap between the opposing parties.
Change is never easy, and I understand your concerns.
Kevin addressed Bruno and Kaka. But sometimes, embracing innovation is the key to progress. Evita has shown tremendous leadership, and perhaps this transition could open up new doors for Tierra del Fuego.
Bruno scowled, unconvinced. I'm not about to let my herd become a bunch of milk producers. It's preposterous.
Kaka nodded in agreement. Our family has thrived on raising cattle for meat. We won't jeopardize our livelihood for some fanciful dream. Evita is just a child. Evita took a deep breath, her eyes reflecting her determination. I respect your history and contributions to this town, Mrs. Garcia. All I ask is that you consider the possibilities. We can work together to make this transition smooth for everyone. Tierra del Fuego can flourish in a new light. You can't force us to do anything, Kaka pushed back. All right, Evita offered. Then let's put it to a vote. As the townspeople gathered in the square for the decisive vote, the tension in the air was thick. Evita stood at the forefront, passionately advocating for the transformation of their cattle ranching tradition into a dairy-based economy. On the opposing side, Bruno and Kaká Garcia argued fervently to maintain the status quo. Among the attentive crowd, Caval Garcia, the young son caught between family loyalty and Evita's compelling vision, grappled with his decision. He admired Evita's determination and recognized the potential for positive change in her proposal. When the time came for the vote, the square fell silent. Each resident stepped forward to cast their ballot, choosing the future direction of Tierra del Fuego. The ballots were counted meticulously, and the results were announced to the anxious crowd.
"It's a tie,"
declared the vote counter, revealing an equal number of supporters for both Evita's innovative plan and the traditional cattle ranching upheld by the Garcia family.
"So what do we do now?" Bruno mocked. "It's a stalemate."
"I haven't voted yet," a familiar voice called out from the crowd. All eyes turned to young Caval, realizing that his vote would be the deciding factor. Caval took a deep breath, glancing at Evita, whose eyes were still full of hope. He then turned to his parents, who stared daggers.
"Do the right thing, Caval,"
Kaká ordered. Caval again turned to Evita. At that moment, something unspoken passed between them.
"I vote for Evita's plan,"
Caval announced. The crowd erupted into a mix of cheers and murmurs, marking the beginning of a transformative journey for the small town. Evita's resilience and forward thinking had won the day, and Tierra del Fuego was on the cusp of embracing a future filled with fresh possibilities. As the townspeople dispersed, discussing the changes ahead, Kevin observed Caval and Evita sharing a moment of connection amid the celebration. The winds of change had swept through Tierra del Fuego, leaving in their wake the promise of a revitalized community and the unspoken potential for blossoming romance. Kevin kept his observations to himself, recognizing the delicate nature of such matters in the midst of a profound transformation. Kevin stepped over to Evita. "I think I can help your cows produce more milk," Kevin offered, "but I'll need some supplies." Later that same day, underneath the vibrant sky of Tierra del Fuego, Kevin, Evita, and Caval embarked on a journey over the rolling hills to inspect the apricot orchard. The air was filled with anticipation as they approached the grove, its branches laden with ripe fruit. As they walked among the apricot trees, Kevin discussed the properties of apricots and their potential benefits for promoting lactation in cows. He explained the process of extracting the necessary components and creating a concentrated solution that could be incorporated into the cow's diet. Evita, determined to ensure the success of her vision, eagerly participated in the discussion. Together with Caval, the trio gathered apricots, carefully selecting the ripest ones for Kevin's herbal concoction. Returning to town with baskets full of apricots, Kevin, Brett, and Katja set up a makeshift laboratory in the town square. Using the gathered apricots, they meticulously prepared a large batch of the lactation-promoting remedy. The aroma of crushed apricots filled the air as Kevin, Brett, and Katja worked, and the townspeople curiously gathered around to witness the unfolding transformation. Evita and Caval assisted Kevin, Brett, and Katja, and their shared commitment to the town's future evident in their collective efforts. As the herbal remedy took shape, Evita and Caval felt a sense of accomplishment, knowing that they were contributing to the prosperity of Tierra del Fuego. "We're doing it," Evita noted gleefully. "You did it," Caval replied. With the remedy prepared, Kevin and the others made their way to the grazing fields where the cows peacefully roamed. Kevin carefully administered the herbal solution, introducing it to the cow's diet with the hope of initiating the desired hormonal changes. Days turned into weeks, and the town watched with bated breath as the effects of Kevin's remedy began to manifest. The cows, once dedicated to the beef industry, started to exhibit signs of increased milk production. The dairy initiative, born out of Evita's vision and Kevin's herbal expertise, was becoming a reality. The townspeople, once divided by rivalries, now found themselves united by a shared purpose. Tierra del Fuego was on the brink of a new era, sustained by the transformative power of collaboration, innovation, and the promise of a prosperous future. "You did great, Kevin," Brett offered. "For now," Kevin replied, "but the apricot trees are almost done bearing fruit. We'll have to find another way to maintain these cows long term." A lingering idea in his satchel caught Kevin's attention: the remaining supply of Quentin Covington's growth hormone, a remnant of a past adventure that was sinister in nature. Kevin, accompanied by Evita and Caval, hatched a plan to utilize the growth hormone to enhance the apricot orchard. While Kevin still harbored reservations about the ethical implications of using Quentin Covington's creation, he recognized the potential benefit it could bring to Tierra del Fuego. Gathering the teen chemistry students from the local school, Kevin explained the project at hand. Under his guidance, the students would create a solution using the growth hormone, ensuring its application to the apricot trees. The promise of a bountiful harvest loomed on the horizon, carrying the potential to sustain the dairy initiative beyond the apricot season. With the concoction prepared, the students diligently injected the growth hormone into each apricot tree's trunk, infusing them with newfound vitality. Days passed and the orchard underwent a remarkable transformation. The once modest apricots now swelled to unprecedented sizes, dangling from branches heavy with the promise of abundance. As the news of the enlarged apricots spread through the town, excitement bubbled among the residents. Evita, Caval, and Kevin led the herd of cattle to the orchard, where the cows gazed contentedly beneath the rejuvenated apricot trees. The air was filled with the joyous sounds of munching and the occasional satisfied moo. Kevin took a moment to commune with the cows. He focused his mind and expressed gratitude to the herd for their newfound purpose and assured them that their lives were no longer destined for the confines of a slaughterhouse. As the sun dripped down below the horizon, casting a warm glow on the orchard, Kevin marveled at the transformation power of collaboration, ingenuity, and a commitment to change. Tierra del Fuego stood at the threshold of a future where the town's fortunes were entwined with the flourishing orchard, offering sustenance and prosperity for generations to come. Kevin, Brett, and Katja helped Evita, the teenage mayor of Tierra del Fuego, transform the town's cattle ranches into prosperous milk farms, thus saving the community from economic collapse. The sun bathed Tierra del Fuego in a warm glow as the town prepared for its first ever ice cream jamboree. The apricot orchard, once a humble source of seasonal delight, had blossomed into the epicenter of a burgeoning ice cream industry. Thanks to the abundant supply of milk from the contented cows, whose lactation was fostered by an herbal potion refined by Kevin from apricots. Evita, beaming with pride, led the festivities as the mayor of a town that had not only weathered the storm of cattle rustling, but had emerged with a flourishing and sustainable future. Colorful banners adorned the streets, and the aroma of freshly churned ice cream wafted through the air. The townspeople gathered in the central square, eagerly anticipating the sweet treats that awaited them. Ice cream vendors, once a novelty in Tierra del Fuego, now stood proudly behind their carts, ready to showcase the delectable creations crafted from the town's newfound milk supply. Kevin, Katja, and Brett, who had played instrumental roles in guiding Tierra del Fuego toward prosperity, observed the scene with satisfaction. The war room discussions, the cattle rustling investigation, and the unlikely alliance forged between Evita and Caval had led to this moment of celebration. As the first scoop of ice cream was served, cheers erupted from the crowd. The flavors ranged from classic vanilla to inventive concoctions inspired by the abundant apricots and the now friendly cows. "I got vanilla," one child exclaimed. "I got apricot and cow," another child offered with a scoop of his own logic thrown in. Families strolled through the square, enjoying the festive atmosphere, while children delighted in the sweet, cool indulgence of ice cream. However, a sense of anticipation turned to concern as the crowd noticed the absence of Mayor Evita. The mayor, who had been instrumental in steering the town through recent challenges, was nowhere to be found. "Where's Evita?" Katja wondered. "I'm not sure," Kevin replied with growing concern as his eyes scanned the festivities. Caval's parents, Bruno and Kaka Garcia, who had just started to warm up to the idea of collaboration, exchanged uneasy glances. Doubt crept into their expressions, and they seized the opportunity to voice their reservations. "See, we knew this was too good to be true. You can't rely on Evita to lead this town," Bruno Garcia exclaimed, his skepticism echoing through the crowd. Kaka Garcia chimed in. "A young girl as mayor? It was bound to fall apart. We should have stuck with the old ways, or give the job to our son Caval." The townspeople, once filled with hope, now exchanged uncertain glances. The success of the ice cream festival seemed jeopardized without Evita's leadership. The ice cream vendors, ready to showcase their delicious creations, hesitated, awaiting guidance from the absent mayor. Caval, however, refused to believe that Evita would abandon the town on such a crucial day. He darted through the crowd, determined to find her and salvage the situation. "Caval, where are you going?" Kaka shouted. "I've got to find Evita," Caval shouted back. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the apricot orchard on the far side of town, Evita sat alone, wrestling with unexpected emotions. The weight of responsibility and the pressure to lead had taken a toll on her. Doubts worked their way into her mind, questioning her ability to sustain the positive changes she had initiated. Caval approached in the distance. He spotted Evita sitting alone and made his way over. "Evita," Caval inquired gently, "what are you doing all the way out here alone? The town needs you. You've inspired them and they believe in you. This is your vision, and we can't celebrate it without you." Evita looked up, her eyes overflowing with vulnerability. She was overwhelmed. Caval extended a hand. "You don't have to go alone," Caval offered. "We can go together." Evita reached out and took the young man's hand, their fingers intertwining as they made their way back to the festivities together. As Evita stepped onto the podium, the atmosphere shifted. The crowd's murmurs hushed, and eyes turned toward their young mayor. Evita, with newfound strength, addressed the town. "I'm sorry for the delay. I needed a moment to collect myself. But I believe in this town, and I believe in us. Today marks the beginning of a new chapter for Tierra del Fuego, and together we'll face whatever challenges come our way. When I first became mayor, we were a cattle town, and now we're an ice cream town. Let's eat." The crowd erupted in applause, and the ice cream festival proceeded with Evita at the forefront on the ice cream float. Kevin watched as the young mayor stood atop her float, waving to the crowd. But as the float turned the corner, the strangest thing happened. Evita disappeared. Kevin was the only one to notice. As the crowd enjoyed the festivities, Kevin's keen instincts immediately kicked in. He had a sinking feeling that Vincent Reeves was behind this mischief. "What's wrong?" Katja asked. "Evita's gone," Kevin noted. With a sense of urgency, Kevin scanned the surroundings, looking for any clues that might lead him to Evita. His eyes widened as he spotted Vincent's jetpack stashed behind a bramble bush. It was a signature move, an unmistakable calling card of Vincent Reeves. "He's here," Kevin whispered with urgency to Brett and Katja. Following the faint footprints left in the soft soil, Kevin traced the path leading toward the local high school. The footprints were deliberate, as if someone had tried to cover their tracks but failed to do so entirely. Kevin's heart raced as he approached the cafeteria entrance. Brett and Katja followed closely behind. Kevin could sense danger lurking within, and the realization that Vincent might be targeting Evita filled him with a renewed sense of urgency. The cafeteria door loomed ahead, and the echoes of the festival outside seemed distant compared to the eerie silence that enveloped the cafeteria. As Kevin, Brett, and Katja burst into the high school cafeteria, their eyes widened at the gruesome sight before him. Vincent Reeves had Evita suspended upside down in a colossal sundae glass, the kind that would befit a giant's dessert feast. Vincent was going to lower Evita into the sundae, and drown her in ice cream. Vincent's hands, now transformed into massive sharp egg beaters, hovered menacingly above Evita, threatening to lower Evita into the frozen treat.
"Come any closer and I drop her in the cream,"
Vincent Reeves shouted. Thinking on his feet, Kevin assessed the situation. Time was running out, and he needed a plan that would save Evita from both Vincent's cruel clutches and the imminent threat of suffocation. A desperate idea formed in Kevin's mind. With swift movements, he approached the scene, keeping a cautious eye on Vincent. The egg beater hands twitched with anticipation as they prepared to lower Evita. Kevin knew he had only one chance to intervene. "Leave the girl alone," Kevin shouted. "You want to fight? I'm right here." Summoning his strength, Kevin grappled with Vincent's monstrous egg beater hands, diverting them away from Evita. Brett and Katja joined in the fight. The three circled Vincent Reeves. "Give up," Kevin ordered. Realizing he was cornered, Vincent swung his arms and cut the rope. Evita dropped into the sundae and was quickly submerged in the ice cream, drowning in the sweet treat. Kevin acted quickly. He kicked the sundae glass and it shattered into a million pieces. The shattered remnants of the sundae glass rained down as Kevin swiftly moved to free Evita from her perilous predicament. Despite the chaos, Vincent Reeves had other tricks up his sleeve. Using his still present, if somewhat skewed and rusty level 7 abilities, Vincent was able to quickly capture Brett and Katja. The duo found themselves in a precarious situation, tethered to the cafeteria tray conveyor belt and hurtling toward a scalding sanitizer machine that was blowing out boiling steam. "Kevin, help!" Katja yelled. "We're heading straight for the scalding hot water. He's going to burn us to death." With Evita rescued, Kevin rushed over and pulled the main lever, causing the conveyor belt to slow to a stop. Brett and Katja, still bound, were spared from the impending danger. "You did it, Kevin," Brett shouted. "You saved us." "Now untie us and get us off this thing," Katja added. Evita, now free from the overturned sundae glass, joined Kevin in his efforts. Together, they untangled Brett and Katja from their makeshift restraints. Vincent suddenly reappeared and kicked Kevin in the back. Kevin was knocked to the ground, but pulled himself back up quickly and engaged Vincent in battle. The melee in the cafeteria raged on, with Vincent continuing to fight with Kevin as Evita raced to untie Brett and Katja. Before Kevin could stop him, Vincent pressed the lever back down and the conveyor belt restarted. Brett and Katja again headed for the scalding hot water. Evita stayed with them, trying to untie the two before it was too late. Kevin went to help, but Vincent struck him in the face. Kevin fell back and tackled Vincent to the ground. The two fought with the conveyor belt still moving, and Brett, Katja, and Evita heading to their ultimate doom. Vincent Reeves kidnapped Evita, the teenage mayor of Tierra del Fuego, and dragged her to a nearby school cafeteria where he tried to drown her in a giant container of ice cream. Kevin, Brett, and Katja intervened, but while Kevin was busy saving Evita, Brett and Katja were captured themselves and placed on the cafeteria conveyor belt, heading straight for the boiling hot wash water. As Kevin fought with Vincent Reeves, Brett and Katja were being dragged by the cafeteria's conveyor belt, gliding closer and closer to the boiling hot wash water and their demise. "Kevin, help!" Katja yelled. I can't get their ropes untied," Evita shouted, desperate to help. Evita was trying to untie Brett and Katja before it was too late, but Kevin knew that he was the only one who could save them. Evita's skills were many, but they had yet to develop, and surely saving two lives from someone as dastardly as Vincent Reeves was beyond the teenager at this point. Vincent swung his egg beater hands wildly, trying to take Kevin's head off. Kevin dodged the attack, focusing his strength, and kicked Vincent in the chest, sending the villain flying backward. Moving fast, Kevin ran back to the conveyor belt control panel and pulled the stop lever. The belt slowed to a stop yet again. "You did it, Kevin," Brett yelled. "We're safe." As the chaos in the high school cafeteria subsided, Kevin faced a crucial decision. Brett and Katja were safe for the moment, but Vincent Reeves, the sinister force behind the mayhem, had chosen to cut his losses and make a hasty retreat. In an instant, Vincent darted toward his jetpack, intent on escaping the scene. Kevin hesitated for a fraction of a second, torn between pursuing Vincent or ensuring the safety of his friends. However, the danger Vincent posed was too great to ignore. Kevin sprinted out of the school cafeteria. Vincent Reeves could be seen recovering his jetpack from its hiding spot. With a determined resolve, Kevin lunged toward Vincent just as the villain activated his jetpack and soared into the air.
"You're too late, Kevin,"
Vincent cried out as he ascended into the sky. As Vincent continued to race into the sky, his jetpack began to malfunction, sputtering off and on.
"What? What is this?"
Vincent Reeves cried out.
"What is happening?"
From the ground, Kevin couldn't help but smile. Earlier, when he had first discovered Vincent's jetpack, Kevin had made sure to sabotage the villain's potential escape. Thinking on his feet, Kevin had disconnected the fuel line running across Vincent's trusty machine. Vincent, unaware of the sabotage, continued his ascent, but the malfunctioning jetpack sent him spiraling out of control. The severed gas line caused fuel to spray out in a burst. The villain crashed, colliding with the ground amid the apricot orchard and grazing cattle. The startled animals, already on edge from the recent commotion, trampled Vincent Reeves as he lay on the ground, his jetpack sputtering nearby. The furious cattle, sensing a threat, delivered a swift and merciless response, reducing Vincent's malevolent presence to a chaotic disarray. Despite the danger, Vincent managed to free himself from the stampede and limp away, vowing vengeance on Kevin.
"This isn't over, Kevin Williams," Vincent yelled. "We'll meet again."
The dark promise hung in the air as Vincent disappeared into the shadows. Kevin, catching his breath, stepped back into the school and surveyed the aftermath of the battle. The cafeteria was in shambles, but Brett, Katja, and Evita were unharmed. Breathing a sigh of relief, Kevin helped Evita untangle Brett and Katja from their precarious positions. The threat had been averted and the immediate danger was quelled. The trio stood amidst the aftermath of the cafeteria calamity, grateful for the timely intervention that had spared them from a potentially disastrous fate. "Thanks, Kevin," Katja offered. "That was close." Turning to Brett and Katja, Kevin offered a reassuring smile. "We need to stay vigilant. Vincent won't give up easily," he cautioned, recognizing that the battle against dark forces was far from over. The trio, united by their shared mission, prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead in their pursuit of the next gatekeeper of the upper realm. A grateful Evita smiled at the three who had come into her world and changed it forever. For the good, she was sure. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the bustling town square, transformed into an ice cream lover's paradise. Laughter and joy permeated the air as families indulged in the sweet treats, their faces adorned with colorful smudges of various flavors. Amid the festivities, Evita stood at the heart of the square, her eyes sparkling with contentment. She had witnessed the positive changes in the town, the transition from a cattle-centric economy to a thriving ice cream industry. It was a testament to the resilience and creativity of the townspeople. Evita turned to Kevin. "This is everything I wanted to achieve. I think I'm ready to go, and my parents will finally let me." Kevin nodded in understanding. As the unofficial queen of the ice cream festival, Evita realized that her time to leave had come. The upper realm awaited, and her destiny beckoned. However, there was a matter to attend to before her departure: the selection of a successor to carry on her duties as mayor. With a sense of purpose, Evita surveyed the crowd until her gaze settled on Caval, her teenage friend who had stood by her side through thick and thin. The Garcia family had once been skeptics of Evita's transformative plans, but as the ice cream festival flourished, even they couldn't deny the positive impact. Approaching Caval with a smile, Evita held out a symbolic scooper, the town's new emblem of leadership. "Caval," she said, "you've been such an integral part of this journey. You understand the heart of this town, its people, and its dreams. It's time for you to take the reins."
Cavall, caught off guard by the unexpected offer, looked to his parents for guidance. Bruno and Kaká Garcia, once opponents of Evita's vision, exchanged a knowing glance. The evolution of their perspectives mirrored the changes within the town itself.
"She's right, Cavall," Kaká noted. "Evita is very smart. I guess I never noticed before."
Evita continued.
"The future of Tierra del Fuego is in your hands, Cavall. Lead with passion, empathy, and the spirit of innovation that has fueled our success. You're the one who can guide our town to new heights."
"But where are you going?" Cavall asked with concern.
"I have to leave, and I might not be coming back," Evita explained. "But if I do, we should spend more time together, if you want."
"I do," Cavall replied. "Good luck on your journey. I'm sure you'll do great with whatever is waiting for you." Accepting the scooper with humility, Cavall nodded.
"And I'll do my best here. I won't let you down, Evita, or the people of Tierra del Fuego. We'll continue building on the plans for the future of our town that you've put in place."
As Evita relinquished the symbolic scooper, the town erupted into cheers, celebrating not just the success of the ice cream festival, but the promising future under Cavall's leadership. The passing of the scooper marked a pivotal moment in Tierra del Fuego's history, signifying the resilience and unity that had propelled them forward. As the echoes of cheers reverberated through the town square, a newfound sense of unity settled over Tierra del Fuego. The divisive accusations of cattle theft were replaced with laughter, and the once feuding families found common ground in the shared success of the ice cream festival. Evita watched as her father Reggio shared an ice cream cone with Bruno Garcia. The teenage girl couldn't help but smile at the accomplishment.
"Your vanilla is very good," Reggio offered.
"Your vanilla is also very good," Bruno countered. "It's better this way," Medina noted. "I'd rather be tasting ice cream than sending poor cows to the slaughter."
Reggio wrapped his arms around his wife.
"Agreed,"
he murmured into her ear. Kevin observed the scene with a sense of satisfaction. The transformation of the town had been nothing short of miraculous, and it was a testament to the resilience of its people. He knew that Evita's leadership, coupled with the support of Cavall and the unified community, would usher Tierra del Fuego into a new era. Walking through the jubilant crowd with Evita, Kevin couldn't help but note the change. "You've done something remarkable here, Evita," Kevin said, admiration evident in his eyes. "This town has truly come together under your guidance." Evita grinned, the weight of responsibility and worry visibly lifted from her shoulders.
"It's amazing what we can achieve when we work together. Tierra del Fuego is a testament to that."
With a final glance at the vibrant festivities, Evita felt a sense of fulfillment. Tierra del Fuego was in capable hands, and she was ready to embark on her journey to the upper realm, knowing that the town she loved would continue to thrive. Grateful for Evita's commitment, Kevin knew the time was of the essence. The festival may have united the town, but the looming threat of the collapse of the upper realm, of Pinnacle's possible invasion, required swift action. Together, Kevin, Brett, Katja, and Evita embarked on the next phase of their journey. They had made peace in Tierra del Fuego, and now it was time to send Evita to the upper realm. Kevin Brett Stewart of the Myriads and Katja Rafferty, the headmaster of Kevin's DC-based Williams School, had been successful in finding the sixth candidate for the post of Gatekeeper of the White Tower in the Upper Realm. Evita, a teenage mayor from a hamlet in Tierra del Fuego, had proved her powers of reason and diplomacy by leading her town through a chaotic period, in which various farmers had been pitted against each other by a conniving slaughterhouse owner. Evita was able to turn the town's industry from meat producing to dairy producing while leaving her role as mayor in the hands of her friend Cavall, who was, ironically, the son of the family against which her parents had been warring.
As always, Kevin hoped to find time to spend with his beloved wife Lily, who was back in Chicago juggling as many duties as Kevin himself. She was the mayor of the city and planning for an upcoming World's Fair, but more important, she was awaiting the birth of her and Kevin's twins. Lily was 8 months pregnant and should have been resting in anticipation of the birth, and yet when Kevin returned to the mayor's mansion where the couple now lived with Lily's mother, shrewish Dorothy, and Kevin's own parents, Alan and Susan, he found that while he was in the southern hemisphere pursuing his grail of finding the new gatekeeper, Lily had endured a horrible ordeal. Lily ran into Kevin's arms as soon as he returned to the mansion, dusty from the Argentine prairie and exhausted from having flown through a handful of time zones. Their kisses and hugs soon gave way to Lily's tale of being accosted by Sonny Mangolia, their seemingly earnest and even simple-minded dog walker for Hank. Sonny, though, turned out to be the vengeful brother of Sid Mangolia, the man who posed as Nancy's abusive boyfriend and who wound up dead after a skirmish with Lily, though it was not Lily's attack that had killed Sid. Sid's death was never explained by law enforcement, and not even Lily knew that it was the work of her and Kevin's enemy, Juanita Hernandez. But Sonny blamed Lily for the murder of his beloved brother and sought revenge. Thankfully, Lily, empowered by carrying Kevin's twin babies in her womb, was able to turn the tables on Sonny and hand him over to the authorities. Sonny now languished in prison, safely away from harming the city's adored mayor. The police would surely see to that. Oddly, Kevin remembered that when he used the 10 directions in Silicon Valley to save the life of Pembroke Rindollar, he had visions of just such an event. He had a swirling delusion of Lily trapped in a dog cage in the basement of the mayor's mansion. At the time, he had put the thought out of his mind as nothing more than a crazed image brought on by the powerful skill that was the 10 directions. A maneuver so precarious that had Kevin endured it too long, it could have driven him insane. Lily had so much on her plate at the moment. Her pregnancy, the fact that she had nearly been killed by misguided Sonny Mangolia, overseeing her mother and his parents during Kevin's many absences, making certain no other enemies such as Ruby Kincaid managed to get into her administration, and upcoming for the World's Fair. That Kevin decided not to tell wonderful Lily about his vision. He would, though, be certain to take such seeming delusions more seriously should they happen again, when he had to take the rare opportunity to use the 10 directions. Kevin's thoughts and his happiness at being reunited with his beloved wife Lily were shattered in the way that had become as commonplace as a clock striking on the hour. "Well, look what the cat dragged in," came a dismissive, shrill voice. Kevin turned to see his mother-in-law Dorothy standing at the top of the elaborate wooden staircase in the mayor's mansion that was often used for photo ops when Lily and other city leaders had major announcements. Dorothy liked to use it for nothing more than to lord her presence over Kevin. She had no trouble making her voice carry down to the son-in-law she had never liked, and she, a tiny woman, felt that being 20 feet above Kevin when she berated him gave her the kind of gravitas that she couldn't have when she had to cock her head up toward him to yell out her insults. "I finally am able to take a weekend away with my own husband who works tirelessly and with great dedication and talent, I might add, to support me and my daughter in the style we deserve, and I come home to find that my little Lily has been attacked by a dog walker, whom she had to throw into a cage all by herself, because her husband was off at some resort, clearly getting dusty and sunburnt, I see." Dorothy railed as she eyed Kevin's tattered dockers and his forehead that had indeed gotten a bit too many rays while he worked to grow giant apricots in the Argentine plains, so Evita's town cattle would be able to give plentiful milk. Kevin knew that no matter what his explanation to his mother-in-law, such as that he was attempting to find the rightful gatekeeper for the upper realm so that an inevitable invasion by the pinnacle could be thwarted, and so that those with great skills and goodness in their hearts could achieve mastery and help to save the Foundation, would never override her low opinion of him. Kevin started to lean toward Dorothy to give her the hug she merited as his mother-in-law, though he always dreaded giving it to her, even though recently the two had worked together to save Lily's life when she was abducted at the hands of Juanita Hernandez as part of a planned fetal abduction. Dorothy pushed Kevin away with a strong palm. "As if," Dorothy scoffed. "Clean yourself up. This is the mayor's mansion. You look like a chimney sweep." Lily had to, per usual, try to be the peacemaker. "Mother, Kevin has flown all night to see me after he and his colleagues Brett Stewart and Katja Rafferty were on a difficult work trip in the Southern Hemisphere. You don't appreciate all the effort Kevin puts in to make sure that his empire continues to expand and that I and his twins are safe and protected," Lily rattled off quickly. She would have thrown in that Kevin was crucial in helping her and Dorothy prevent Juanita and Dr. Freudengrass from ripping her babies out of her womb, but there was a secret agreement between all three never to mention that episode again. It was too unnerving for each of them to remember how close Juanita's fiendish plot had come to being successful. "Pfft," Dorothy muttered. "Safe and protected? A dog walker almost killed you. That's not exactly safe and protected." Kevin had to stand back as the mother and daughter had one of their usual squabbles about him. He was never the winner when such an argument erupted. "I feel as though Kevin is always with me, now that I have his babies inside of me," Lily went on. "In a month, those babies won't be inside of you. They'll be crying and screaming all night and needing feeding, and I bet he'll still be off vacationing at Club Med, or scouting new locations for his latest feature film on a sunny beach, while we're here in this drafty old house in the middle of a Chicago winter," Dorothy went on. Even when Dorothy appeared to be cornered by logic, in fact, she came out fighting. Lily gave up and returned to Kevin's adoring gaze. "Well, there's at least one person in this household who is happy to see you back," Lily said. Hank the dog and Missy the cat suddenly came running down the staircase and nearly knocked Dorothy over as they scampered toward Kevin. Both pets loved him. Hank was soon on his back paws and he reached up to lick Kevin's face, and Missy showed her adoration by rubbing repeatedly against Kevin's calves. "Make that 3 people and a cat and a dog," came another voice. Alan and Susan, Kevin's parents, whom he had also missed seeing during all of his adventures, also came down the staircase. Susan said, "We heard raised voices, so we knew Kevin had to be home." Susan shot a sidelong and dismissive glance at Dorothy. Though Susan said raised voices, what she really meant was, obviously, yelling. Alan greeted his son with a handshake. "I'm sure Lily has told you about Sonny and his attack on her. We feel horrible. Our one weekend away and chaos breaks out in the house. We never should have left her alone." Kevin hugged both of his parents and patted his father Alan on the back. It surely wasn't a coincidence that Sonny made his attack on Lily when everyone was out of town. That was the plan he long had in the works, I bet. And Lily here, Kevin said as he hugged his wife close to him, seems to have taken care of matters all on her own. I sometimes think she doesn't need anyone to help her. Lily hugged Kevin too, but was about to open her mouth to add to the conversation before another harumph came from Dorothy. "This is making me sick," Dorothy said as she went back up the steps toward her own suite. Hank barked at her retreating steps with a little hostility in his arfs and woofs. Kevin turned to Hank and to Missy, whose fur was raised ever so slightly on her back. "I agree," Kevin said to his beloved pets. Though Kevin knew his time in Chicago was going to be short, he was enjoying being back in the presence of those he loved the most in the world. As with most couples who have prominent careers as well as a home life to oversee, Kevin and Lily had only time for a short but sweet reunion before each had to resume work. Kevin hadn't forgotten about his quest to find the next keeper of the White Tower of the Upper Realm. He had Brett Stewart, leader of the Myriads, searching high and low for the 7th and final child from the Foundation to complete his quest. Unfortunately, it seemed that the seventh candidate to be the next keeper of the White Tower of the Upper Realm was evading even Brett's concentrated search efforts. Before long, Brett was grasping at straws, sending Kevin wild reports from all over the globe. There were videos, online articles, pictures, and even a few emails telling wild tales of kids and unusual talents. Kevin quickly dismissed each of them. He could tell that Brett's failures were starting to wear the myriad leader down. After another round of bogus reports, Kevin encouraged Brett with one of his encouraging asides. "Don't worry," Kevin reassured him. "As long as we don't give up, we'll find the seventh candidate sooner or later." "But will later be too late?" Brett wondered. "Already this search for children of the Foundation with natural levels has taken way longer than we thought. The current keeper of the White Tower has held out far longer than any of us expected, but you told us yourself, Kevin, that her time is growing shorter every day." "That's true," Kevin allowed. The current keeper of the White Tower was a woman named Alohi. She had been the keeper for several hundred years and would have continued for hundreds of years more if it wasn't for Vincent Reeves. Vincent had helped an interloper, Gwen Archer, one of Kevin's business rivals from his early days in Chicago, smuggle her way into the Upper Realm without first reaching the necessary state of consciousness and skill. The disharmony between Gwen, the interloper, and the Upper Realm had caused disarray in the Upper Realm and permanent damage to Alohi's health. Alohi had been the one to task Kevin with finding her replacement. "Time doesn't work on this plane of consciousness the same way it does in the Upper Realm," Kevin went on to explain to Brett. "All is not lost yet. We can still save the Upper Realm from destruction if we can just locate this final candidate before Alohi expires." Buoyed by Kevin's pep talk, Brett went back to work, diving deeper than ever into the darkest and most forgotten corners of the internet. Kevin faithfully opened every link, watched every video, and read every email that Brett sent to him, no matter how unlikely. Brett's latest offering was a video from New Zealand that had gamered only 3 views on YouTube. Kevin opened the link and found a video of a 14-year-old boy standing in a small town square. The boy was holding a sign that read, "The end is nigh." The boy's eyes were as wild as his hair. His clothes were clean but rumpled and in disarray as if he had slept in them. He yelled and gestured wildly to anyone who passed near him, ranting the entire time. "The end is nigh! The end is nigh! Why won't you listen to me? I know what I'm talking about. I've seen the future. I've seen it all and I know what's going to happen." Whoever was holding the phone snickered and zoomed in closer to the boy's face. "You think this is the real world," the boy continued to rave. "But there are other worlds than this. Other worlds beyond this one. Worlds that you can't imagine are filled with wonders and horrors that would drive you to the brink of insanity." The boy's eyes rolled in his head and spittle flew from his lips. "I have to get there. Do you hear me? I have to get there. I am needed. Help me, please. Help me get there before it's too late." Kevin's heart went out to the boy. This was clearly just a mentally disturbed child in need of help and care. Kevin wondered if any of Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals products might help treat the boy's psychiatric symptoms. He was about to close the video when the person holding the camera spoke up. "Hey, Nestor, we'll help you get where you need to go," the camera operator said while keeping the camera on the boy who was clearly named Nestor. Relief came over Nestor's face. The camera did a quick pan over 4 other boys who had gathered around Nestor. Kevin's heart sank as he recognized the cruel glint behind the boys' fake, sympathetic smiles. But Kevin found he couldn't look away. "Thank you," Nestor smiled serenely with relief. "You know the place I need to go to? You know how I can get there." "Sure," one of the boys taunted. "We'll take you there right now, Nestor Doofus." As one, the boys dove for Nestor, seizing him by the legs and arms and lifting him into the air. They carried him to a nearby dumpster and heaved him inside. The squishing noise that Nestor's body made as it landed inside told Kevin the dumpster was far from empty. The boys laughed cruelly and patted each other on the backs as they walked away. Kevin was about to turn off the video when Nestor's voice came dimly from inside the dumpster. "This is not the upper realm. This is not the White Tower," the boy wailed. Kevin instantly froze. While most experts and even some ordinaries knew about the upper realm, very few people knew about the White Tower. Even experts who visited the upper realm didn't keep their memories of their time there when they returned to this plane of consciousness, so word about the White Tower had never spread. Thus, if Nestor claimed he could see the future and he knew about the White Tower of the upper realm, he might just be the seventh candidate that they were looking for, after all. Kevin arrived in the small town in New Zealand with Brett Stewart and Katja Rafferty. Katja was the headmistress of the Williams School, an institution that Kevin had started in Washington, D.C. They had often used a cover story about Katja recruiting exceptional children for the Williams School during their quest to find the next keeper of the White Tower. However, there was no sign of Nestor anywhere in the square. They waited for several hours, expecting him to show up at any moment. Kevin was sure that Nestor spent almost every day in the square, desperately trying to convince anyone who would listen that his visions of the future were true. While Nestor never made an appearance, Kevin recognized one of the bullies from the video walking across the square. "Excuse me," Kevin hailed the boy. "I'm looking for Nestor. I know you know him. Where can I find him?" "Nestor? You mean Nestor Doofus?" The boy laughed at his own joke. "Nestor Doofus Nostradamus, get it? Because he thinks he sees the future, we call him." "We get it, kid," growled Brett. "You're about as funny as a rubber crutch." The boy turned sulky and pouted. "What do you want Nestor for anyway? Are you a couple of crackpots just like him? All you loonies should be shut away so you can't bother normal people, except when you're let out to give us a couple of laughs. That's all people like you and Nestor Doofus are good for." Kevin seized the unpleasant boy by his throat and lifted him into the air. The boy grabbed Kevin's hand and kicked his legs, but was unable to break Kevin's hold. You know, throughout history, people just like Nestor have been celebrated as visionaries and seers. They were said to be blessed by the gods. Kevin squeezed just a little harder, not enough to cut off the boy's airway or circulation, but certainly enough to cause the boy more than just discomfort. "While people like you," Kevin continued, "were more likely to go down as gallows bait." Okay, the boy rasped. "I don't know where Nestor is today, but he lives with his family at the end of Main Street, number 27. "Thank you," Kevin replied politely. "Now, when considering those who are less fortunate than yourself, it's often a good idea to remember that there, but for the grace of fate, go you. However, in this case, I think you need to go the same way that Nestor did." "What's that supposed to mean?" the baffled bully managed to squeak out right before Kevin tossed him in the nearest dumpster. Number 27 Main Street was a ramshackle building that showed signs that a large family lived there. Bikes and toys were scattered across the lawn. There were 4 cars parked in the drive. 3 of them clearly belonged to teenagers. The backyard was crossed and recrossed with clotheslines full of drying laundry. It was decided that Katja would take the lead in approaching Nestor's parents in her role as headmistress of the Williams School. She knocked on the door and Kevin and Brett stayed in the background. A harried-looking woman answered the door. "Can I help you?" "I'm actually hoping I can help you," Katja began, handing over her impressive business card to Nestor's mother. "I'm Katja Rafferty of the Williams School. Your son Nestor has come to our attention as a young person of extraordinary talents and abilities. We would like to offer him a full scholarship to attend our academy in Washington, D.C. "I'm sorry," Nestor's mother began, "but you've come too late. We had to send Nestor away." Katja, Kevin, and Brett all exchanged concerned glances. "Which school have you sent him to?" Katja asked. "It's possible that our program will be a better fit for your son's unique and special—" "Don't give me that malarkey," Nestor's mom snapped. "Unique and special? Extraordinary talents and abilities."
Nestor is as crazy as a June bug, and everybody knows it. I've got 6 other kids to take care of, and that's bad enough without a certifiable nutcase in the mix." "Ma'am," Kevin interrupted, putting all of his considerable authority and command into his voice. "Where is your son?" "Where he belongs," she replied. "I told you he was certifiable. He's in an asylum for the insane."
Brett Stewart, leader of the Myriad, searched high and low for the 7th and final child from the Foundation to complete Kevin's quest to find the next keeper of the White Tower of the Upper Realm. He finally located a video of a boy named Nestor. Although Nestor's claims to see the future and his ravings about the end of the world seemed like the product of mental illness, Kevin recognized Nestor as the final candidate. Kevin, Brett, and Katja traveled to Nestor's hometown in New Zealand to recruit him, only to learn that Nestor's parents had committed him to an insane asylum. As it had turned out, Nestor's parents had sent him to a private asylum on the outskirts of town. Kevin, Brett, and Katja stared up at the large, imposing building erected in a gray, austere, sinister style.
"How are we going to break Nestor out of a place like this?"
Brett asked. Kevin shrugged. "We don't need to break him out at all. I just need a few minutes to visit with him and help him get to the correct state of mind to ascend directly to the upper realm. There won't be any explanation necessary this time. He seems to know all about it already." Kevin entered the building and paused at the reception desk. "Excuse me," he said to the receptionist. "I'd like to see about visiting one of the patients here." A nurse in a starched white cap with a face like a bulldog with indigestion paused as she walked by. "I am Nurse Socket," she informed Kevin in a no-nonsense voice. "I oversee all the patients at this asylum. Who is it that you want to see?" "A boy named Nestor. I believe his parents recently had him committed here. I do have their permission to see their son," Kevin added. In fact, Nestor's parents had given up on their child with his ravings and his strange prophecies, so completely that Kevin doubted they'd care who came to see their son. "That won't be possible," Nurse Socket proclaimed. "Nestor is a very disturbed boy. For the sake of public safety, I cannot allow anyone to be exposed to him." Kevin frowned. "I know he said some pretty strange things, but I haven't heard anything about him being violent or dangerous." Kevin gave Nurse Socket a winning smile. "I'm sure a few minutes with him couldn't do me any harm, and it might do him a world of good." In fact, Kevin was sure the only real mental difficulty Nestor had was that he was subject to visions that the boy couldn't understand. Surely that much confusion and fear were enough to make anyone unstable. But Kevin knew that once Nestor realized the upper realm was real, the boy would return to normal behavior. But Nurse Socket was not convinced. "Sir, I am a trained psychiatrist nurse with decades of experience," she informed Kevin coldly. "I know a dangerously disturbed child when I see one." "I promise I can take care of myself," Kevin replied, striding forward as if to bypass her. Nurse Socket pressed a button on the reception desk, and 6 huge orderlies in white instantly appeared and blocked Kevin's path. "Please leave the premises immediately," Nurse Socket asked Kevin, "or else my orderlies will force you to leave." Kevin eyed the orderlies. Although they were all large and muscular, they were still only ordinary. Kevin could have easily defeated them, but in his interior thoughts, he judged it better to operate without a direct confrontation that could leak out into the community. So far, there had been no sign of Vincent Reeves, Kevin's old enemy who had been stalking the young candidates to be the next keeper of the upper realm. Vincent Reeves was committed to bringing down the upper realm so that the lower realm would have sole influence on this world, causing the foundation to fall. And that could provide just the opening the pinnacle needed to invade and take over the plane of existence and squash all those who lived in it. With all that riding on the line, Kevin didn't want to cause a scene that could tip Vincent off as to the location of the 7th candidate. "I just want to talk to Nestor for 10 minutes. Kevin tried to reason with Nurse Socket one last time. Nurse Socket glared.
Sir, if you think I'm going to trust a stranger like you over my own better judgment, you're as insane as any inmate in this asylum.
Her words gave Kevin an idea. He smiled at her. You just may be right about that. He told her before turning around and departing. Kevin returned to the town square and explained his plan to Brett and Katja.
You mean you actually want to get thrown in the asylum?
Brett exclaimed. It's the best chance I can get to talk to Nestor without anyone being suspicious or attracting the attention of Vincent Reeves, Kevin replied. He began running his hands through his hair. Since he was always in need of a haircut, this made his hair stand up wildly in all directions. But how are you going to get yourself committed to an insane asylum? Katja wondered. Kevin, you're the sanest person I know. The same way that Nestor got himself committed, Kevin smiled. I'm going to tell the truth. He grabbed 2 lids off nearby garbage cans and began banging them together in a terrific cacophony. Listen up! Listen up! Kevin screamed. The end of the world is coming! It's coming! Again! 2 shoppers eyed him nervously as they passed Kevin. That's right. I said again, Kevin yelled at them. Do you have any idea how many times the world almost ended? There was a billionaire who was going to melt the polar ice caps and flood the entire planet just so he could sell a little high-priced real estate on his invisible space station. But I flew a NASA spaceship to the dark side of the moon to overthrow his construction project and then flew into space to destroy his mothership, Silky. The shoppers put their heads down and hurried on. Kevin turned to the next group of shoppers. I've killed hundreds, no, I've killed thousands of highly trained assassins and mercenaries with my bare hands. Kevin put down his trusty satchel of herbal ingredients to show off some of his best moves, kicking and punching at imaginary secluded valley assassins and maverick mercenaries. That's nice, one of the shoppers said with a soppy smile. Good for you, dearie, the other added. They both dropped a few coins into Kevin's satchel. Get yourself something hot to eat, okay? The more concerned one advised as they moved on. Kevin turned his attention to a shopkeeper who was sweeping the sidewalk outside the store. Before that, I was in a televised competition for Herbal Masters, and I went to outer space and discovered that there was an alien spaceship on the moon. Don't even get me started about the things the U.S. government is hiding in Area 52. I know, everybody thinks it's Area 51, but the good stuff, the really good stuff is in Area 52. I know, I've seen it. The storekeeper ran back into his store, slammed the door, and locked it. I don't think it's working, Brett told Kevin. You're only acting crazy enough for people to avoid you, not get you put away. Kevin jumped up on a bus bench and banged the garbage can lids together until even Brett and Katja had to back away. Listen up, people! It really is the end of the world coming, he screamed. There's a magical land you don't know about that's holding this whole world up, and there's a lady with an octopus heart who's dying in a white tower. Somewhere there's a kid who's going to replace her, if a megalomaniac who's missing 2 hands doesn't get to him first. I keep stealing kids and taking them there to hang out with a soda-swilling Yeti so that they can look into mirrors and find out who their twins are. Everyone had stopped to watch Kevin and eyed him with looks that ranged from incredulous to terrified.
He's starting to sound just like that other kid who was here, one of the townspeople pointed out.
Does that mean that insanity is catching? Another wondered in a trembling voice. Yes, Kevin pointed at the questioner. Yes, it is catching. I'm completely contagious. Pretty soon you will all start loving Australian rugby. You'll think that a kiwi is neither a fruit nor a bird. You'll build nuclear power plants all over the place. Everyone was gasping and backing up quickly. Kevin knew it would only take one more statement to push them over the edge. He threw back his head and howled. Peter Jackson movies will bore you to tears. The crowd broke and ran in all directions. A windowless white panel van pulled up in the town square with a screech. The same 6 large orderlies in white got out.
One of them had a straitjacket, another one held an electric cattle prod.
"Hey there, buddy," one of them said in a soft voice. "Sounds like you got a lot on your mind there. Maybe you need to go somewhere and get some rest from all that thinking. We've come to take you to a place just like that. You'll be able to sit around all day and just thinking nothing."
The orderlies moved closer on their silent, crepe-soled shoes as they surrounded Kevin. Kevin frowned. "You make it sound like you've come to offer me a week on a cruise ship." The orderly rolled his eyes.
"No, you loony bird. We're here to take your crazy butt to the insane asylum."
"Thank you," Kevin exclaimed. "Was that so hard?" Kevin, Brett, and Katja traveled to New Zealand to recruit the last gatekeeper candidate, Nestor, a boy who speaks the truth about the upper realm and the end of civilization in the town square. They learned that Nestor's parents had committed him to an insane asylum because of his public ranting. Kevin didn't want Vincent Reeves, who had been targeting the candidates for the next keeper, to find out about Nestor. So instead of breaking Nestor out of the asylum, Kevin had himself committed. The orderlies wrestled Kevin into a straitjacket and into their windowless white-paneled van. Although Kevin could have fought them off easily, he put up only token resistance. It was part of Kevin's plan that he be taken to the same asylum where Nestor's exasperated parents had committed the young boy who was, Kevin had no doubt, the seventh candidate for the next keeper of the White Tower of the Upper Realm. As soon as they returned to the asylum, the orderlies marched Kevin into Nurse Socket's office. Nurse Socket looked Kevin up and down.
"I see you're back, Mr.
Nurse Socket let her voice trail off in a question. "You can just call me Kevin," Kevin said. "You did say that if I thought you were going to trust a stranger like me over your own better judgment, I was as insane as any inmate in this asylum. So here I am." Nurse Socket didn't appreciate Kevin's sense of humor.
"The reason you're here, Kevin, is that you caused quite a panic in the town square, claiming your insanity was somehow contagious and that other people were in danger of catching it."
"That's correct," Kevin agreed.
"That's ridiculous," Nurse Socket shot back. "It's a scientifically proven fact that insanity is never contagious."
Kevin's heart sank. "That hurts my feelings. Does that mean that you don't think I should stay here?"
"Absolutely not," Nurse Socket continued. "The fact that you believe something as insane as insanity being contagious proves that you are insane."
Kevin looked around. He expected Nurse Socket to have a cheeky little plaque with a saying like, "You don't have to be crazy to work here, but it helps." However, the office was as humorless as its owner.
"We'll be putting you on a regimen of carefully formulated antipsychotic and anti-hallucination medication," Nurse Socket explained. "You'll have group therapy twice a day along with 24/7 hug therapy."
Kevin frowned. What is hug therapy? And how is it possible to have it 24/7?
"It is our belief that many psychiatric problems stem from a lack of affection and connection in our patients' lives. Even for patients whose issues are not directly caused by this lack of warmth, extended periods of hugging can be of enormous therapeutic value,"
Nurse Socket explained. "Right," Kevin replied slowly. "But who is the hugger?"
"You are, Kevin."
Nurse Socket pointed to his body.
"You're hugging yourself right now."
Kevin looked down at the straitjacket that did indeed keep his arms wrapped around his body.
"To love yourself is the beginning of healing," Nurse Socket continued. "That's why all our patients wear the straitjackets at all times."
"That's barbaric," Kevin exclaimed.
"That's therapy,"
Nurse Socket replied with a smirk. Kevin watched as she piled all of his personal possessions that the orderlies had taken off of him in the town square into a file box. Into this box went Kevin's phone, wallet, night dagger, and his trusty satchel of herbal ingredients. The orderlies had wanted to take his wedding ring as well, but Kevin stared them down with such ferocity that the big orderlies had silently decided to allow Kevin to keep it. Even though he couldn't see the third finger of his left hand, he knew the ring was there, and just thinking about it reminded him of Lily and of all that he had been doing to keep her and their unborn twin safe, in a world that was increasingly going awry. A short time later, Kevin was taken to his room, which was a padded cell with a bare metal slab bolted to the wall for a bed. The orderly told Kevin he would be left alone there until it was time for his group therapy session. Of course, Kevin knew he was completely in control of the situation. He would always be able to break out of the asylum at any time, but his real goal was getting to Nestor and leading him to ascend to the upper realm. Kevin suspected group therapy would be the perfect time to put his plan in motion. To pass the time until then, Kevin decided to time himself to see how long it would take him to get out of the straitjacket. The great Harry Houdini had been able to rid himself of his custom-made straitjacket while hanging upside down in under 3 minutes. Kevin thought he could improve on the master magician's time. Unlike the restraints Houdini used for his act, Nurse Socket issued all her inmates standardized straitjackets. These were constructed from heavy canvas, reinforced with leather and metal studs. It included a collar, cuffs, and various straps. The long sleeves extended over Kevin's hands, making them virtually useless. The sleeves ended in leather straps that were wrapped and buckled around his body. Kevin had used the same trick Houdini had, expanding his chest to its fullest when the orderlies had put the straitjacket on him. Kevin had only crossed his arms over his body instead of wrapping them around himself. He had also kept tension in his arm muscles while the sleeve buckles had been attached, letting the orderlies think they were tying him more tightly than they really had been. Now Kevin took several long exhales, draining his lungs of air and compressing his chest as much as possible. He let the tension out of his arms, creating slack in the sleeves. His crossed arms allowed Kevin to work his arms up and over his head, starting with the upper arm. This raised the entire jacket, and with a little undignified wiggling, the buckles holding the sleeves in place came within reach of Kevin's teeth. Kevin quickly undid the buckles and slipped the leather straps free. Next, he worked his hands back down to his chest beneath the canvas. There was just enough play to allow him to unhook the neck buckles through the material of the straitjacket. A few more wiggles brought the body buckles to his reaching fingers. These he also undid through the heavy canvas. Now the long jacket hung loosely on Kevin's body, although his hands were still trapped inside the long sleeves. He bent over and stepped on the ends of the sleeves. He gave an upward-backward pull, and the straitjacket slipped free. Kevin checked his internal clock. The whole procedure had taken only slightly less than 3 minutes. Kevin was sure he would get better with practice. Now he had to accomplish a feat even the great Harry Houdini had never attempted: putting a straitjacket back on single-handedly. Group therapy took place in the activity room. Kevin wasn't sure what activities people who were constrained by straitjackets 24/7 could engage in. Hacky sack? Playing the piano with their toes? Learning to wiggle their ears? Identifying bird calls? All these and a few others were going on in the big room when the orderly showed Kevin in. Kevin had his straitjacket back in place. It was a surprisingly subdued group for a bunch of alleged maniacs. Everyone had the same 1,000-yard stare of the shell-shocked or of the heavily medicated. Kevin spotted Nestor with the group, listening to bird calls, and was shocked at the change in the boy. Nestor was sitting perfectly still and silent, his eyes blank. He barely seemed to be aware of this world, much less any others. As soon as Nurse Socket entered, all activity stopped and everyone shuffled to a circle of chairs. Nurse Socket sat primly in the seat reserved for herself. She opened a notebook without looking at anyone. "Does anyone have anything they want to discuss in group therapy today?" she asked. No one answered. No one even blinked. Kevin might have thought they were a strange modern art installation if he hadn't been able to see them breathing.
Very good. Another excellent session,
Nurse Socket finally said, closing her notebook and preparing to leave. I have something I want to discuss, Kevin said suddenly.
Perhaps it would be better if you just observed for your first day in group therapy, Nurse Socket suggested, so you can see how we do things here.
Yeah, I think I've seen enough of how you do things here, Kevin retorted. You asked if anyone has something to discuss in group therapy today, and I have something to discuss. Are you going to back out on your offer?
Not at all.
Nurse Socket's tone was polite, but she glared daggers at Kevin.
What would you like to talk about with the group, Kevin?
I would like to talk about, Kevin leaned forward and caught Nestor's eye, the upper realm. Nestor's eyes suddenly went wide. Kevin didn't want Vincent Reeves, who had been targeting the candidates for the next keeper, to find out about Nestor. So instead of breaking Nestor out of the asylum, Kevin had himself committed. Despite the efforts of the overseer of the asylum, Nurse Socket, to shut down Kevin's attempts to make contact with Nestor, Kevin finally got the boy's attention by bringing up the upper realm during a group therapy session. Nestor blinked at Kevin. He, Kevin, Nurse Socket, and the rest of the straitjacketed inmates of the asylum were sitting in a circle in the activity room, having what Nurse Socket called group therapy.
The upper realm?
Nestor repeated after Kevin. Nestor blinked a few times, a little light coming back into his eyes.
You want to talk about the upper realm?
Kevin nodded. I do. I have a lot to say about the upper realm. Don't you?
Do I?
Nestor exclaimed, his voice rising.
The things I could tell you about the upper realm, the things that I have seen there are past, present, and future. There's a field of awareness beyond this one, above it. It's where those who know how to go to forge and hone their skill to the greatest reaches. It is surrounded by an ocean of options where octopuses give their hearts away, and whales puke billionaires. The Great White Mother watches the six and longs for the last before the Tongan and the turret terminates.
Technically, Alohi was from the Hawaiian Islands, Kevin corrected. Nestor's eyes went wider.
You know! You've seen it the way I've seen it all?
Not exactly, Kevin hedged for the moment.
And do you know of the other place?
Nestor demanded, his voice dropping ominously.
The place below. That's enough group therapy for one day,
Nurse Socket interrupted. Kevin ignored her. I know of the place you speak of, he told Nestor.
Have you seen it too? Nestor demanded. The barren place, the blasted place, surrounded by the waters of rue and regret, and at the center is the fiery citadel of blackened stone and the destruction of mankind. There's a doorway, a direct entrance for the Dark Zenith to enter, grow strong, and come back to destroy the very underpinnings of our world. The portal of the condemned. You have seen it, and I have seen you there.
Nestor rose to his feet, stumbling in his straitjacket but not caring.
I have seen a man just like you there, killing the one who kept the White Tower, throwing her from a high place.
His voice rose to a shout. Kevin realized Nestor wasn't talking about him, Kevin. Nestor must have had a vision of Kevin's evil doppelganger, DK, throwing the keeper of the White Tower of the Upper Realm, Alohi, from the top of the Dark Tower of the Lower Realm. DK was Kevin's twin physically, so there would be no way for Nestor to know that it hadn't actually been Kevin attempting to murder Alohi. That wasn't me, Kevin tried to explain, but Nestor just kept ranting.
I saw you there with the other one. The man with all the hands and no hands. He comes for me. Every night and in my sleep, he comes for me. He will ride in on an elephant of embers and burn my world down, consume it in all fiery flames and death.
Nestor looked around the room.
Death for us all. Death.
Nestor's rant had finally stirred the other inmates from their stupor. They began to whine and moan, growing in volume by the moment.
That's enough,
shouted Nurse Socket, grabbing Nestor by the scruff of the neck.
Group therapy is over.
She glared at Kevin.
Next time, we will resume our usual format for group therapy. You see what happens otherwise." She gave the cringing Nestor a hard shake. "Now it's time for everyone to take their medicine," Nurse Socket declared. "Line up at the medication window now." The inmates shuffled and stumbled to their feet and followed her pointing figure in the dispensary. Curious, Kevin got in line with the others. As a master herbalist and the head of Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals, he had more than a passing interest in what kind of medicine Nurse Socket was using to treat the inmates. Nurse Socket continued to hold Nestor by the scruff of the neck as she watched the rest of the inmates line up and dutifully swallow their medication from white paper cups held by one of the orderlies. With their straitjacket constraining their arms and hands, the inmates couldn't even take their medication by themselves. When it was Kevin's turn, he glanced at the contents of the paper cup, which were 2 large blue pills, and allowed the orderly to tip them into his mouth. Kevin was aware that Nurse Socket watched him every second, but Kevin turned away quickly so she couldn't see that he had failed to swallow. He ducked his head and spat the pills into the loosened collar of his straitjacket. Kevin planned to examine them again when he was alone. Kevin turned back just in time to see Nurse Socket administer Nestor's medication herself. Kevin got a glimpse of the same large blue pills right before Nestor swallowed them down. After the medication ritual, Nurse Socket announced that it was time for outdoor recreation. Everyone was directed to the rear lawn of the building where a soccer field had been set up. Once there, some patients chased after the ball in a genuine attempt to play soccer. Some fell and could not get up again without the use of their arms and lay there helplessly until an orderly bothered to set them again on their feet. Although Kevin's natural athleticism made him a superior soccer player, he hung back near one of the goals. This was also where Nestor had taken up position, spending more time kicking at a tuft of grass or staring at the sky than paying attention to the game. Kevin could see Nestor's eyes were again taking on the blank, glazed look that they had earlier. Kevin suspected that the big blue pills were a powerful tranquilizer. He would need to speak to Nestor quickly if he was going to get through to the boy. "Nestor," Kevin began, edging closer. "I want you to know I meant what I said earlier. I believe everything you've said about the—" "Look out!" yelled a voice. Kevin spun to see the soccer ball rocketing directly toward Nestor's head. Nestor's eyes widened, pulled from his sedated haze by the impending danger, but his reflexes were far too slow to enable him to dodge the ball about to break his nose. Kevin jumped in front of Nestor. Kevin headed the ball back down the field. It soared over the heads of the other players, through the arms of the goalie, and landed in the goal. Kevin ignored the gasps of wonder and the cheers from his teammates as he turned back to Nestor. "You really believe me?" Nestor asked Kevin. "Nobody's ever believed me. I tried to tell everyone about my visions. My parents, my teachers, anyone I met. They didn't listen, so I tried other ways. My local access TV show, my paintings, my self-published comics, my tattoo designs, and my interpretive candle making. Still, no one believed me." "I believe you, Nestor," Kevin assured the boy. "How can you?" Nestor demanded. "I know how weird everything I say is. I mean, what kind of crazy do you have to be to come up with unbelievable garbage like the Upper Realm and the White Tower?" "I believe you because I've been there," Kevin explained. "I think you even saw someone who looks like me in your visions, but it wasn't me," Kevin quickly added. "I thought I did," Nestor admitted. He shook his head hard, trying to clear it. Kevin could see the sedatives were taking hold of the boy, who was small for his age. "But maybe that's my mind playing tricks on me again." "I don't think your mind is playing tricks on you at all," Kevin assured Nestor. "I think you are naturally born with an exceptional gift for seeing the truth and the future that most people need lifetimes to develop and hone." "A fat lot of good it's done me," Nestor complained. "How come I just get crazy visions instead of something useful like lottery numbers or the answers to the next math test?" "Maybe you see what you need to see to help save the world," Kevin suggested. "Save the world?" Nestor exclaimed. "I'm just a kid. I can't save the world. I can't even save myself. Look at me." He shrugged his arms inside his straitjacket. "I'm spending all day hog-tied like a lamb to the slaughter." "You're mixing your animal metaphors," Kevin pointed out.
And you're just as crazy as the rest of these loons if you think I'm going to save anybody or anything, Nestor shot back. Stay away from me, you crackpot. Nestor ran away from Kevin as fast as his restrained body could take him.